drop the music. Hello, everyone. For those lingering out by the bar, if you want to come in and get seated, we're going to get started in about 60 seconds. Thanks, everyone. All right, good morning, everyone. And we're doing this a little more formally just because we have a live stream going in addition to here. So you can watch outside, inside, on your phone, computer, any place. But I want to get started and tell everyone that, first of all, welcome to our second annual Real Chemistry Healthcare Media Lounge. Last year was virtual. So who's excited about actually doing this in person this year? Yes? I know I am. The barbecue and the what do they call them? Mexican martinis taste much better in person than they do virtually. So I'm Aaron Starr. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer here at Real Chemistry. I always forget to say that, so it's always good to have the notes. And I'll be your MC today for better or worse. I'll try to keep it light and lively and make sure that it's tons of fun. You have a packed schedule, although we tried not to overdo it this time because we always get told you do great content, but you do too much of it. So we tried to make it a little more bite-sized. And also, again, you can stream outside. So those from the East Coast that want a little bit of warm weather, as the day gets warmer, you can sit outside and watch the stream. We'll be covering things today from cookie deprecation, getting real about real health equity, focusing on the patient, which is a no-duh, but I think sometimes we still forget to do that, and solving the current healthcare crisis, the talent crisis, because we know we need lots more HCPs, nurses, and people in the marketing, comms, clinical spaces. I do this all without being political at all. I have a couple of just important notes, one that's very personal to me, and it was brought to my attention before I came because I know there were some organizations that chose not to come as a result. And as a dad of a couple LGBTQ plus children, I wanted to mention that as of this morning, I was very happy to hear that a Texas judge has halted Governor Greg Abbott's order to investigate gender-affirming parents of trans kids as child abuse, and the ruling stopped the state officials from enforcing the governor's unconstitutional directive, at least until a trial gets set this summer. So, sorry if you don't subscribe to that. I do. I know Real Chemistry does, and if we're focusing on health equity for all, then the LGBTQ plus community is a very important stakeholder there. Also, I would be remiss if I don't make a nod toward our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. I don't have a ton to add, but I know our hearts are with them, and again, would be remiss if we don't mention them. So, without further ado, I do want to keep us on track, and I'm going to kick us off today. And the way this will work is I'm not going to read everyone's title, and then you'll hear it all over again. I will introduce our moderator, and I'll talk a little bit about what you're going to hear. Our moderator today, and I get to meet her for the first time, even though we've done several virtual things together, is Dina Shacker. Dina she's a partner at Lux Capital and an amazing moderator. And she also was up late last night, not because she was partying, but because of the loud music and a crying baby next door. So if she feels like she needs another cup of coffee, we'll cut her some slack as a result of that. And, we're going to talk about a really important topic today, and that is, we hear so much about clinical trials, and we need more diversity in clinical trials, but you have three amazing experts and a great moderator that are going to really bring it home and get real about it and talk about ways that we can make getting diversity real, making improvements. And so without further ado, Dina, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. It's so great to be here. Is my mic on? We good? Okay, great. Well, it's fantastic to meet you in person and know that you're real, Aaron. It's been all virtual for a couple of years now, so this is amazing. And thank you so much for kicking off the conversation with those important notes. And I have to say, I feel so at home among a bunch of fellow healthcare nerds and talking about health equity amidst all that's going on today. So welcome, and I'm thrilled to kick it off. We only have 30 minutes. And it would probably take me that long to just go through each individual bio. So we're not going to do that. I assume most of you know the bios or have read of our esteemed panelists. And so I'll just briefly say their names and where they're from. We're going to kick off the conversation with a quick 90 seconds from each of you, introduction, who you are, what you do, and why you're here. So we've got Cherie Butts from Biogen over on the other side of the stage, Brian Hansen over here from Janssen, and Kelly McKee from Metadata. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Brian, to start with a 90-second. Who are you? Why are you here? And what does clinical trial inclusion and diversity mean to you?
Well, thank you so much. Thanks to RealChem for hosting this. Really excited to be here. So my name is Brian Hansen, and by way of training and background, I have a degree in neuroscience and have always been fascinated by information processing in the brain. Until recently, I started to really explore how we could look at digital enablement of clinical trials using a variety of different technologies and devices to identify patients, to really understand the day-to-day. So if we are really to try to be active in the patient journey and understand the patient, we want to understand their activity using wearable devices, using really sophisticated data analytics techniques. And I think it's really important that we focus on not only the patient experience and harmonization of data at the user interface, but then also at the back end in terms of data analytics. We are developing algorithms to identify Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease earlier, and we need a diverse population in order to do that.
Thank you. Kelly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly McKee. I'm a vice president in Patient Cloud, which is our patient-facing technology solutions at Metadata. I spent the first 20 years of my career on the sponsor side, working at places like Sanofi, Merck, Lilly, most recently Vertex. And then about 2 years ago, I took the leap over to technology, and I've been having a blast really focusing on improving patient experiences in clinical research through technology solutions. I was also, or I am still, a participant in the Pfizer COVID clinical trial as well. And that has just been so eye-opening, looking at it from the patient perspective. It was hard to get in. There were times when I wanted to throw my phone against the wall because the technology was so terrible. And so just really understanding things from different perspectives has really just made me an all-around better person.
Fantastic.
Hi, my name is Cherie Butts. I am a medical director at Biogen. My career has gone through many different paths. I am trained as a neuroimmunologist. My role now is as a clinical trialist, so leading clinical trial activities. In the realm of clinical trials, most organizations are talking about the importance of diversity, and I've had the pleasure of all of my studies have been very diverse, and we can talk about that, why is that a little bit later, but I want to borrow from what Brian said. It's not just about getting diverse trials where your trials look like the Black Eyed Peas. It's about the data itself. It's about the analysis, and something that we've done with at least my trials, and we're doing it for all others, is once we have enough people who are not from the same background, we're doing subgroup analysis to see is there really differences. Because there's a lot of comments about, if you're Black, then you should add this number, or if you're Latinx, you should subtract. But if you never had a representative trial, where is that coming from? And so with our trial, so in one particular case, the interferons, which is now approved, we did a subgroup analysis and showed Black and white, no difference. And so we need to be doing that far more often. It's not just getting them in, it's actually using that information.
Thank you. Well, to set the stage a little, it's funny that Erin mentioned the comment on the lack of sleep. So if anybody follows me on Twitter, you know that I'm very vocal about diversity and inclusion in venture, on cap tables, and with founders. And frankly, a lot of the arguments toward that are actually somewhat applicable to what we think about in the context of clinical trials. And specifically, it's that DE&I, whatever you want to call it, being more inclusive in our research is not about philanthropy. It's not about charity. It's not that it's even good for the world. It's fundamentally better for science. And within the context of what I do for a living, it's fundamentally about the bottom line. We know that diverse cap tables, diverse founding teams, women and underrepresented founded companies literally perform better. Faster time to exit, more revenue, more profitability. We know in the context of science, in the context of clinical research, you will not get high quality, high fidelity outcomes. You may end up in life-threatening situations if you don't have that. But it's shocking that until fairly recently that wasn't a mandate. It wasn't even a consideration, and there's still so many cases in which it's an afterthought. So I want to ask each of the panelists, in the context of the pandemic specifically in the last 2 years, what tide shift, or has there been a tide shift that you have noticed in the context of the specific indications and the companies that you're working on, and how can we ensure that that's here to stay and not just lip service?
It's a great question. I think really what the pandemic has showed patients and care partners and that society is that we can do trials remotely and we can be successful at it. And that means bringing aspects of the clinical brick and mortar site to the patient. That means through connected devices, through the use of technology, through some really innovative passive sensing behavior and remote monitoring. Patients don't want to have to come into a site. They don't want to get sick. They don't want to have to drive the distance. It's very clear that one of the biggest exclusion criteria from a trial is distance to the site. So why would we continue to put that pressure on a caregiver and the patient to have to drive in for these tests that we know that we can successfully do at home?
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly?
Yeah, so we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of trials that include at least one aspect of decentralization. And the FDA really defines decentralization as any activity that's done not at a brick and mortar site. So if you look at an ePro or eConsent or a video visit or remote monitoring, these are all considered components of decentralization. But what we've also found is that traditionally, the patient-physician relationship was what sponsors really counted on to have patients continue in a trial. When you're starting to take that outside of the traditional brick and mortar site, you really need to pay attention to the technology and the experience of the technology. We all have good and bad experiences with technology, so it's so important that you consider the patient perspective as you're designing your trials, as you're designing the DCT components, because a lost patient is worse than a patient that's not enrolled.
So I want to borrow from what you said, because the work that we did over the pandemic really highlighted, you all read about the health inequities. Okay, we knew that, it got spotlighted, we understood that. Clinical trials, yes, they were affected because if it wasn't about COVID, then the hospitals where the vast majority of trials are being conducted, they weren't letting that happen. But what we noticed was this patient-physician relationship was critical. And so for our work, we took a step back. It's not simply about asking someone to participate in a trial. It's also about their healthcare experience. If people are not having a good relationship with their physician, there was a lot of physician shoppings with the non-white participants. And if you're not addressing that healthcare experience, then you can't ask the question about a clinical trial. And so we noticed that we really have to be considering what happens before they get there and making sure that they're in a good space, they can participate fully. And to me, what's most important to your point is the burden of a trial. Like, we have to be realistic about it. Trials are not easy, and that's why your story resonated so well, this throwing at the phone. That's a real situation. It's not simply about getting people to agree to it, signing up, enrolling. It's actually about completing.
Yes.
And so if we can't do that, then we failed, not them.
Yeah.
I love that. That's, I think, the way that I often describe, the context of community care and the importance of cultural competency within research is within the context of the vaccines, actually, and the incredible innovation that went into literally the rocket science that enabled us to be here today without masks on, talking to each other. Remarkable. Record timing, amazing science, but at the end of the day, that wasn't enough. You needed to meet patients where they are physically, intellectually, culturally, and that element of trust is not something that you can innovate your way through, right? And I think that's absolutely true in the context of clinical trials where there are so many points of attrition. Getting someone to know about it in the first place is one of the hardest things. Once they know, how do they sign up? Once they sign up, how do they get there? Once they get there, how do they stay? Retention, et cetera. And so one question I wanted to ask is, relative to this concept of remote trials and decentralization, I do a lot of investing outside of clinical trials as well. I do a lot in virtual care and telehealth. And one thing that's really important to us at Lux in terms of our thesis is that we're, of course, investing in the 10-year horizon. And so in the context of telemedicine, which has been around since carrier pigeons, nothing new, is the care delivery actually better by the application of technology, or is it simply digitizing an experience? In the context of clinical trials, how confident are you all that decentralization or technology applied to the clinical trial delivery itself is better, even once we emerge from this pandemic? And if not, what are the other lessons we can learn from the last 2 years? Anybody wants to kick it off? I see some nods.
I'll go
Sharita.
first. So this is a very important question, but let me say why. When you go to the clinic, it's a very contrived setting. It's not what I'm used to as a participant. But if you do it at my home, I'm actually more relaxed. It's more natural. So I do think in that respects it's better because I do get a better sense of exactly how people are operating. Now the caveat is everybody's home is different. So if you have a clinical trial, how do you compare people and participants across a group if everybody's got a different situation? Some people have stairs, some people don't. But I do love the idea of using that home setting or being remote because I'm going to navigate life the way I normally would versus in a hospital, I may run into something because I just didn't know it was there. And so that's the bridge that we have to gap, but we're still going to do it. I still think it's worth it because of the benefits of it. We have to figure out how do we make sure that everything is equal if everybody's got a different home situation.
Yeah, I would just build on that because what's so fundamental is that we ask patients to come to a clinic for a cognitive assessment. And this is a subjective assessment. It's usually rated by a physician on a scale from 0 to 4 or some aspect. And what we can now do in the home, in that setting that they're familiar with, we can get a sense of active data, them doing the cognitive assessment, but then we can also put it into context. How was their previous night's sleep? What was their activity level like? What's their mood? What's their level of engagement in the task? We can start to assess that to really get a deeper understanding of that cognitive performance.
Well, that's a great segue into a question I have for you, Kelly.
Oh, okay.
You're both wearing
Aura rings.
Aura rings.
Yep.
I don't know if we've got any other Aura wearers around here or Apple Watches. I'd love to get a sense from you and from others about how you integrate these consumer-oriented types of wearables that are increasingly doing more on the clinical side into the clinical trials that you're doing and how much confidence you have in the future of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to answer your other question
Go
too.
for it, please.
So going back to your other question, I would argue that the data that we receive directly from patients is even better. So think about patient-reported outcomes. Back in the old days, it was you were filling out the paper diary in your car when you were waiting to go into the hospital or into your doctor's office. And who remembers, what you ate 3 days ago or, how you slept? Talking about sensors, sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I had a terrible night's sleep, but my ring says it was great. Yeah. So where's that dichotomy, right? And so when we combine a patient-reported outcome with data from sensors, you're getting a much better understanding of what's really going on from a patient perspective, that qualitative and quantitative. And through technology, we're able to look at those variables in the data so that you can draw meaningful conclusions. And we need to remember that a clinical trial, it's a question, right? We're answering questions with data. And so sometimes it's hard to parse out all of the data to answer that question. So it's really important that when you're combining technologies, that you start out by asking the right questions so that you can get that right answer at the end.
Yes, so I want to borrow from 2 pieces of what you said. I do believe, to your question, that the technology that now exists for everyone could be useful. However, everyone wears differently, right? And so you have to resolve that difference in, you could have a watch, but what if I wear it too loosely and it's not detecting consistently? So there's still a little bit of a gap that we have to fill for that as well. But going back to the answering of the previous question, something that's really important to me with clinical trials is feasibility. So feasibility is, can it be done? But most people think about feasibility in terms of, this is the assessment, is a participant able to complete it? That is skill. But it's not just skill, it's will and skill. Because if I'm not having a good day, the answers will look like I can't do it. And so we still need to bridge that gap, which is why the patient reported plus the assessments, that's going to tell us the truth. Because I could be having a really bad day and my sensor is saying I'm okay, but I can tell you that, and then whatever my other metrics are that are being calculated, then I'll know what the truth is. But the other piece of that is it's catching it more often. When I go into a clinic, it's once every 2 weeks. You better hope I'm having a good day, because that's it.
Exactly.
But if you can catch it along the way, a continuum, then I can tell you, Thursday was a bad day. I didn't get the bonus or the promotion I wanted. Wednesday was a much better day because I found, the love of my life.
You really did.
Exactly. So I think that's what it's going to offer us.
It's more continuous, more objective information.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
100%.
I want to ask a question to the audience first, and then we're going to ask the panelists to defend their opinions on this as well. And it's going to be a quick poll. So when I think about healthcare innovation, I think about, I call it the 4 Ps, some stakeholders that we have to engage, right? There's pharma. We've got a lot of pharma around, in the room. There are providers, there are payers, and there are patients. And there are a lot of other folks around the table, but these are some of the big stakeholders that we need to engage. So I want to just do a quick poll in the context of clinical trial recruitment in particular and the challenges that we're talking about here. I'm going to go through each one of them. I'd love to get a show of hands for who thinks that which category is the primary gatekeeper toward improving diversity in clinical trials. So quick show of hands, we'll go through each, and then I'll ask you to defend your opinion. So who thinks pharma is the main gatekeeper that's preventing more diversity and inclusion in clinical trials? Anyone? Blame big pharma? It's the no? No? Okay, we can get a sense for who's in the room. All right, payers. Anyone think payers are the primary gatekeeper? We got one. All right. Patients. How many people think patients? Okay. Providers. I mean, and all of you, I assume, are going to raise your hands now. Okay, providers as the primary gatekeeper. Interesting. Now, I'd like each of you to just say one word of which it is, and then we'll talk about defending those. So let's start.
Okay, I'm not going to call them gatekeepers because I need them. However, I do think that providers make or break the representation of a trial. As I said before, all of my trials have been very representative, but I'm a sponsor. I don't actually see the people who are asked to participate in a study, but I spend an extensive amount of time with the investigators. And we have conversations about what's important to them, what do you need to support your patients, and all of these others. And so I didn't actually ask them to make sure it was representative, but maybe hanging out with someone from my demographic, they were like, well, we like her enough that maybe we'll get people who look like her to be in the trial. So I wouldn't call it gatekeepers, but I will say that they make decisions that are very critical to whether or not a trial is representative.
Excellent, thank you. Kelly.
I have to say all of them. There's a lot that we need to do to improve this space, and we're not going to do it with a one-pronged approach. And so only when we make clinical trials more accessible to everybody, when we make it easier to participate for both providers and patients, only when payers say, I'm not going to reimburse unless you enrolled a representative population, and only when pharma says, yep, this is just as important as the science, are we going to make meaningful headway.
That was very well said. I love it. Thank you. Brian.
Nothing
to add?
That is
Pen the op-ed and we'll sign it. I love it. I love it.
Answer. Yeah, but no, it's really fundamental. They all have to work together. Everyone needs a seat at the table. And I would add maybe a C to the 4 Ps, the care partner.
Yes.
You really need to understand that role and the struggle and the burden that patient, and the family unit has.
We'll just say partner so we can keep it in the piece.
Okay, all right.
Partner.
Partner. There we go. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, well, the one thing that we know is that not all clinical trials are the same, and certainly certain indications present very different challenges and different opportunities. Whether we're talking oncology, where timing can be very, very critical and there's urgency, or the context of therapeutic development for chronic disease. I'd love to get a sense of where you see the greatest opportunity for innovation and the sort of solutions that are coming to the table that are the most exciting within some of the different indications that we're looking at. I've seen personally some really interesting things coming out of oncology in particular. And of course, COVID, lots of interesting things came out of those trials as well. So does anybody want to start?
I'm wearing a brain pin, so
Nice. I just noticed that.
it's neuroscience, it's neurodegeneration, it's fundamentally what has been kind of the focus over the last 20 years has been treating the symptoms of a disease. But only recently can we actually start saying that we can look at this in terms of a disease-modifying approach. And what that requires us to do now is to find patients, to find individuals who are clinically silent. They are cognitively normal, but they have an underlying pathology where where the current measures are not sensitive enough for us to identify them. So the use of technology, the ability to collect subtle changes in behavior continuously, objectively, will allow us to do that. So I think that neuroscience has kind of one of the, that's my
father would be proud. He's a neuropsychiatrist. So in the context of neuro, I'm curious, are there particular technologies that are enabling us to have more specificity around, or specificity? I just mixed sensitivity and
specificity,
around how we measure brain behavior.
So it's a combination of those active and passive data streams that I was referring to before. So looking at aspects of speech, looking at heart rate, variability, activity, cognition, sleep. There's several different things that we can use in combination that I think is really powerful once you kind of create that whole picture of what a neurodegenerative disease looks like.
Absolutely.
So because it's too multifaceted for one tool.
Excellent. Kelly?
I'm going to quote our late CEO and friend Glenn DeVries, and it's personalized medicine. The science is just overwhelmingly cool right now, but clinical operations is still in the 90s. And so we do need to bridge that gap. So as we continue to make headway with science, we need to catch up in the way that we're running clinical trials, designing clinical trials, engaging, patients and sites in clinical trials. So we've got a lot of work to do, but the science is still really cool.
Awesome.
I love that all of us have different answers that are all really good. I know, I may say mine are the favorites, but so I will say that I grew up as an immunologist. I learned endocrinology. I am now in neuro, and I learned neurology on the way. And one thing that I find is that we're very siloed, unfortunately. So I feel like there are things that I bring from immunology. I'm like, we do this. Wouldn't that be useful here? And so I would say we call it a neuro disease, but we also call it an immune disease depending on the audience. But MS is a perfect place. So a lot of what we use in our trials are immunology technologies, like ELISAs and things like that, things we've been using for years, but you're applying it in the neuro field. And I think the cross-fertilization is where it's going to be really advancing and propel science, biomedical research forward, is thinking about how can we apply this in a space where it's not usually applied.
That's beautiful. Well, as a VC, we tend to look at a lot of different areas, and so I get very excited about thinking about the intersection points of those. And speaking of VC, I want to do another quick poll. Are there any startup founders in the room here? All right, there we go. And I'm sure there are many who are watching as well. So I've got a lot in my portfolio. My partners have a lot, and I want to ask a question that's somewhat selfish for some of these startup founders that we're supporting, which is, I am sure you are all looking for innovative technologies to partner with in the context of the work that you're doing. Many of these founders are looking to work with each one of you and many of the folks in this room, and that matching is very difficult. So how do you think about finding, working with, and identifying the best technological solutions out there in young startups to work with?
Who wants to go first?
And if not, we'll give you a list of some that you can
I've got it. So I will say that for me personally, before I was at Biogen, I was at FDA. And there's a lot of cool science and a lot of cool technology, but it is nowhere near regulatory acceptance. That's my first bar.
Yeah.
How close are you to the regulator saying this is okay, not as a tertiary endpoint, but as primary or secondary? That's what gets my attention.
Yep.
And that's what I would love to work with these groups on. Let's move it toward being validated so they accept it, so that it can be a primary preferably, but secondary is fine, to endpoint, and therefore it can be used more broadly.
I think there's a panel on that topic later today, so we'll move towards that.
I would just add to that. I think that bringing other pharma and companies together pre-competitively, I think that's really where the win is, because these young companies that are so exciting with their new technology, they just need a little bit of guidance about what is accepted. What do regulators think about when they see their technology, and we can help with guiding some of that. So I think that there's a huge focus on pre-competitive.
And is that something you all do regularly in terms of advising?
That's what I'm trying to get him to do.
We're working on
You're working on it.
Now on this meeting.
You hear that? They're working on it, guys. I love
Sponsored
it.
by
We can blame her, right?
Excellent. Kelly,
We partner with many startups, and how we decide who we're going to partner with, aside from the does it make financial sense, et cetera, is how do their solutions fit in with our technology? And then what does that provide to our sponsors and CROs? So for example, we have a strategic partnership with Circuit Clinical, and the reason that we did that was now with them, we have the industry's only turnkey DCT solution, ranging from sites all the way to monitoring and measuring patient experiences in clinical trials. So we look at what they're offering with what we're offering, and then how it can benefit sponsors and sites and CROs.
wonderful. Well, we have about a minute and a half left, so I just want to conclude by saying how optimistic I am about the future of clinical innovation with these sorts of folks around the table driving that. And I know that we've got a lot of people who are tuning in as well who probably feel the same way. So very, very thankful for all of your time and your insights, and I hope to continue to work together, and I'll send you some companies to do that with.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Dina always does.
Thank you, that was fun. Better than Zoom.
Much better than Zoom.
Too many drinks to hold here, let's see.
I'm going to help. Well, thank you. That was great. And one of the MC's best friends is a moderator that keeps the train on the tracks. So thank you, Dina, for doing that. And for those listening virtually, sorry, just give me a second. I'll get into position here so you can actually see me. I'll try not to fall off the stage. Fortunately, I didn't have that much to drink last night. So thank you, team, for such a great panel. Dina, Cherie, Brian, and Kelly. I am optimistic as well. It really is great to hear from such experts ways forward, and we're going to hear more along that theme today. I was remiss in my exuberance kicking us off today. Part of this is because we haven't done this live for a long time, right? So you get a little bit out of practice of not doing this on your Zoom box and being able to cheat. So a few housekeeping notes that I want to point out, and then I will introduce the next panel and we'll keep you moving. So for those of you watching virtually, welcome. If you would like to comment on YouTube Live, bottom right-hand corner, we love people engaging the dialogue, even though these are 30-minute sessions, so we unfortunately don't have time for live Q&A. But if we do comment, we'll definitely capture them and we can forward them along to the speakers. For those of you live here, if you do want to catch the speakers, a lot of them are sticking around. We will have a couple of breaks for lunch and later in the day. Feel free to grab them and chat them up. We are using the hashtag RealChem, SXSW. So if you want to share an amazing picture, insight, or exchange, then do feel free to do it on your favorite socials. And we are recording all these sessions. So for anyone that either missed anything or wants to share it with a friend because the friend didn't get to see it, you know, God knows everyone loves to get up on a Saturday and watch virtual Zoom. Maybe not? Yeah, Chuck does.
I do.
So we will be recording them, and so stay tuned. So without further ado, I do want to introduce my esteemed colleague. It does say here, good friend. I'm not sure that's actually true, but no,
Wow.
he is a good friend. I've actually known him for close to 15 years, which is kind of crazy. But his name is Chuck Heeman. He is the practice lead of our integrated media, and he is a good guy. He is a jack of many trades, but really has sort of helped us build the business. And he's no better person to really talk about this next session, which is called How Healthcare Companies Are Well Positioned to Withstand the Ongoing Data Privacy Storm. It's not often that healthcare and innovation meaningfully get put in the same sentence, but we actually are in a great position given what's going on with the Googles and the Facebooks and some of these other major sites that are trying to empower us as the users. But without further ado, I'm going to let Chuck take us away and lead us in some awesome content.
Thanks, Aaron. It's super fun to be in a panel live and not over Zoom. I was going to say, the only thing more fun than 11 a.m. Zoom on a Saturday is talking about data privacy legislation over Zoom. But that is what we're going to talk about. You know, it feels like every handful of years the digital marketing landscape is hit by an inflection point. And this one, I think, really started with GDPR, then CCPA, and then, by the way, we're going to throw a bunch of acronyms at you. IDFA, and we'll talk about what these things are in just a sec. And then Google's recent announcement of the deprecation of the cookie. And all of those moves, amongst many others, have sort of sent digital marketers running to the hills or their friendly neighborhood media experts asking, what the heck are we going to do to continue to reach the audiences that we need to reach? And Aaron sort of alluded to this in his intro, but for one of the rare moments from a digital marketing standpoint, healthcare companies are actually in a phenomenal place to withstand the storm. We have always acted with a privacy-oriented mindset first. We don't do one-for-one patient targeting like a company who might be selling a gaming console. But that doesn't mean that we can just sort of rest on our laurels and continue to act like we've always acted, and you know, whatever happens with Google and the deprecation of the cookie will happen. So I'm really excited about this panel and this discussion because we've got both the sort of agency, the brand side, and the platform and publisher side represented up here. As we get into this, you know, just for those that aren't maybe as familiar with some of those acronyms I just threw out, because you'll hear a lot about them as we go. IDFA is Apple's sort of unique device ID that they attach to everybody's iPhone. And if you've recently updated your iOS, you know you've been pushed a little update asking you to opt in or opt out of app tracking. And that has had a significant impact on audiences. Google in 2020 announced that over the next handful of years, they keep moving the timeline, they're going to be deprecating third-party cookie tracking, which also is another sort of notch in the audience loss column. But I want to start the discussion really with we know sort of what it means for media activation and media buying, but I'm sort of curious, Angela, if we could start with you on what are all these data privacy legislation and updates from platforms like Google and Apple really doing to sort of the brand side? How are you getting prepared?
Sure. So back-to-back healthcare conferences have me channeling my best Billie Eilish voice for you this morning. Wow, well, first, I'm Angela Radcliffe, and I head up Enterprise Digital Innovation at Bristol Myers Squibb. You know, Chuck, it's pretty simple. First, nobody needs to panic. No brands need to panic. What it means is we have a very unique opportunity right now to do some of the things we should have been doing all along. One, listen to patients. We have not done a great job on the brand side of listening to patients. And I don't mean social listening. I don't mean market research. I mean actually having an adult relationship with our consumers the way other industries do. And so that's opportunity number one. And opportunity number two is to build true trust with our consumers. And we can look outside of the US, which is not so heavily reliant on the type of advertising that we do for strategies. So there's no need to panic, but we do need to start to really think about what would it mean to build true one-to-one adult relationship trust with our patients. And it starts by listening, it starts by including them. There's been a lot here at South by already on diversity and inclusion. And inclusiveness means truly being willing to co-create with your consumer. And brands need to start doing that. So huge opportunity in front of us to think differently and do things differently.
Felix, I feel like agencies and brands alike are feeling the storm, but I would say publishers, data platforms like the one you represent are really in the eye of the storm, as it were. Why don't you just sort of share your perspective on how IBM Watson is thinking about this, and your initial thoughts as we get started here.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Felix Zhang. I'm Head of Programmatic and Emerging Revenues for IBM Watson Advertising. My perspective on this is that the cookies was never invented to track users. That was not its original intention. And now we have a chance to rebuild the infrastructure in a way that respects the user's privacy. Some of the things that we're thinking about at IBM is how do we actually target cohorts? So instead of one-to-one individual, which Chuck says you guys never do in healthcare, so you guys are the leader there. But how do we take a number of people within the zip code, look at the conditions that they're having, and target medicine for that particular condition instead of targeting one-to-one?
So we started out the conversation with the premise that healthcare companies are actually in a good position to withstand the storm. I want to ask you both, one, do you agree? And two, if you could share some, even if you're in sort of a leadership position, there are potential pitfalls ahead. And I wonder if you wouldn't mind sharing with the group sort of, do you agree with that sentiment? And then also, like, what are some roadblocks here along the journey that companies might be facing? And why don't we start with you, Felix?
Sure. I agree with that statement, but I also think that there are a lot of solutions out there. If you go to any of the conferences, you will be approached by a large number of vendors. I think we have to be careful, even as a leader, to choose the right vendor, right? I think legislation is only going to get more strict, and any kind of fingerprinting or anything that replicates what cookies do might be in danger. So I think there is a need to look at solutions that you feel in the long term would respect the user's privacy and allow you to build a continued business.
I mean, I think we're woefully underprepared, to be honest with you. I think that we rely heavily on partners, and we hope that our partners are prepared. In pharma, we tend to lean heavily on our agencies to tell us what is the next right thing to do. But I think the problem is we don't know what we don't know, so we don't know to ask the questions yet, and we need to start educating people about what's truly coming. So I think we're really prepared when it comes to privacy versus other industries, right? We treat patients with a lot of respect for their data. With that said, we aren't asking questions like, what are we going to do instead? We aren't asking questions like, how will this change my creative? We aren't asking questions like, what's the difference between first, second, and third-party data? In fact, I think we are really lacking data literacy, and that's a big problem because if you don't really understand the difference between the different ways that data are collected and used in your organization, then you're not going to know to ask your partners, does this even impact me, right? So I think it's really important that we start to double down on both data and health literacy, because on the data literacy side, the more we can really understand how the data is being leveraged, the more we can see the opportunities coming from new platforms, new programs, et cetera. And on the health literacy side, the more we can double down on investing in patients' ability to understand what they need for their condition so they can ask the right questions, the better position we'll be in from a brand perspective.
Here to that. I think, from the agency perspective, we're very close, obviously, to the platforms, to publishers like the ones that Felix is representing. But you're right, we're oftentimes the sort of go-to, and I think we all win as this sort of landscape continues to evolve if our respective clients on the other side of the discussion are as up to speed as we are on either the changing data privacy landscape or even what's possible with certain platforms and publishers. And we'll come back to sort of how we get prepared in just a second. But I want to go a little off script, if you don't mind. Both of you talked a little bit about value exchange, and in different ways. And it feels like this is something that we've talked about in digital marketing for forever. How do we make sure that the end consumer that we're reaching is getting something of value? We know what we're getting. We have an opportunity to get in front of that consumer. But it feels like that is maybe shifting, or maybe that's just my sort of overly optimistic on a Saturday morning sort of perspective. I'm curious if you'd agree with that, and what does, in health in particular, what does that value exchange actually look like?
Yeah, I think from my perspective is it's really providing information that the audience needs, right? If you are looking for a health condition, it could be something as simple as a common cold, or it could be something really serious like heart surgery, right? And if you're researching information that is on a very important topic to you, like heart surgery, then you really want accurate and good information from doctors or medical professionals who are in this field. And that's the value I get when I go get that information. And so in exchange, I'm willing to volunteer some of my data to that site so that they can pay the writers, they can pay the doctors, and they can pay the content creators. I think that's a fair exchange.
I mean, I think it's far past time that patients truly had control over their data and were able to use it for good. I think a lot of people would use their data in exchange for something that is for them, about them, that matters to them. Why do we guess? We guess in these, lookalike models. We guess, and don't get me wrong. There's a place for that, right? Communities of patients band together for a reason. They do it because they're not getting the information they need through Dr. Google, through their own healthcare provider network. They're constantly having things thrown at them, and it's not what they're asking for. We're not order takers, right? So I think the value exchange, it could be so exponential, especially when you think about what it could mean for research. I mean, trials filled on day one. I've said that, my whole career. What would it take to get trials filled on day one? What would it take for a patient to stick with a brand? It's not an adherence issue. It's about, does my data tell you something that would help you give me what I need to maintain my health and wellness? That's what people really want. They want to be with their friends and family for a long, healthy time. And they don't want to hear a litany of side effects. You might bleed from your ears. You'll fall off the couch tomorrow and potentially die if you take this medicine. Like, we can do better, right? We can do better than that.
You mean we don't need more ads of people walking down the beach and sort of dramatic sunset in the background? Sitting
in bathtubs together.
That's right. Yes.
That's my favorite one.
That is always one of Angela, the perspective is really interesting because I think the feeling from the media side of this is we're not going to be able to deliver, at least today, knowing what we know, we're not going to be able to deliver the same sort of quote unquote personalized experiences that we've been able to deliver historically. Again, I'm assuming Google moves forward the way they're planning on moving forward, and I don't imagine that Apple is going to slow their particular part of the train down, and there will probably be more data privacy legislation. Your commentary on sort of understanding the value exchange and understanding what patients actually want from us is interesting. How do you sort of square the, okay, I used to be able to deliver a personalized experience and then I'd be able to learn something from you. Now I may not be able to learn so much from you, but I think going back to one of your earlier comments, it's not necessarily about gathering data in the same sort of way. Am I sort of interpreting that right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, we for some reason expect apples on apple trees and orchards when we haven't even planted the seeds. And so there's so much we can learn, but we tend to forget that it isn't just about the data. I think it's actually something for our creatives to really take note of. Creative effectiveness is going to become so much more key as we move forward. And listen, we can't abandon the data. Again, the sky's not falling. There's going to be data there. Yeah. But if you can marry strong creative effectiveness, really good content that people are asking for, with some of the data and technology, a lot of the technology platforms that are out there now, Real Chemistry's made some really interesting acquisitions there, right? Those are the types of things that I think can deliver those apples on trees. We just have to do it from the right place and in the right sequence.
I would challenge a little bit on taking less personalization, because I think if anybody goes on the web and search what I classify in, I could be either male or female, of all races. So I don't know if ads that have the wrong gender, the wrong race targeted towards me would be considered the right personalization. I think it's time to relook at how we target and what value we can give our users to give us accurate information. I agree that some of the platforms you guys have developed have done a better job, but there's going to be a thinning of the crowds of the inaccurate data in the marketplace.
I was so glad both of you said what you said. I think something that is wholly underleveraged from the media side is understanding creative effectiveness at the same time. We tend, as we're understanding media effectiveness, we tend to do some upfront creative testing, but not at the same time as media is in market often. And then, Felix, you're totally right. The definition of personalization can be a little bit off. And I do think there is an opportunity to look at that. I want to transition in sort of the last the 10 minutes or so that we have up here and talk a little bit about how companies and publishers and platforms get prepared. Without naming any names because we're live streaming, we have talked to a lot of publishers and platforms and a lot of brands, and many of them are not even remotely close to ready, even though Google has pushed out the deprecation of the cookie a couple of years. And my fear is that they will wake up 6 months before the cookie is going to get deprecated and wonder what the heck they're supposed to do. And I think we'd all agree that's too late. And why don't we start, Felix, with you? How are the publishers and platforms getting ready for that? And how are you? Well, you've already started to get ready because of IDFA. How do you start to get ready for what Google is going to do sometime soon here?
Yeah, I'll start with 3 key things. One, first is talking about subscriptions and the value that we give our users, right? So if we give sufficient value to our users, then they'll subscribe. And that's one way a publisher can get ready for the demise of the cookies. The second way, I think we talked about earlier, is looking at other data sets, such as locations, such as weather conditions, things that does not do one-to-one targeting, that can also live in a privacy-safe world. And I think the third way is really looking at context, right? What's always back. And context usually determines what the user is interested in, and that is something that publishers have, but they could do more. They could do better content, And so those are the three ways that publishers, platforms can really focus on.
Angela, how about from the brand side?
I mean, context does really matter. I think that's true. I think from the brand side, the way we get prepared is we interrogate our partners. We have them become our teachers. You know, we say, what do I need to know about this? What are we going to do to stay effective? And we really start to understand how things are going to shift, because there's real beauty in things getting closer to the consumer, right? I mean, that's good for all of us. There's also some danger ahead. I think we don't understand that, you know, cookie deprecation is one part of the equation. In some ways, what happens though is that bigger platforms that sort of vacuum your data, they will hold a lot of power again. And that's dangerous, right? Because in some ways, those are the players who are less likely to use your data in a way you'd want it used. Yeah. So I think we got to interrogate our partners for the answers, get closer to the consumer, and you know what, you said it right. In some ways, what's old is new. What about content marketing? What about some of the things that really have worked in the past, but we haven't given them the timeline? You know, content marketing is sort of like a 401k, right? You got to put money in the bank and then you see the dividends, and it takes a long time, and we want the results now. We want the click-throughs. We want to know what's happening. And we have to look at new platforms. Yeah. You know, I don't think our brands will be on TikTok anytime soon, but I'd like to see, you know, a dance-off challenge it would be better than the bathtubs. Right?
It would be better than the bathtubs. You both said a couple of really interesting things to me. Like one of the hypotheses that I've had anyway is that the changes, sort of GDPR, CCPA, IDFA, and the deprecation of the cookie are going to be boons for large ad tech. And smaller ad tech is going to be continually strained to have an offering that's truly competitive. And then, you know, we talked at the beginning in sort of some of my opening comments about digital marketing constantly being at inflection points, but it's also a bit of a pendulum back and forth. And it feels like we're also now swinging back toward, you know, contextual being okay, and you know, everybody being sort of fine with that. I don't know, Felix, if you agree, because you come from sort of the platform side. Do you think large ad tech is in a position to really take advantage, and smaller ad tech is going to be under a lot of pressure?
I think there's a lot of truth to that, because there's a lot of advantages with owning your first-party cookie. That's not going nowhere. So if you log into anything through large ad tech companies, they will have your data. They're not going to lose anything with this third-party cookie deprecation, and they're going to gain more power. But I'm also hopeful as well, because I think one of the things I see is a lot of small companies coming up and looking at existing processes and saying, we can do this better, or there's new ways of doing this more efficiently. One medical platform that I've seen recently basically looks at data to see how they can get patient responses back faster, instead of waiting for a half or a quarter, getting it back monthly, right? And those are the innovations. And you know, as part of my parent company, we provide a lot of the AI tools to encourage these small companies to build on and create these new products that hopefully will disrupt these bigger entrenched competitors. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Cool. I mean, and we haven't talked about it much, but you know, as AI gets further developed, it's going to have a huge impact for us, right? And I think that we also need to prepare by making sure that our companies are thinking about ethical AI, because that's another place that we just nobody's ready. I don't think anybody's ready. I mean, there's a handful in pharma who have put really good statements out about ethical AI. Yeah. I know it's something that we've doubled down on at BMS. But that's part of the equation too, because you know, the more we move away from third-party data, things like that, the more important it's going to be that both our data sets and our algorithms that are feeding us what we need to be effective are without bias, they're ethical, and they, again, help us serve the patients.
Yeah. Yeah. On the sort of preparedness note, what's really interesting is how, Angela, you hit on this, how locked we get into using the same channel over and over again, or the same tactic over and over again. And that sounds very negative when we talk about it. It's not actually. I mean, oftentimes we have demonstrable data that those channels are driving the ROI that we're looking for. And I think one of the keys to being prepared is this isn't just a commercial person and a media person, but there are multiple teams involved within large healthcare organizations to make this real. IT, analytics are just a couple that I think are key in order to get ready for where we're heading. I want to just ask sort of one closing question, because everybody loves a good crystal ball. You look ahead a couple of years. What's the conversation about data privacy look like? Are brands ready? If you had sort of one piece of advice sort of wrapped in there for the group here and listening on the live stream, what would that be? Why don't we start with you, Angela?
One piece of advice, I never just have one thing to say, as you guys have figured that out. I really do think that the key takeaway here is get educated. Get educated and be willing to stop, listen, and build trust. For far too long, we have been unwilling to build true trust with both our clinicians and our patients. And that is critically important as we move ahead. I think 3 years from now, I hope 3 years from now, patients will have even more power. They will understand their data more. I think what's going to happen is, we're as patients overwhelmed with data from our wearables, from our sensors. That's only going to increase, right? So making sure that we get educated and we educate them, that's really going to be the key. And if you're not interrogating your partners, do it, because they know. They've got expertise. They've been working on this a long, long time. So yeah.
Cool. Felix?
I would go a different direction than internal. I think Angela said everything what you should do externally wise, but I would say stockpile talent, right? In order to properly interrogate your partners and know that they're telling the truth, you're gonna have to have someone who actually understands data. And on top of it, in this industry, you have to understand data, and you also have to understand health. And that's like two specialties combined to one. And so having the right personnel is really important as you evaluate your partners and figure out what you should do as an organization 5 years from now.
Well, thank you, Angela and Felix, for your insights. I think this is a space that is evolving as quickly as new sort of creative options and digital media platforms pop up. So, like you all said, please be paying attention to the landscape here, and we will be as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Well, thank you, Chuck, Felix, and Angela. And Angela, thank you for calming us in your best Billie Eilish voice. We appreciated you saving enough voice for that session. We're going to keep the train moving. We have 2 more sessions before lunch, and then folks can grab a drink and go outside. And thanks for those watching online and taking time on a Saturday to do this. Again, we are recording these, and so if you do want to watch them, they'll be available at the end of the day live on our YouTube channel, and then we'll have finished edited versions of them late next week. So I want to introduce our next moderator. He is shoe mogul, Steve Madden. Many of you probably have heard of him before. Also the GM of Haymarket Media Business. That's his day job. Former editor-in-chief of MM&M, book author, good friend, fellow Bostonian, and He is going to lead us on a panel called How Digitally Enabled Patients Are Defining the Future of Healthcare. It's a little bit of a rejigger of one we did yesterday, but with a very different angle, and I'm actually really excited to see this juxtaposed to the one we did yesterday, and we do have one crossover panelist and Dr. G. So without further ado, Steve, you want to bring him up and we'll get going.
You can applaud. No, you
No,
have to talk.
and during.
Standing ovation, actually.
And feel free to interrupt with bursts of applause as well. That's always very encouraging. So thanks everyone. Thanks for coming out on such a nice day. As Aaron said, I'm Steve Madden from Haymarket Media. We've got a great panel here for you. Leanne Teplitsky, who is the president of Global Robotics and Technology and Data Solutions at Zimmer Biomet. Dr. Geeta Nayar, the Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer of Salesforce. And Shauna Butler, a nurse economist and the Managing Director of Singularity University and the co-founder of TEDx Austin.
But more importantly, the host and creator of the See You Now podcast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Want to say it again to make sure that's...
See You Now podcast. Wherever you listen, great stories.
And also shout out to our panelists for representing the Ukrainian flag here today.
By the way, our panel gets better. These guys have it figured out with mimosas.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah, exactly.
By the second one, they're going to sound brilliant. So listen, we're talking about something that this industry, this field, this group of people have been talking about for 10 or 15 years, actually probably for 200 years. You know, we're talking about technology and medicine. But the last 2 years, everything has accelerated, like so much in the rest of the world. Things have accelerated like crazy. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we can do, what the tech companies can do, how to keep the patients in mind, and also what healthcare providers can do. So the first question is, why is it important for industry to collaborate with patients and providers throughout the product development process? And can patients and providers help companies design a blueprint for a solution that addresses the healthcare problem being solved? It's an easy one, right? Leanne, do you want to start?
Sure, I'd love to. So Zimmer Biomet, in case people aren't familiar, we are an orthopedic med tech company. And our mission, so every day we're living and breathing, trying to alleviate pain and improve the quality of life for people around the world. And I think historically, we've delivered products, best in class, knee implants, hip implants, things like that, to surgeons. And so when you think of what we've done historically, sort of metal and plastic, going in, definitely serving that purpose and that mission of alleviating pain. But we're undergoing a transformation, as you talked about, particularly in the last couple of years, where we're really looking more holistically at how we can deliver care and how we can partner across the full continuum of care. So we've introduced something called ZB Edge, which is our integrated suite of robotics and digital technologies. And we are really looking at that now being much further upstream, so engaging with the patient and the provider and the healthcare practitioner and the nursing staff and everyone much earlier in the continuum of care, and then also much later in the continuum of care, going out years and years after that. And so, basically our target audience has changed pretty significantly. It's not just the surgeon, it's not just an intraoperative product, but it's really looking at that full continuum of care and then bringing in technology, these digital technologies, whether that's robotics or, for example, that preoperative care. We have a platform called My Mobility in partnership with Apple, and we can then look at those patients earlier and engage them and deliver education and work with the nursing staff and the HCPs that are caring for those patients early and really engage them and understand what's happening, objective measures of data instead of just sort of guesswork and feel, and the patients feel more connected and more engaged. So we're really tapping in on what do the patients need and what do the healthcare providers need earlier. And then the example on the back end, we've got a smart implant now, so you can remotely monitor, so it's passively collecting data out many years beyond that. So, looking at everything holistically, front end, back end, earlier, later in that continuum of care, and partnering now not only with the surgeon, which obviously is still critically important, those implants and getting them right are critically important, but going out further. And then finally, we're even looking at predictive analytics and predictive measures. So we've introduced a product called Walk AI, where you can understand better if you're on or off track much earlier on the back end. So after your procedure, a physician can get a good understanding between 15 and 40 days whether or not you're going to be off track at 90, sort of these notifications from the future, and understanding what's happening and interacting with patients much earlier to make sure their care is going to be better and better. So we can really get to better outcomes, better efficiency, and ultimately reduce cost of care. But we need the technology to be able to do that.
Shauna, how's that working from a patient perspective?
Yeah, first of all, I want to expand when we talk about patients. It's really also the family, because when you are the patient, oftentimes you're not well. To try to look at your tablet or to try to put the sensor on. So part of this technology really brings that circle of concern, that circle of care into it, and then it brings it in at an earlier point in time. It brings it into the place where you're actually going to be using it. And following on what Leanne is saying, prehabbing. So one of the real challenges that people have postoperatively is that if they had a hip replaced, they're afraid to get up and to walk. So we can use technologies like VR to put it on to help simulate what weight transfer is going to be like. We can put sensors on their body so that they can feel like this is what's going to happen. So the prehabbing is really key to making sure that you have the very best possible surgical outcome, because you understand what's going to happen and everybody in your family gets to see. And then also when you get home, now we've got people who can talk you through and just say, I need you to lift it just a little bit more. So there are a range of technologies, whether we're using sensors, whether we're using VR, whether we're using a chat bot to be able to figure out how you're recovering. And it includes everybody who's caring about you, everybody who's experiencing that. And it coordinates the team so that we've got the people who are in the hospital, the people who are in rehab, the people who are at home, and everybody gets to be working out of the same playbook.
So if you've got surgical implants that are beaming out data, and you've got a care group that's receiving the data too, Dr. G, how do you avoid data overload, information overload? And how do you separate like signal from static?
Sure. Well, I'm going to answer that. I'm going to first go back to your first question and then come to that. So how many folks in the past 2 years learned way too much about hospital capacity? Right? And really thought about, man, do I have to go to the ER or someone or my kids taking them to the pediatrician? Right? So for the first time, we thought about frontline workers, probably, in a very different way. In a very different way. And I'm taking your executive hats off right now, but just as humans, right? So I say this to say, number one, healthcare matters. If our health system, which is run by the staff of physicians, care teams, and patients, frankly, as far as the experience goes, is broken, we can't thrive. We just can't thrive, right? If we're stuck in our house and we're afraid that our healthcare system can't take care of us. So why does technology need to work with providers and patients? Number one, our life depends on it. Our families' lives depend on it. And two, technology should not add to the burden of doctors, nurses, and the patient. What do I mean by that? When the EHR first rolled out in my clinic, I'm going to not tell you how old I am, but I'm part of that generation of doctors that went from paper to digital. Every single patient in our clinic, actually because I was the youngest attending in the practice, started to come to my clinic. And I was like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. I'm like stealing patients from the doctors that train me that are in their mid-50s, right? Why? Because all of the doctors that were learning the technology stopped looking their patients in the eye. I had managed to use the EHR like this. Well, tell me about it. Right? It matters because the bedside matters. And when people have pain and they have cancer and they can't get up, they need to be able to talk to their doctor and look them in the eye. So number one, the technology should not encumber me as a doctor from doing my job. But two, it should not impact the experience so that my patients think I don't care about them anymore. And in fact, to your point, it should give both me, the doctor, the nurse, the opportunity to do things better, to get important data, not all of the data. I love my patients, but I do not want every heartbeat you've ever had since you were born. It's TMI, right? I need to know the inflection points. When were you symptomatic? Was your heart rate low then? Was it high? Was your blood pressure high? Was it low? What is the meaningful interpretation of that data, both for you as the patient, so you understand, I'm starting to notice, doc, these are when my symptoms happen. It's when my app does this, right? So it's to help the patient interpret the data and then to report it back to the doc or vice versa, or however that partnership looks. But the reason that we need doctors and nurses building products, informing data infrastructure, is because the whole problem we're solving is that we don't want to be afraid of our healthcare system. We don't want to be worried about staff shortages and burnout and hospital capacity. The data and the IT is there to serve the service that hospital systems are meant to deliver, but not to encumber them. And that's what's happening, right? A lot of the burnout, pandemic independent, is related to bad tech that was thrown on doctors and patients, but not done with them. And so anyone building a business, anyone in tech, you should have people like us sitting at the room with you as you're building that product roadmap, that strategy, and then out there in the market trying to sell it.
Yeah, if it's not something that helps us to do our job, it's actually not a tool. It's a nuisance. And so many times we will have new procedures, new interfaces, protocols that don't actually fit into what we're trying to do. They just add to the burden. And I think one of the other pieces when you're talking about why do we need this health system to work and how do we address the issues that are on frontline, we talk about oftentimes that data being overwhelming or that tool being overwhelming for patients to try to make sense of. The people who are caring, they're also people. And you throw a new technology or you throw a new thing to do at them, the number one thing that's creating the burnout and the high levels of stress is administrative work. It is this added layer of here's one more thing that you need to type in or a box that you need to check. So how do we make sure that we're adding technology that makes sense in the workflow and more importantly automates a lot of things and makes the workflow better?
So let's talk about that. How does that happen? How do HCPs or healthcare companies meet tech companies, big platforms? How do they meet in the middle?
So one of the ways that we're thinking about data is sort of in 4 buckets. So you have this data quantity. So all of this data that we're either our products are generating or collecting data across this full continuum of care. But then it's the data quality. So what information do you actually want that's going to be useful to you? And then making sure that as a provider of the technology to the healthcare practitioner, that it's integrated. So it's not, you don't have a whole bunch of disparate sources, that you're getting everything that's coming together in a very easy to use. So it's quantity, quality, integration, but then the ease of use and spending tons of time on that piece of it. So are the dashboards intuitive? Is what you're getting going to be something that can be leveraged and used? Are you getting information that's valuable? Are you getting alerts at the right time or information at the right time to be able to then take action as you normally would? And across the care continuum, so that the MD is seeing the same thing as the nurse practitioner, is seeing the same as the physical therapist, is seeing the same as the patient. So you can everyone can really play really nicely together in that entire continuum.
Dr. G, you work for Salesforce, which is the world's largest CRM and obviously a giant tech platform. How do you guys do it? Like how do you reach out to the healthcare world?
Sure. So, again, I think that it's a huge wide ecosystem, and one of the things we've learned both in the health tech revolution as well as the pandemic is you have to have not just a short-term reactive strategy. Whoever your partners are, whether you're partnering with a platform like Salesforce or the EHR world, whatever it might be, it's really important to have that strategy. Not that any of us can tell the future, but to ensure that you're not putting a bunch of point solutions together, right? Digital silos and 16 different workflows. You've solved one problem only to create 5 new ones, right? And we've seen this time and again in the healthcare ecosystem. So being mindful of a long-term partner, being mindful of legacy systems, how we partner with legacy systems is incredibly critical to our success. And then if you are a startup and you're solving a niche, making sure that, again, you understand any downstream effects that you've caused to the change in workflow, but really finding those legacy system partners and working with them, right? The EHR is here to stay for good, for bad, but it's important to understand the layers upon which they fit, right? And ensuring that you're not creating more problems rather than solving the solutions that you originally intended.
Shauna, does a frontline worker, like a nurse, insert herself into this work stream?
Most of the technology companies, when they come, what I find is that I have a technology in search of a problem. And frequently what I will invite companies to do is just come into the realm of any type of clinical setting and ask them, what problems What are the things that are frustrating you? What are the things that aren't working? And oftentimes when you listen to that, you're like, the technologist hears this and says, oh, we could be using this to solve that. We could be using this type of information flow. So if we focus on what are the problems that actually need to be solved, and then meeting the technology there. The other thing that I think is really valuable in working with people who are closest to the gaps in care and closest to the suffering is that it helps you understand we can scale that voice. You know, anybody who's on the front line, they actually can scale what that problem is. They can tell you. They can scale the patient's voice. I think the other part that's so critical is that when you are closest to those gaps in care and closest to the suffering, it brings a set of urgency. You know, we can't wait a huge amount of time. We have to, and that's one of the things that we've seen during the pandemic. You know, when you were talking about the pace and scale, so many of the technology companies that I met with said to me, we got more done in 7 months than we've done in 7 years. And so what the pandemic taught us...
the vaccine, look how quickly the vaccines were developed, right?
But that was a very coordinated effort. And what Karen Murphy, who's at Geisinger, you know, talks about some of the things that they did. And they said, you know, she said, if healthcare technology had come knocking at my door pre-pandemic with these ideas, we would have said, too hard, can't be done. And what we've learned is we can do really big things fast, safely, and on budget. You know, so I think that there's an attitude and a willingness. That's where when you talk to people on the front line, they don't have this sense of, well, let's see what that looks like next quarter.
Right.
Yep. If I can just layer on, right? So I'm gonna put my technology hat on for a second, take my doctor hat off for another second. So when I'm in the product meetings with the engineers building products, I've got two things that I always lead with. Number one, our product roadmap should follow the KISS methodology. Everyone familiar with the KISS methodology, right? Keep it simple, Sally. All right? The second one is the best, and I'm going to ask you this on the spot, the best technology to a doctor or a patient. Do you know what the best technology is to a doctor or a patient? To a doctor or nurse? Invisible.
Yeah.
Right? You know why a stethoscope works so well? Because it just hangs on our shoulders and we just take it out when we need to. But we still look at our patients in the eye. Right? So I always challenge the product team to say, doctors and nurses love technology. We just made a bunch of vaccines in like record time. Yeah. That's innovation in science at its best. CTs, MRIs, these are not small pieces of tech or engineering, but they work and they provide the information we need. So there's no training or implementation needed. Why is it that health tech requires so much implementation and training for doctors and nurses? Because they were not built for them. Yeah. The engineers often build things because they can. Oh, but doc, look at all these buttons. And it's also, it can be red, it can be green. Totally. Look, I love color. But do not mess with my clinical workflow, right? And I, at the end of the day, am only interested in seeing my patient, getting them better, more so now than ever, right? Quickly and efficiently.
Yeah. Ambient and intuitive and
correct
and delightful. When I have to do something and there's a screen that looks like, oh my gosh, this is so much fun. It really, I think that there's an underestimation in the technology development of can you build joy and pleasure and fun and delight into it. And sometimes it's just, we got to solve this problem. You know, it's like muscle through it. But how do we actually make it fun so that, particularly when we're working with children, the technologists that design for children, they always bring in what I refer to as the Disney factor. And you see people dressed up. You see them bring their full person to that work. And so that's one of the things that when they show me a new technology, I am a techno optimist. I love playing with it. But when it doesn't work, technology is great until it doesn't work. And then, you know, my recent sign-off these days is hoping you have a great day and that all your technology works for you today, because it's really frustrating when it doesn't.
I mean, I think the key is always being on the forefront of your mind is obsessing about how people feel. How are they going to feel when they're using the technology, whether that is the patient or the HCP or whoever else it is? And I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges we still have today is moving med tech to true consumer technologies. You know, what we use all the time in our day-to-day lives, we are all so used to using technology. It works seamlessly. It integrates into our lives. It makes our lives easier day to day. And I think we still have some work to do on the health tech, med tech side to make sure that we're doing that. And I know for us, we have some partnerships with sort of consumer technology companies out there with either Apple or Microsoft or otherwise to be able to help us where maybe historically as a med tech company, you don't have the expertise in the consumer grade. and really allowing us to marry the two together to bring the best of orthopedics, let's say in this case, with the best of consumer technology, with what Apple has for Apple Watch, or what Microsoft has for HoloLens mixed reality, fun things like that, where they're the best of the best in those engagement opportunities, and then we can marry it with the kinds of things that we want to be able to deliver, but obsessing about how people feel.
Right, UX.
Actually, I do want to give a real shout out from the standpoint of when you ask a very concrete example of how do nurses or any people on the health team participate in technology. We're seeing a lot of these maker spaces and innovation labs that are embedded within the clinical sites. So when you bring in a technologist or a machine fabricator or a seamstress, and you can actually start prototyping. That is, when you're closest to where the patients, the people, and the problems are, it's amazing that you can actually figure something out and have that prototyping set of skills and mindset. And I think that's a really good way to work with all sorts of problem solvers in the technology space and in the physical space.
So we've got about 10 minutes left, actually less than 10 minutes left. So I want to check in with the Mimosa crew. How are we doing? Getting more interest?
They're done.
We need another one.
They're done. It's time for another round.
So, I mean, we've sort of touched on this, what we were just talking about. I'd like to drill down into it a little bit about, like, where do we go from here, right? Clearly design needs to factor into this. What are the really significant roadblocks that are in the way that we need to overcome so that healthcare can approach something like Uber, the ease of Uber and the ubiquity of Uber on a technology platform?
Yeah, I mean, I think you go back to, again, that obsessing about how people feel and looking across kind of the spectrum to understand where can we make life easier. So I always think of it as, we have three big fundamental problems we're trying to solve in healthcare in general: outcomes, efficiency, and cost, right? So if we can look at those big buckets and understand where can we apply technology in the right places to really help with that. And again, I'm trying to alleviate pain, improve the quality of life. Pain can come in many different forms, whether that's just the pain of walking, or maybe it's patient anxiety, for example, pre and post-operatively. And can we work with technology to understand better, alleviating that with this connection and interconnection across that entire continuum of care with a feedback loop, ultimately. I think that's something that we don't have across the board. There's some areas of healthcare that have done better with respect to kind of the analytics side of things, but if we can really hone in on getting these best patient outcomes and make it easy to deliver it, I think we're going to be in fantastic shape. As I look at some of the new predictive algorithms that we have coming to just understand just that anxiety of, are you on track or are you off track? And being able to then course correct if you need to along the way. But I think that the biggest hurdle is getting people engaged in the technology, because it's been hard. It hasn't been integrated, as both of you have said, that it's just, if they're coming from disparate places or there's challenges along the way that make it feel hard, the switching costs of doing something on paper versus entering it on an app. If the app is challenging or it's not intuitive, it just feels painful to be able to onboard it.
I was going to say, the thing that I think is so fundamental at this moment is to start from a baseline of equity, inclusion, access, and accessibility. And so when we are designing, we need to make sure that there's a foundation that allows people that don't have bandwidth, that don't have devices, that don't have the skills to access these really great technologies. And I worry greatly that as we design and we move really fast, that we are going to broaden that divide, that digital divide. And so if we don't start out with that place of, as we're designing this, does everybody have access to the internet? Do they have a device? And then when we look at access, there's accessibility. What about children? What about people who have cognitive delays? What about people who aren't sighted, who can't hear, and we hand them an app where we want them to use a chatbot, or they don't speak English, or they're not hearing? So frequently what I find in these design rooms is it's a lot of people who look like us designing for people who look like us. And we're not designing for somebody who lives their life in a wheelchair, somebody who signs to be able to communicate. And so if we're not starting out with that, can you get on the internet highway? And can we give you a device that's going to work for your abilities? Do we present this in a language that represents your lived life? So I think we get to play with all this really fun stuff, but I want to be really mindful that the people that we are designing, that are in that design group, are everybody. And my supposition has been, if we start with the center on the people who have the hardest part of health and the hardest part of health care, that are hard to reach, hardly reached, that we will solve it for everybody. So by centering on that hard part, let's go at the hardest part of the problem first, with the best intention of including people, we're going to solve it for everybody.
Dr. G, what do you think are the roadblocks?
Sure. So I think yes and yes to what they said. For me, I think technology has an opportunity to really address the supply and demand issue, right? Clearly, we have staff shortages. We just have a basic economic supply and demand issue in healthcare, right? And to be a doctor or nurse, 30 years. So there's no getting more staff. So how do we maximize technology to figure out what are the patient visits and the patient population and the specialties that are more conducive to a virtual environment? And even if it's surgical, my husband reminds me bladder surgery cannot be done from the living room no matter how good the Zoom, right? But can those post-op and pre-op visits be done virtually? And is that good for the doc? And is that good for the patient? And does that scale the supply and demand issue where right now we don't have enough doctors to go around, right? And we talked about this yesterday, payment, right? And I think it was Shankar that said, right, it's the price, stupid, right? Yeah. So the payment model in healthcare needs to be reworked. Again, I think there are a number of consumer technologies that are possible there, especially as we think about concierge medicine. But we have to start flipping healthcare into a consumer environment, very similar to retail and banking. There is no reason that I should be given that same clipboard every time I go to the doctor or pediatrician asking me my date of birth. It doesn't change as much as I want it to change. My date of birth is the same. Why do you keep asking me that? Right? On a piece of paper. And wasting about 10 minutes of my time, right?
That somebody else then has to enter the data in?
Right, that they print out anyway, that they then put it in a computer and then print it out and then put it in a PDF. It's a disaster, right? We don't do that in retail and banking. Why? Why don't we do that in healthcare? Why can't these experience points, that drives me nuts, right? Like, yes, I was born in 1984. What is the problem, right? Like, this is the piece that we can solve that then leaves time for the actual visit. Right. It leaves time for the doctor to actually talk to the patient, and the patient isn't worked up from sitting in the waiting room for an hour already, right?
You were born in 1984?
Yes.
Wow. I'm doing my bit to bring up the average age at South by Southwest. Technology in physicians' offices confounds me. I had, again, bringing up the average age, I had eye surgery a couple of years ago, and the eye surgeon wanted to talk to my PCP and said, "Can you get her fax number for me?"
Crazy.
And I said, what do you mean? He said, I need to fax some stuff over and have her fax stuff back. I'm like, nobody uses faxes anymore. Talk about 1984. I mean, that was crazy. So like, how do we get to that point? I mean, I feel like it's coming. I feel like patient portals are doing a pretty good job with some of that stuff, but there's still a long way to go.
There's a long way to go, but I do think we're getting close. I think we're kind of getting on that verge. I know I'm seeing it in the products that we're delivering and how we're getting out there with the online apps and tools that you'll be able to go and connect to the EMR, and you can have a very much more succinct sort of efficient visit where you're not entering it everywhere. At one time it goes in, it populates everywhere, right? So I think that we're getting close to the dream, but there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of heavy lift.
I think Aaron is about to throw us off the stage, even though I think we should do an encore.
The one thing that we haven't said a lot about is trust. We've talked a lot about data and a lot about technology, and one of the things that we're asking providers, we're asking people, community members to do is to trust us with their data. And we need to, as technology companies and technologists and professionals, we need to make sure that we are earning that trust, that we are on every single day, in every way, in our interactions with them, in how we protect their data. We're asking people to trust us, and we need to be really, really good stewards and really place that at a high level. And I think, the technology companies that I work with, I'm frequently the first person in the room to be able to say, and how are we securing that data? How are we messaging and making sure? How are we proving that? And so I think that that's a really important part as we continue to digitize, to make sure that we're bringing everybody along, and we do so in a way that people can trust us, and then also that we can trust that when we need you there to, like, do you have my birth date? Do you have my blood type? Do you know what I'm allergic to? What other medications that I'm on? That you're going to be able to deliver.
Yeah.
And so trust is really key.
Trust is at the center of every discussion about healthcare, isn't it? Well, thank you very much. Like I said, I'd love to have us play an encore, but I know we have a tight schedule, so thank you.
Thank you. We're just doing our training.
I know.
All right, we're going to keep the train rolling here. Thank you, Leanne and Shauna and Geeta and Steve for an awesome panel. I do wish we had more time, but trying to get a lot in a short period of time. And so this will be the last session before lunch. So for those watching online, we do appreciate you. After this is done, we'll be back in a half hour. So go grab a coffee, a cocktail, lunch, or wherever time zone you're in. And moderating this next panel is Heather Landy. Heather is a senior editor at Fierce Healthcare. She covers health IT and digital health, so very germane to all the things that we're hearing today. And a fun fact about Heather is she got her career, I didn't know this until I checked out her bio, as a reporter for a newspaper here in the state of Texas. So Heather is going to lead us in a great conversation talking about solving the healthcare talent crisis, something I think we're all feeling, we all probably could contribute to. So without further ado, Heather, I'll let you, Jim, and Shamika take the stage.
Thank you.
Yes, applause.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us for this discussion. I think it's going to be really interesting. And joining me today are Shamika Williams, Senior Director of Strategy and Marketing HBCU Initiatives at Bristol Myers Squibb, and Jim Weiss, Founder and Chairman of Real Chemistry. Just to kind of kick things off, I'd like to ask each of you to kind of just briefly tell us what you do at your organizations. Shamika, you want to go first?
So at Bristol Myers Squibb, I'm accountable for developing the strategy that we're doing associated with historically black colleges and universities. One of the things that we felt was important was to make sure that we thought really leaned into what that meant, going beyond the money and really getting deep into the relationships with the historically black colleges and universities so that we could start to bring those types of students into the industry in a much more intentional way.
So I do a lot of things, but my role has evolved, and one of the major things I do focus on is mentoring and coaching young and up-and-coming leaders at the company, established leaders, helping them figure out how to, evolve their careers and where to go, and that'll be relevant in our discussion today, but also recruiting, which I'm doing here with a mimosa in my hand because it is South by, and this is really more the style of South by. And it's Saturday. So let's go.
5 o'clock somewhere. So Jim, to kick things off, can you really kind of set the stage for us and give us an overview of the workforce challenges that healthcare is facing? There's obviously challenges across every industry. We've got the Great Resignation happening right now, but what are some of the unique challenges that are creating a talent crisis for healthcare?
Well, it was interesting. Shauna, who was on the previous panel, and I were talking about it, and I think one of the unknown things is that, many are actually, she literally said, are dying. Not because of exposure, but because of, feeling the pressure of, the pandemic and then all of the rest of managing healthcare. And literally there's been an increase in suicide and other issues that I think ultimately have led to, an unusual rate of death in this population because, as you saw in the beginning, they were heroes, and then they became, something like casualties of war. And I think it was already difficult going into the pandemic in terms of, how many healthcare workers we had, and now it's even more problematic as a result. So, that is something we've got to, as we were talking about last night, it's not like we don't have the healthcare workers for today, but we definitely will not have the healthcare workers we need for the future as things increase.
Absolutely, and I think, as we think about the challenges, it's important to identify that, there are young people as they're coming up, they don't really know what the path is to coming into healthcare. They hear, oh, well, go get your degree. Well, what does that mean once you get your healthcare degree? What does that mean once you have a nursing degree? What does that mean if you are a scientist? So we really need to be thoughtful of how do we start to tell that story early on so that the students and the young people from middle school all the way through high school and college really start to think about with intentionality, what type of career can I have in healthcare and in the biopharma industry?
Right, okay. So let's start to talk about how we can solve some of these problems. How can we train people on healthcare skills? What skills are a must and what skills are trainable? Shamika?
When you think about the skills that are trainable, so there are some things that I think that are trainable. You could teach somebody how to manage a project, how to manage a team, the soft skills. Those are things that you can start to teach people about. But then there are things that you actually need to train people on. So you have to learn and be trained on the technical skills, so to speak. So if you're going to become a nurse, if you're going to become a doctor, if you're going to be a physical therapist, if you're going to be a scientist, there are elements of the training that you need in order to know how to operate in good manufacturing practices if you're working in a lab as a scientist. So you need those technical skills and that type of training, but then the soft skills of really like how do you bring it together if you're working in a hospital, the people skills. How do you do that? How do you engage with people and meet them where they are and make eye contact and be very intimate with them in a healthcare situation? So it depends upon the particular roles and thinking about the technical skills versus the soft skills.
Right.
Well, you mentioned, middle school and early stage. The sooner we start, the better. Mm-hmm. It's like anything. And if we can support STEM programs and, any kind of youth science programs, a lot of companies do that. Regeneron is one that's coming to mind. We used to do it at Genentech back in the day when I worked there in a program called Access to Excellence, where we worked with the National Academy of Sciences. And that program, continues today. I think industry has to give back to get, what they want. So you got to give to get. It's not that hard, really, when you think about it. And the sooner we get moving and get, more diverse and, I think more kids into science and medicine, we're marching toward that, the better. The other thing is to celebrate healthcare. And to make it more interesting, I had a sneaker graphic up on the board earlier, and we've got to make healthcare, is fun and interesting. And I'm not wearing sneakers today because my wife said I need to start wearing regular shoes. And sorry, Chuck, I can't replicate your wonderful sneakers. But the point being, we celebrate all of that, in sports. We've got to do it in healthcare. And I think Angela Radcliffe and others were talking earlier, people in bathtubs walking down the beach or the same ad every time jumping in a pool. We've got to make, if you're going to do these darn ads, can we please make them interesting and exciting, because you really are doing something good for society. And that's what we want to encourage our kids about. So I think that kids now see those ads and they only hear all the bad side effects. It's like, well, look, everyone, there has to be public-private partnership, FDA, EMEA, and Europe doesn't have advertising, but the point is we've got to do more, WHO, more advertising that celebrates, and awareness that celebrates science, medicine, healthcare for all. And I think that will help.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. As you think about celebrating the successes, you have to also think about how do you tell those stories of people who have made an impact, so that the students are starting to see people that look like them. We think about movies such as Hidden Figures, when you start to see Black women who contributed to the landscape of science with NASA. There were young people who were inspired by that movie because they had never known that there were people who were out there making such an impact. So when you leverage and start to tell those stories and highlight what the nurses and the doctors are doing, what the scientists are doing, the contributions that people are making in healthcare, then that's when you inspire the next generation. We have to think about the inspiration of this generation to get them inspired, to have the impact, the influence, and the innovation, because that's where the innovation comes from, the inspiration from identifying the gap and the need and knowing that you can lean in and serve the community. Because many times when you want to be in healthcare, you kind of have that servant side to you. And so tapping into that natural passion in that space by inspiring and telling the inspirational stories that will lean into and tap into the passion.
Right. There's also just a lot more competition now, right? I mean, there's digital health companies, big tech companies are going into healthcare. This is probably just making it even harder, I would imagine, for the legacy healthcare players to recruit. I mean, how's that competitive landscape looking right now?
It's rough. We're all fighting for the same people, but I say, let them go wherever. I mean, when I think of digital health and technology, we can't, no offense to those I'm about to offend, the technology companies don't know healthcare, right? And I think the healthcare people don't know technology or have some fear of it. There's got to be a mashup, which is why I, sponsor these events at South by Southwest, because this has to happen faster than it has. We've been now doing this, I'd say, healthcare has been a track here at South by for 10, 12 years. Prior to that, we didn't really see it, but we've got Albert Burl as a keynote coming. Those are the kinds of things that have to highlight this, and it shouldn't just be around a pandemic, although, I think there's so many other problems to solve, from the moonshot, for cancer. We've been talking about it the whole time, but, because it's fierce competition, that should just make us more competitive, and speaking to my other point, make it more, we got to make healthcare sexy, I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. Competition is fierce, and as we think about this from a workforce perspective, we should be thinking about this collectively as a strategy, as an industry, not just, hey, Bristol Myers Squibb, you all want all the talent for yourself. The work that I'm doing is I'm building a project here that is going to be shared with the industry, not just for Bristol Myers Squibb. It's about also talking to the other players in the industry about, look what I'm doing, duplicate it, read up on what I'm doing so that we have an impact. We move talent around. And so you bounce around from different companies and different universities and healthcare facilities, technology, et cetera. You bounce around from these different companies. And so we need to recognize that when we invest in the programs, we're investing in our industry, not just in the one space that we operate in.
Right. So in my coverage of the industry, I'm very aware of the labor shortages when it comes to clinical roles. Nursing and clinician roles are, it's tough out there in trying to fill those roles. What are some of the other healthcare roles that healthcare providers are looking to fill right now?
I mean, the ones that come to mind are, like genetic counselors, I think is really important. The sooner we can get people into prevention and early detection and understanding, even, at the point of having a baby, some of us have gone through that experience where you can know whether or not there's a chance, your kid's going to have this, that, or the other thing. The more knowledge is power to managing your health care. There's nutritionists, there's there's a whole wellness community that, from, massage and, chiropractic. So there's all these things I think that can help prevent the issues, dietitians, getting better healthcare in the schools with the food programs. So there's so many ways that they can play in healthcare that will help us all. But I think what we want to do is, as much as we can focus on prevention versus just treatment, the better I think, will be.
Yeah, I'll call out clinical investigators. When I'm thinking about the biopharma industry in particular, it is critically necessary to have people in place who could be there with patients when it comes to clinical trials. I think as we've saw COVID and the impact of clinical trials to COVID and how we were able to speed things along, clinical trials are critically important. But if you have people who are not culturally competent to talk to people and meet them right where they are and tell them the truth, we have to stop telling the story that people who are Black don't want to be involved with clinical trials. The data actually shows that when you actually inform a person about clinical trials, and tell them what the output is and that they have a potential to having an impact to the their long-term longevity, as well as the long-term longevity of other individuals, then they understand it. You just have to explain it to people. Stop thinking that individuals don't want to participate, and stop telling people that the Tuskegee experiment is why people aren't involved with that, because that's not the truth about Tuskegee. So I'm going to call that out, because for the biopharma industry, diversity in clinical trials is so critically important for us, so that every person is represented, whether women from a gender perspective, LGBT, whether it's Black people, Latino, et cetera. We need to make sure that people are represented, and we need people in the clinical trial setting situation who can culturally be sensitive and speak to individuals, encourage them, and be aware of the socioeconomic issues that are at play for those individuals.
And stop working off old assumptions. It's just, you can't, Mary Stutz and I have talked about this in my group. She runs our health equity practice, and there's a lot of assumptions made about where people are and where you target and how you do things, and it's like, no, we don't go to these areas. We want to focus. They're always talking about, and when it comes to minorities, we'll talk about Medicaid patients. It's like, no, those people live all over the place, and we can reach them through Univision. You're going to hear somebody talking here today about the Spanish-speaking population. There's actually, plenty of people who are living just like every one of us all day long, and it just means you've got to target and focus and talk to them. I think we heard before at the place and where they want to be met, and start listening and bringing more people to the table who can inform that decision. That will help. So all those things I've been helped along on, let's say, and I've taken the advice, and it's making us better. I don't think it's going to be that hard to do if we can just improve it, and that is the goal. But we also just can't give up, and we got to make it, like I said, cool. Healthcare is cool. It's been hard, yes, but at the end of the day, making people healthier. What's in it for me? That's always, the WIFM is always important. Why should I? And I think we can come up with 100 reasons why. And we've got to do better communications. There's companies we're meeting here that have platforms to communicate internally within companies, within schools. We can do this better. Communications is leadership. Leadership is communications.
Right.
That is a new, realization post-COVID, within COVID. The better, stronger we communicate, the more frequently, the more consistently, the better it will go.
Right, great points. That kind of drill down into that a little bit more, looking at marketing and communications positions within healthcare and life sciences. Why are those roles even more important now, in the wake of the pandemic?
Kind of like what I just said, I guess I was trying to, get in my 2 cents for my business and the area I focus in. But, you're doing good by communicating. If one of the things I always remember really, succinctly in our business, we had a patient speak at an event, and that person talked about the fact that she would not have gotten into a clinical trial for her kidney cancer had she not, seen this news, in her local market about, where to enroll. And that was work I know my team had done, and we were so gratified knowing we'd probably saved a life because of the work we do. It's a very rare opportunity to go out with our skill set and actually get to save a life. We're not EMTs, we're not doing mouth to mouth, but you're actually connecting people to life-saving, life-changing therapy. Which is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's critically important. And to have patients come back to you in the future and say, hey, thank you for this work that you've done because of the information, because of the communication. Those are it really ties things together for individuals as they think about it. And it also brings, I think, families into the conversation, because families are informed, taking information back to their parents who might be a little bit older. You think about those generations that are sandwiched in together, so they have to be informed for their elderly parents that they're taking care of, as well as the family that they are currently dealing with, as well as their own health issues as well. So being aware and information and transparency is so critically important to saving lives of people and expanding the lifestyles and the welfare of individuals from a healthcare perspective.
And when you do the communications, this important to show inclusively different people so they can see themselves in it. And also put up those great role models and examples. We've had a lot of panels already. You've got Shamika, and we had Dr. G, all these smart, terrific people who are, wow, I want to be that, because they're so articulate and energetic. I think there's maybe a misconception of what a scientist or a doctor is, and that's just all wrong in many cases. And if we can show positive examples, especially to kids, that'll help too in communication.
Right, great points. In some of our previous discussions, you both have mentioned kind of the need to think outside the box and also think beyond borders and kind of take creative approaches to this talent crisis. What does that mean, really?
I'll start with that one. So as we think about this and being innovative and creative, we have to think outside of the borders a bit. So first we need to start at home. So I was raised under the concept of charity starts at home and then spreads abroad, right? And so we want to think about how do we engage with, our talent community here. What can we do there? And make sure that we share the information, we're transparent, they understand the different types of roles, opportunities, experiences that they would need to have an impact in these industries. But then there's still a gap. When we start to think about the gap, we have to start to think about going outside the borders, going outside and having a global perspective. And the global perspective is, do you tap into other countries, Ukraine, Africa, other countries outside of the United States, because there's talent that's there that we have not leaned into to tap into, and they're eager to come into the United States. So we have to go outside of the United States a little bit. Now, I want to obviously start at home, but then also make sure that we don't take for granted people who are being educated outside, who are already PhDs and scientists and doctors, and how can we bring those individuals into the United States to potentially, even from a temporary perspective, in the next 3 years, maybe we say in the next 3 years, create a temporary program to bring in some talent while we're building a pipeline.
It's so well said. It's hard to add to that other than doing the public-private partnership, get out and recruit in other countries. They are ready to do that. I've talked to lots of, council general types of other, countries and governments, and they're absolutely, they certainly don't have the business and, I'd say sales experience that, what the United States typically has, but they have the scientists and the healthcare, very capable healthcare people, because their healthcare systems are pretty, arguably better in some ways than what we have here. I've certainly talked about the fact that we have to change the system. That's what the digital health companies are trying to do. That's what physicians are trying to do. The better we make the system to join, the more attractive we make it, the better. We've got to pay accordingly. We can't ask these people to do some of the things we're asking, like clean bedpans and all the other things that we want them to do without paying fairly well. So it has to certainly match up there, and hospitals, can and will, I think, the good ones want to be really good at what they do. So they're going to go out and recruit the best and the brightest no matter where they are. And you just can't, stand on that ceremony anymore right now.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I think we should also be thoughtful of when we moving people around the United States. So, I lean into historically black colleges. Most of the historically black colleges are in the southern, eastern United States. So we have to be thoughtful of making it financially feasible for a person to relocate from the South to Cambridge, for example. We have to also be thoughtful about what comes with that for those individuals, because you can't pay somebody from a university in South Carolina the same think you're going to get that market range from South Carolina and move them up to Cambridge. You have to really be thoughtful about that, and how do you relocate them and ensure that there's also inclusion when they get to Cambridge from South Carolina, because likely being a black person from South Carolina, you go to Cambridge, you're going to be the one black person in the room. And so you have to be thoughtful of that inclusive piece of it. Hiring people is one thing, but retaining people and keeping them there is the other part of this that is critically important.
Right, great points. So at an educational level, how do we build up a healthcare workforce? How do we bring more awareness to high school and college students about healthcare and public health roles?
So it starts with some of the programs that you want to do. So, there's the partnerships with the universities, the partnerships with the middle schools, partnerships with organizations and civic organizations that may connect in with young students from the middle school level. We have to begin to start there and inspiring and making it sexy, as you said, to be in these jobs. Because if we don't start to do that while they're in the middle school, it's too late really once they get into high school, because they are already thinking about, I want to be a marketer. Right? And they're not thinking about that because they've seen that. But we also have to start to just really show it and show pictures of what a Black scientist looks like, a Latino MD looks like, someone who's transgender. We have to show what that looks like in the healthcare situation so that it is sexy and it's not foreign. When you think about young students, and if you start thinking about young students from underserved communities, many of us have not had those examples in our family. And so really starting to highlight that, tell those stories, make those connections, and really make it a pull through with those programs from middle school to high school through college, and continue to touch those students every step of the way, and not just saying, okay, we did one STEM program at this middle school one time and that's enough. No, you have to follow those kids all the way through to college, and then building out internship programs and co-op experiences from a talent perspective so that they can come in ready to perform the work.
Yeah, it's got to be super aggressive like that, and there are plenty of programs, and that's where corporations have to, hospitals, companies, marketing firms, we all have to invest in that. If we don't, we're not going to have the workers we want. It's just really that simple. I see the density I sometimes deal with, and that's not a positive, where they're just not seeing the importance of even doing what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. It's like I could be doing something else on a Saturday, right? Been drinking mimosas with you. I think you invest in this for a reason, and that's to get more people awake and aware to the things we can impact. And I know we have. I know we absolutely have. And that's the other thing. Highlight success. Mm-hmm. Stop whining and complaining that there's wrong. People avoid negative noise after a while. The sky is falling, everyone's going to die, this sucks. Everybody eventually starts to tune that out. If you can show more positive examples of people on the stage, or the positive examples of people participating, even the smallest thing, when we worked with Pfizer, they highlighted the first person that got it in New York was a Black nurse, Nurse Sandra, who we've stayed in touch with and we're doing additional education with. Like, why are you doing that? Well, because it's just a good image that shows what healthcare workers were doing, sacrificing, making happen. And I think that is the kind of image we got to continue to put out there. We got to invest, or it will not change.
Right, okay. Now, how does the acceleration of digital health and virtual health that we've seen during the pandemic, what impact does that make on this talent crisis? Does that make it, is it a benefit or is it a challenge?
I think it's a benefit. It's a blessing and a curse, as Monk would say. So I'm a little bit of a Monk geek, but anyways, it's a blessing and a curse because there's so much innovation out there. It's constantly changing, and you have to keep up with it. So that's the blessing of the innovation. But then, as soon as you get used to this, then it changes. And what is the best of technology to utilize quickly changes.
Right.
It's noisy, and I think it's confusing. But I think probably, and then it can create paralysis, right? Because you feel like you have to analyze it all, and then you paralyzed. What I like to say is commit to a path, and take that intake as it goes, because there is a bit of a gold rush, right? We've seen bubbles. There's a gold rush in healthcare. Oh, let's fix healthcare with tech, and they're throwing all this stuff at it. I've seen these cycles. Eventually, it sort of narrows down and it gets better. But I think it comes back to what I was saying, the tech won't fix it. We've got to start with basic fundamentals from the time a kid, is looking at their life, and then we change it. So I think, the tech's probably better. It's good. But I think we have to tune some of it out and get focused on fundamentals and what will really make things change.
Okay. Well, these are all really great insights. I appreciate you both joining us today and sharing your perspectives. And thanks to the audience for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. It's coming apart. It's coming apart.
All right. Well, thank you to Jim and Shamika and Heather for talking about something such a critical issue. By the way, I did realize I'm dressed in all black today, and I know with the moderators, you probably see me as the Grim Reaper because I'm sort of sneaking up and telling you it's time to go. I do appreciate everyone staying on time. And we are going to break for lunch now. We're going to take 30 minutes. Feel free to go out, grab a adult beverage or a coffee or a soft drink. We have sliders and other food. And then if you want to, we're going to reshuffle some of the chairs to make seating a little easier to get to in here. So you can come in here, but maybe easier if you stay in the lobby or outside or whatever, and then we'll call you about 5 minutes before we get back. So, and those listening online, we'll be back in about 30 minutes. So thank you, and we have a great second half of our sessions. So go in and grab some lunch. Ready? Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I know people will continue to drift back into this room like Ryan Flynn once he gets a Bloody Mary. And I hope everyone had a nice break. Those of you online, thanks for coming back. Those of you in the room, thanks for making your way in. I know it's always hard when it's sunny outside, and those of you from the East Coast and the Midwest that love, even if it's only 55, being in the sun, it feels good. But this is gonna feel good. You're gonna get more great content from two amazing people we're so fortunate to have here today. Just a couple of quick housekeeping. Reminder, we're recording this. So actually I was telling both Sebastian and Brenda that ironically a lot of the people watching this will probably be watching after the fact, but you get a sneak preview, those of you that are in the room. Using the hashtag RealChem South by Southwest, that's RealChem SWSX. And then I also do want to make sure that you remember that we are not doing Q&A because we're only keeping these to 30 minutes. And so, but if you're watching live on YouTube, you can leave comments. We appreciate it. We are tracking and monitoring. And I know, unfortunately, Sebastian, I think, has to leave soon thereafter, but we can also forward comments to his team who are sitting here, and we can make sure that he gets them, and we'll try to get you answers. So without further ado, I do want to introduce this next session, the first half of our next tranche. We're doing a fireside chat, and actually it's such a refreshing concept, I think, bless you, because we're going to talk a little bit about how DE&I is working at one of the largest healthcare companies in the world, a company you may have heard of called Bayer. And we have an amazing moderator. One of the things that we're trying to do as a company is make sure we not only get the best and brightest, but we're also getting people that don't look like me that are always up on stage moderating. And so we're lucky today to have a woman named Brenda Jimenez, who is the San Antonio 41 news anchor for Univision. So I'll let her do the rest of the introductions, but without further ado, I'm going to welcome Brenda and Sebastian on stage. So a little round of applause.
You're right, welcome. Hi, everyone. This is wonderful. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here with such a wonderful and important guest today. But it is a beautiful day, and I know many of you are still kind of munching, right? Finishing up your lunch. But before we begin, I want to tell you a little bit about our special guest today. I'm going to use my German accent to pronounce his name, Mr. Sebastian Gut. Did I say that right? I've been practicing. Let me tell you a little bit about him before we begin. So he's the president of the Americas Bayer Pharmaceuticals. Sebastian Gut leads Bayer's pharmaceuticals business in the Americas region, including the United States, Canada, and Latin America. Prior to that, he served as executive vice president and chief marketing officer of Bayer's global pharmaceuticals business. Previously, Gut served as president and chief executive officer of Bayer Yukenhen, Osaka, leading Bayer's healthcare business in Japan. So you have been everywhere, Mr. Gut. He started his career in the pharmaceuticals industry with Schering AG, where he held senior roles in Asia and the Middle East. Gut was later appointed head of strategy and business development of Schering's European business. Following Bayer's acquisition of Schering in 2006, he served as chief executive officer of Bayer Turk in Istanbul and was senior representative of the Bayer Group in Turkey. So he speaks many languages, and we're still working on that, right, Mr. Gut? He now lives in New Jersey with his wife and his 3 children. And it is a pleasure to be here with you. I'm sure it's impressive to hear everything that you've done. I'm sure sometimes you forget how far you've gotten, right?
Thank you, Brenda. Actually, at the end of the day, I did relatively little. I was fortunate to work with the best people all the way, and that was just awesome and continues to be.
And that's what it's about. It's about people. That's why we're here today, Sebastian, to really talk about how healthcare affects everyone. And I think it's safe to say that we need to be vulnerable sometimes when we talk about healthcare, because it really does affect all of us. I know you and I share a similar story. We both lost our father through cancer. So that has made at least me a little more sensitive to when it comes to healthcare and how I want to take care of myself and my family. And I know this has become a personal mission for yourself, correct?
Big time, and it's so different to experience healthcare sort of professionally or experience healthcare as, in this case, a family member and a son, and what I've come to appreciate is that we as an industry, we talk jargon all day long, and it's just very hard to understand if you put yourself into the shoes of people and caregivers, what all this jargon is about. If I take the example of my dad, and you mentioned it, he passed away from cancer some 4.5 years ago, and he was a very well-educated man and was fortunate enough to have a family around him that helped and supported him. And still, it was frightening at times to see sort of the inability to navigate this healthcare system, to understand the language we speak. And that, in my mind, speaks to this notion of health inequities that we have all around us. So my personal commitment and journey is to just make sure that we get better and ultimately provide better healthcare to people that deserve it.
Definitely, and that's why we're here today, to really talk about the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion when it comes to health, and what does equity mean to Bayer?
To us, we describe our North Star as health for all, hunger for none. And health for all speaks to this piece of equity. Our North Star is not health for some. Our North Star is health for all. And that's what drives us. And it has, if you think about it, it has very profound implications as to what we do and what we focus on. And that really, at least in my mind, is health equity at its core. Because today, at our doorsteps, that is not a reality. And it's not a question of the United States versus other countries. Within our very own country, here in the United States, there's tremendous inequities. There's tremendous differences in access to healthcare, tremendous differences in health outcomes, and that's a problem. It's bad.
Definitely, it is. So let's talk about that, the healthcare impact socially and also economically when it comes to having that access.
I think it impacts dramatically. Just look at a couple statistics, and there's an endless number of statistics we could look at. But in the United States today, 13% of the population are African American, are black. And yet, if you look at dialysis, for example, 33% of patients that are on dialysis are black. So there's tremendous disparities. Chronic kidney disease, African Americans today in the United States are twice as likely to suffer from type 2 diabetes and in consequence often chronic kidney disease than non-Hispanic whites. Hispanic population is 80% more likely. And there's an endless prostate cancer, another area where we see significant disparities. So, and these are just a few examples and numbers. But at the end of the day, this isn't about numbers. It's about people and what this means to those that are impacted and their families. And that's what drives me, that's what drives us.
Of course, and that's so alarming to hear these statistics. And let's talk about that, the chronic kidney disease that affects Black communities and Hispanic communities. I know that we had a conversation previously, and you mentioned that there's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to clinical trials. What is the strategy behind Bayer to get our communities to participate in clinical trials?
So clinical trials is a big area of focus, because today, 39% of the population in America is people of color. And yet, if you look at average clinical trials in our country, only 12 to about 15% of the clinical trial population is populations of color. And again, that's a problem. So what it takes for us collectively, and this is not just focused on Bayer, but as an industry to change that, is first and foremost different institutions and also thought leaders that we work with. If we keep going back to institutions and key opinion leaders, clinical champions that predominantly serve, for example, white Americans, then that's predominantly what we recruit into these clinical trials. It takes trust and a rebuilding or establishing of trust at its core. That requires us to work with leaders in those respective communities, individuals that we may not have worked with historically. It requires a different language, because if someone is considering and contemplating to enroll herself or himself in a clinical trial, you want to understand what this is all about. And all of this requires, at the end, intentionality and focus.
So how do you get to the underserved communities? How do you convince them to participate in clinical trials? And I'm asking this because as a Hispanic, and we do stories all the time in Univision, trying to get our communities to participate, and they just simply don't. They're scared or they're intimidated, they don't have enough information.
So I'll give you a concrete example, and you mentioned chronic kidney disease earlier. So we ran very big trials in chronic kidney disease, in fact, the largest trials in this space in history. And we were able to ultimately recruit about 25%, which is still not where we wanted to be, but significantly higher than it has been historically, of people of color into this clinical trial. And what it required is for us to work with, for example, physician leaders in the Hispanic community. So who are those physician leaders that are a trusted authority in that respective community?
Definitely.
What are the hospitals that, for example, the Hispanic community goes to and where they seek out care? Who are maybe church leaders that have an influence and have access and established trust and credibility with that community? So those are the individuals we needed to work with. And they are very different from those that we typically work with or have worked with in the past. And at the end, it really requires this intentionality and focus. It's not going to come by itself, unless we are intentional about it. It ain't going to change, and we must be intentional about it.
Sebastian, as a Hispanic woman, and I don't know if many of you grew up the way I did, where I saw my grandmother, my mother, not wanting to go to the doctor, not wanting to visit their OBGYN, because it's always family first and then myself. And they always think about everyone else, but not themselves. And then what happens? All these diseases come about in the future, and then sometimes it's too late. And I know Bayer focuses a lot on women's health. Can you share with us how and what exactly you're doing to focus on women's health?
So women's health is a big area of focus for us, and we've been leaders in this space in women's healthcare for the last, 60 years by now. To us, the focus is predominantly on education. Because at the end, the core is giving women the ability to live their life by choice and not by chance. And that goes back to education. And education, if you look at women's health specifically, is often not limited to a conversation between a gynecologist and a woman, but it's often conversations amongst friends. It's often conversations amongst mothers and their daughters. So education has a much broader meaning in that area than potentially in oncology or cancer care, for example. So we put a lot of emphasis on education. We put a lot of emphasis on access, because to us, money cannot get in the way of care. So we've committed to providing more than 100 million women access to modern contraceptives if they so want to. We have established a very strong partnership with an organization called Direct Relief here in the United States. So the underlying belief at its core is this notion of money can't get in the way. It's other things that we must overcome, such as education and trust. It can't be money. It can't be the excess of products per se.
Education and trust. How about, or what about health literacy? We mentioned that briefly last night in our conversation, how that is also so important, because there is that barrier, the language barrier, but also the literacy, the importance of getting that information out to our communities.
Yeah, I think, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, in my mind, the language is incredibly important. And it's not a question of Spanish versus English, for example. That's actually not the question. It's the words we use, is what is overall survival? What is progression-free survival? What's all this? So we use words that are very hard to understand. And I find myself time and again using all this jargon, which I've come to understand over the last 20 years. But the problem is to those where it really matters, people, caregivers, they don't understand it. So I think it's speaking in that very plain, very simple, very relatable, and authentic language, also with empathy, that ultimately helps us to break through in the understanding.
Definitely. As a leader, how do you focus on diversity and inclusion?
You know, so if I take a more narrow view and look at our own company, you know, for me it's like it's both being invited to the party and being asked to dance. You know, because at the end of the day, experiences create beliefs. Beliefs drive behaviors, and behaviors create results. And if we only invite people to the party that have the same experiences over and over again, no wonder we're recreating the same outcomes over and over again. So we must invite folks with different experiences to the party. But then, very importantly, it's asking them to dance. It's asking them to share. It's asking them to contribute. It's asking them to really lean in and be listened to. So that internally is what we focus on, and that has a lot to do with leadership. More broadly though, I think diversity, equity and inclusion really at its core speaks to our mission, this notion of health for all and hunger for none, because that's all about diversity, inclusion, and ultimately equity.
Definitely. Sebastian, how did COVID impact? I mean, obviously we were all impacted by the pandemic. We learned a lot, we grew a lot. How or what challenges did Bayer face during COVID?
You know, a couple thoughts. So to me, so first, if I reflect on the last 2 years, it's just a devastating period of incredible losses. You know, we're approaching essentially 1 million deaths in the United States alone. So it's a period of profound loss. It's losses of life, but it's also losses of relationships. I think we've collectively experienced a period of sustained loneliness. I had an opportunity yesterday to listen to and chat to the Surgeon General of the United States, and he was talking about loneliness and how we've really sort of gone through this period of sustained loneliness and I think have lost a lot during that time. I think as I reflect on what it has brought to us, and at least also to me specifically, it's a reaffirmed commitment to two things. It's a reaffirmed commitment to building relationships and nurturing relationships, because I actually think as humans we need them. They are sort of the foundation and glue of our society, and a reaffirmed commitment to this North Star of health for all. Because over the last 2 years, what we've experienced is far from health for all. Right. What we've experienced is a disproportionate impact on some communities. What we've experienced is an even more devastating impact on communities of color, for example, compared to the rest of the United States. And that cannot repeat itself.
Is it safe to say, Sebastian, that during the pandemic, we also saw a huge collaboration within the communities, within hospitals, within leaders, local leaders? Is it safe to say and talk about maybe the positive?
Totally, and that was inspiring, at least to me. You know, it was inspiring to see the level of collaboration. It starts with communities. I mean, we've seen communities really care for one another, which is outstanding and truly inspiring because we're so dependent on one another. If I look at our industry, the level of collaboration we've experienced collectively over the last 2 years is unprecedented. We didn't allow whatever contracts and selfish interests to get in the way of what needed to be done. And there's examples that when I look at my own company at Bayer, that I can think of the last 2 years that just leave me honestly with a sense of pride of what we collectively are what we can collectively achieve. So I agree. It's just stunning, and in many ways something we must preserve and will preserve as we move forward.
That's a job that I think we all have to do. Any new focuses or projects that we need to know about?
Any new focuses or new projects? There's so many, you know. I mean,
name a few.
I'll share with you what sort of at its core what we work on. You know, our job is to unpack 3 billion years of evolution compressed in a cell. That's our job. Our job is to move, you know, ideas from a lab to your medicine cabinet. And that's incredibly difficult. So we have an endless amount of ideas. Very few make it ever to the market. 1 in 5,000 ideas that we work on ultimately ends up being in your medicine cabinet. The vast majority of what we do fails.
Why?
So,
why does it fail?
Because it's incredibly tough. It's incredibly tough. And if we wouldn't be willing to accept failure, you know, all we would see is incremental innovation, incrementalism, which we don't need. We don't need incrementalism. So at the end, this failure in what we do is part of progress. You know? So I can't give you one specific example because there's an endless number of ideas. The only thing I know is some of them will ultimately turn out to be a reality. They will move us from treatment to cure. They will help us turn cancer into a chronic disease. They will help us cure rare genetic diseases. That's what I know. Which idea specifically that's going to be, I wish I knew, I don't. But I know that one of the many, many that we're chasing will be the one.
In a perfect world, how would you like to see our healthcare system, our pharmaceutical system function?
That's a great question. And I think my first answer is that I would actually, in a perfect world, hope for a system where we continue to be singularly focused on the purpose we serve. You know, at the moment, also here in the United States, I think we have essentially a system where many players are at times focused on certain specific pieces, little kingdoms, you know. And if I ask myself deep down whether every single player ultimately contributes to this biggest purpose that we collectively have the way we should, I have my question marks. I think we need to do a better job in not only demystifying but decomplexing the system. I mean, it's just incredibly complex healthcare in the US and many other countries around the world. And it's removing these barriers in language and in sort of how we position healthcare that where we must do a better job.
Definitely. And I think it begins with events like these, where we can talk about it freely, openly, being real about it, being authentic about it. Sebastian, thank you so much for your knowledge, for sharing this with us. Anything else you would like for us to know?
I would just say be part of it. You know, I think today here specifically, there's a number in the audience, a number of people in the audience that work as I do, as we do on healthcare every day. So be a part of it. I think what we do is incredibly purposeful. You know, it's incredibly relevant, and there's just a hell of a lot to do because we must do better. There's inequalities, particularly in the United States, that we must overcome and be a part of it.
So you go back to New Jersey today, correct?
I do.
And what's on your agenda? What's going to happen this week?
What's going to happen this week? I shared with you. I will actually take a couple days off
Good for you.
and spend spring break with my kids and my wife. So that's on the agenda. I wish I had something more grand to say, but I don't.
Well, let me tell you, that is pretty grand for someone that works as much as you do. That's also important to be with family. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, right? To really enjoy our family.
It is.
Yes. Sebastian, thank you so much. So we learned today that there is a lot of work to do, but thanks to leaders like yourself and leaders like the ones that are here with us today, the work will get done and we will continue.
Thank
Definitely.
you. Thank you so much, Brenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Sebastian and Brenda. That was great. And again, as an MC, you never mind when someone's a couple minutes short, so I appreciate the brevity. But what a fascinating conversation, and I really appreciate Sebastian's honesty in answering those questions and the level of professionalism that Brenda brought to the conversation. This next session that you're going to see, and now you're going to test and see how much I actually remembered the agenda, is a virtual recorded session due to some scheduled conflicts, although it's led by Seth Duncan, who is our Chief Data Officer. Seth is actually here, so this is going to be a little weird for him watching himself talk on the screen, but he will answer questions after if people want. And essentially, it's looking at how we can be, we talked about this, I think, on Chuck's panel earlier, less bathtubs, less walking on beaches, less interruptive, and more meaningful. And how can you do that? And that starts with better targeting, better understanding your audience. So I'm going to step aside, and I think we've got it up on the screen here. We'll have it outside, and those watching virtually, you'll see it just like you're seeing all the other content, except it will look like Zoom versus us standing up on a stage. So without further ado, I will let the video roll.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm here with a couple of my colleagues. We have Larissa Wozniak, who's a senior director at Oncology, and Maureen Alves, who is the 21 Grams head of planning. So we're here today to talk a little bit about how we can make advertising less interruptive and maybe a bit less obnoxious and worth more of our time, attention, and action. And obviously, a really big part of that is understanding our audiences and what's going to be relevant to them. And obviously, research is a big part of that. So maybe just to kick things off, Larissa, can you just tell us a little bit about, especially for those that maybe don't have as much experience in biopharma marketing, what kind of research do you typically do when gearing up for a new launch or launching a new therapeutic? What kind of, how does research and analytics go into that?
Well, research and analytics certainly plays a huge role in preparing a product for launch. Initially, you would start out by doing some exploratory research just to get a feel for your audience's needs, and that may initiate pretty far in advance of the actual launch window, so to speak, which tends to be 15 months or so pre-launch. And then you would head into some more robust exercises. You would initially do a segmentation. And in the pharmaceutical industry, you do one for HCPs and you'll do one for consumers or patients. And then subsequently, you would use that as a basis to inform some key strategic decisions around who your target audiences would be. And you follow that up with positioning work aligned to your target audiences, and subsequently building out the entire brand foundation inclusive of elements, and all of that work would inform your campaigns moving forward.
And can you tell us a little bit about what are some of the attributes or some of the characteristics of healthcare providers and patients and consumers maybe that you really need to know as you're looking to launch a new therapeutic? And obviously, Larissa, you've been working in immunology and the vaccine space for some time, so we're really curious to hear your perspective on what aspects of audiences you would need to know for segmenting for vaccines in particular.
Yeah, so vaccines I found is a very different space. It's a unique space. And particularly as it pertains to this type of research and preparation for launches, you have to treat patients as consumers, and oftentimes you can't forget that HCPs are consumers too. So we refer to them as consumers in this instance. So in terms of what you need to know, you have to have a solid understanding of what the unmet needs are from both an HCP perspective and a patient or consumer, in this case, perspective. You need to understand their attitudes and beliefs. because that guides their behaviors at the end of the day. And ultimately, you have to understand how they go about taking action, what actions they take that would be the behaviors. And sometimes it's consistent with the attitudes and beliefs, and sometimes it's not. And when it's not, you need to understand what is actually driving the behavior. So those are all really important factors, and you need to have that baseline understanding of both your HCP community and your consumers at large.
So one of the big questions that I certainly had when I got into doing market research in biopharma was, how do you, compared to other industries, the way that we go about it is quite different here. So how do you do segmentation? Like, what are the methods you actually deploy to do segmentation in biopharma?
I'd say most frequently, Seth, it's been a combination of quant and qual research that you do. You'll do some sort of a baseline quant survey with HCPs. You'll do the same with consumers to get that understanding of attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors. And then you may follow on by doing qualitative. Sometimes I have been in instances where we've done the reverse, where we started qual and then launched quant afterwards, just to get a feel for what types of questions you would want to expand upon in the quant research. So it can go either way. And usually that's the norm. And depending on time constraints and resource constraints, you may vary it up a little. I've been in situations where we've only done quant, haven't done qual at all, or even in situations where we've done qual and no quant, very resource constrained situations, and you have to make decisions based on incomplete information. That happens a lot too. And then in other instances, there's been a layer of secondary research that's been applied on top of the primary research, which would be the quant and qual. So in the pharma industry, we're fortunate in that we have access to a lot of data through various vendors like IMS and others. And we can use some of that data to really discern the behaviors. What are the patterns that we see in terms of HCP prescribing behavior for HCP specifically? When you look at claims data, what are the patterns that we see in terms of patients actually receiving those recommended treatments once they're prescribed? So all of those things can come into play, again, depending on time and resource constraints.
So I have a question for you, Larissa, on that. Having worked across different brands, how satisfied have you been with the depth of segmentation? Because I can say, right, we're talking about making advertising less of a disruption or an interruption. And that's all about knowing your audience so that you're talking to them in a way that's relevant and pertinent to them, right? It's like the guest at the cocktail party who's talking about you and asking about you and wants to know about you versus like, I did this and that, and you can't get away from them fast enough. So in terms of, segmentation is so important because we do want to understand our audience and really do that research and have this deep sense of them. Do you feel like you get that in your segmentation? I've seen working on different brands in my career, sometimes in vastly different categories, I've seen segmentation that's really similar. Sometimes it lacks a little bit of depth. And I wonder what your experience on that has been.
Yeah. There's always room for improvement, Maureen, I think. So by virtue of there always being that room for growth and improvement and refinement, I would say I'm never satisfied with segmentations in total. But that being the case, I think you're right. In a lot of instances, there have been cookie cutter approaches that are taken to segmentation. I think we need to get more comfortable with maybe combining different forms of segmentation to get a full picture of our audiences. So a lot of times, if you think just academically, you know that there are several different ways that you can segment. You can do it geographically. You can do it based on psychographics. You can do it based on behaviors. We tend to do a lot of behavioral segmentation in pharma just because we feel that that's most actionable. But you're missing something from that. You're missing that deep understanding of who your audiences are as people. You need to bring back that human element to the mix. And like it or not, beliefs and attitudes play a huge role in actions, resulting actions. And even if there is a variance and that connection isn't totally clear between how they're acting versus their beliefs, you have an opportunity to change the behavior if you know what the attitudes and beliefs are.
Yeah.
So in that, I guess, in that regard, I think that's how we need to improve. We need to look at the attitudes and we need to look at the beliefs and see, is there a way that we can perhaps influence the behavior that results, instead of just basing it off of historical behavior and leaving it at that. In vaccines, especially, Maureen, we see that COVID aside, vaccination rates have never been as high as we all feel they should be. There's something missing. There's something very evidently missing in the equation here. So the question that comes to my mind is, how do we influence attitudes and beliefs in such a way that we can hopefully improve penetration rates in vaccines, pandemics aside?
Yeah, it's such an emotional space, I think, right? For something that's seems like a logical decision. I think vaccination really, in terms of attitudes and behaviors, is probably one of the biggest spaces where that would come to play, right? There's so much emotion and beliefs and involved in it. So super interesting.
It's an interesting challenge. I will say that.
I'm also curious. So, especially with, I'll just take healthcare providers, in this example or this question. But when it comes to segmentation, I mean, to what degree do you feel like most brand marketers consider preferences around how they might want to engage with the manufacturer, and channel preferences specifically? Because I think, in my experience, that's always been one of the things that's not always clear in the sort of, not very dimensional segmentation that sometimes I see. You can see the behavior, you get a sense of the behaviors. You can see kind of like, these are the physicians that are early adopters of new therapeutics, or they have high patient volume, or they're writing a lot of scripts for these therapies. And then there is some attitudinal data there around some, they sort of self-report why they would have certain treatment preferences, or why they might actually, really prioritize a certain type of vaccination for a specific patient cohort. But when it comes to like actually actioning on it, it does feel like you would need to know, like, how do these different segments want to engage with you? Whether that's, they'll through, sales reps, or through different types of non-personal promotion. Do you see that getting integrated into segmentation very often, Larissa? Or is it, I don't know, are you seeing much improvement there?
It's been spotty. I'd say that it largely depends on the team that you're on, the division that you're working on with in any organization. I've integrated those factors, those elements into segmentations before. I think they're important. But I think what helps guide that, Seth, is appropriate targeting decisions ultimately. So when you're selecting your target, you need to consider how they want to be reached, right? As the next step, that's going to help inform what your campaign ultimately comprises of. And your hope is that, be it through non-personal or personal means, you're reaching them in a way that resonates with them best, ultimately. So I think it starts with that target selection, and then it can build from there. But without question, those elements that you mentioned, which channels, where do you reach them, and how best do you reach them, that needs to be part of the segment profiles that are ultimately delivered.
Yeah. Larissa, can you talk a little bit about target selection? Right. And sometimes maybe if we think about this advertising just being a little too, not relevant enough, maybe it's trying to be something to everybody instead of really focusing in on saying, I'm going to go for this audience. What are the elements that you look at to to decide which target you're going to go after. Is it size? Is it movability?
Yeah. So those are both important factors that you mentioned. So we always need to have an understanding of what the segment sizes are, because that tells us where the opportunity is. But just because that may be the largest opportunity, to your point, it may not be the case that that's the right way to go from the outset. So we do need to make a really conscious choice about which way we're going to go and why. So sometimes you do need to make the decision to go after your lower hanging fruit audience, because there's a greater likelihood that your asset, your product, is going to meet the needs of that particular audience. And if that's the case, then maybe you get some traction with that audience first. And then I guess even from a targeting life cycle perspective, you might have an opportunity to build out from there and maybe approach other segments. The world evolves, things change, and you have new opportunities every single day based on those evolutions. So just because you're saying no to one segment today doesn't mean that tomorrow that segment may not become a good opportunity. So I think something that I often like to look at, Maureen, with the segmentation outputs is to understand, is there a positive halo effect that you may have? So if you choose to go with one particular segment as your target initially to gain that traction, maybe there's some commonality across a few of the segments such that you can see that those other segments could be tapped into as well. Just by default, you go after this one, and then you'll see sort of that positive halo effect over a few different segments. So that's something else to consider. And then maybe down the line, when it comes time, it might just require a slight tweak to a few messages or to a campaign in order to really reach that segment more deeply and effectively. But I do think the two factors that you mentioned, going back to your question, size and movability, those are the axes. That's how you make your selection ultimately. Then internal resourcing comes into play too. So there's always that internal element. Can you afford to actually do what you need to do as effectively as you'd like to with the selected segments?
So, Larissa, given that we're at South by Southwest and I feel an obligation to be future forward and talk about where we're going next. If you were without resource constraints and you had as much time as you needed, kind of looking, out, a year or so before launching a therapeutic, what would the perfect segmentation study look like? What would be the perfect output? What would be the right methodology? Like what would that look like for you? And then if you want to make it specific to vaccines, that would be interesting as well.
Yeah. So if I was to make this specific to vaccines, I think the first step would be to really understand overall vaccination behavior in general. With vaccines, especially now with COVID, we're finding that it's not a one size fits all. So just because somebody gets vaccinated for one condition or disease doesn't necessarily automatically mean they're going to go and get vaccinated for another. So a lot of this has to do with relevance of the condition to the individual, which is a key factor that drives decision making, be it for the consumer or more specifically in terms of how the HCP may communicate the problem to the patient in such a way that resonates with them to encourage them to get vaccinated. So I think there's an element of just understanding overall vaccination behavior that comes into play. That may be a secondary layer, or it could be done through a primary research effort. Then, of course, doing, as I mentioned, quant-qual. I mean, there are really three key buckets there. There's the secondary, there's the quant, and then there's the qualitative. What order you do the quant and the qual, I think, is going to depend on the challenges that you need to address, what you need to understand about your audiences. If you have a good fundamental understanding of your audiences, you might choose to go quant and then refine with qual, or get a deeper understanding based on what comes out of that using qualitative. Or you would do the reverse. If you don't know your audiences all that well and there's not that much information out there, you might use the qual as an opportunity to explore what types of questions you need to build on some more in the quantitative. So in an ideal world, no time constraints, no resource constraints, I would do all three of those. But it's never an ideal world, right?
Yeah. To what degree do you see, especially with patient segments, social determinants of health starting to factor more and more into segmentation? So not just looking at their treatment history, medical history, some of the attitudinal data about, some of their own experiences with, previous therapies or vaccines, but also just looking at things like, their age, or, obviously age is an important one for vaccines, but maybe more specifically, like, educational backgrounds, what they do for work, maybe what some of their social political beliefs might be. Does that ever factor in, or do you see that factoring in more in the future?
Yeah, those are hugely important to understand, and that should always be something that's built into a segmentation approach, to get that fundamental understanding. And in terms of age, political beliefs, all of those points that you just mentioned, social determinants of health, I think having that understanding can help you better understand the behaviors and the actions that they're taking at the end of the day. So you mentioned educational status. So I've seen some interesting things in there depending on a person's level of education. Sometimes you see that the more educated an individual is, you would assume the more they would know and can discern the merits and the deficits of a particular product, for example, or of vaccines in our case. And then sometimes you see that people who aren't as highly educated may look at things through rose-tinted glasses, or you could see the opposite point of view where they're not looking through rose-tinted glasses and thinking that absolutely I would get vaccinated, or I would ultimately receive this product. They may decide or think that they may feel a little bit more fear. They won't take that step forward because they don't know as much. So I've seen both. I've seen education play a huge role in behaviors, but they've kind of straddled depending on what the situation is. They might go one way and say, yes, I'm more likely to do this, versus the more educated. And then in other instances, they may be less likely to do it because there's a greater fear factor. So that's actually one of the key determinants, I think, that I've seen, which is why I'm latching onto that so much. But then there are others too. I mean, comorbidities play a huge role. If people unfortunately are afflicted by a lot of other conditions, then prevention becomes hyper relevant to them, because if they're not preventing these other diseases and they contract them for one reason or another, it just compounds the effect of their chronic conditions, which is really, really hard to hear about when you're talking to consumers specifically. And oftentimes you'll even see in guidelines that vaccinations are recommended for a lot of conditions, particularly in the pneumo space. So absolutely, going back to your question, there's a huge connection there, and we definitely need to understand those elements.
Do you have an example, Larissa, of, and not to put you on the spot, but of something that you've learned in segmentation, an insight or some kind of belief or behavior about your audience that then has translated into creative, something that really stood out to you or that you really were particularly proud of?
Yeah, oh, that's a really good one. I think with thinking back to shingles, and I've actually seen this not necessarily with just in vaccines, but I've seen it even in the rare disease space. I had latched on to education earlier because there was a learning around that educational factor for me. Something that I had noticed in previous segmentations in the vaccine space and in the treatment space, again, was the more educated an individual was, sometimes they were more critical of what was being put in front of them. So when it came time for them to actually think about the product profile that they were reviewing and what the merits and benefits and deficits would be of a particular product, ultimately, you could see that the degree, depending on how educated they were and how much they knew, and this also applies to HCPs, how much do they know about a particular condition or treatments that are available, oftentimes that would make them approach products with much more skepticism and caution. And intuitively, you would think it would almost be the reverse.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Because in your mind as a marketer, you're thinking about the benefits of your product and how do you make the benefits more salient, so that your audiences really understand. And I think with shingles, when I had worked on in the shingles space back at GSK, that was a huge learning. And then it was also similarly a huge learning even in the rare disease space when I worked in rare disease at Pfizer. Similar trend that we were noticing. So more skepticism, and that's a good thing because then you know what you need to address with those audiences.
Yeah.
A little counterintuitive, but nevertheless important.
Well, you did a great job in the shingle space, for sure. I just was interviewing a doctor about vaccines for adults, and they were saying how shingles, no one thought you should get it, and then all of a sudden it's one of their top recommendations. So super interesting.
It was a great team effort on that one, for sure.
Yeah.
So, Larissa, what in a lot of cases I would expect, so obviously segmentation studies are usually done cross-sectionally in time. So they're done at a single point in time, often in advance of a launch. You know, that's not always the case, but it usually is. How do you use data and research in lieu of that to stay on top of, I guess, audiences as they change and evolve, especially in quickly changing landscapes, which can clearly happen in vaccines? And I know this is also a little future forward thinking, but especially with something like COVID-19, like how would you stay on top of conceptualizing and using segmentation in a world where the actual vaccination success, the public health guidance, the variants themselves are constantly changing? How do you stay on top of something like that?
Yeah, I think COVID, being as unprecedented of a situation as it has been, has caused me to rethink the approach to this type of research. I think in the past, we've done a lot of static checkpoints over time, or we've done big research efforts and we've landed on a segmentation, we've made a strategic decision, stake in the ground, move on to the next point, the next decision that needs to be made. And you make an excellent point, Seth, in that the landscape is evolving, and especially with COVID. I mean, you learn something new about the COVID space every day, new variant emerging. More transmissible, less transmissible, more severe, less severe. I mean, there's something new, and new vaccines that are entering the market. So I think we've had to adjust our approaches to be a little bit more nimble with what's going on in the marketplace today. So something that we've been seeing emerging a lot are these polls, big polling efforts that are being done by independent organizations, which is fabulous. Big polling efforts where you're tracking the attitudes and beliefs and behaviors of consumers, large groups of consumers, on a fairly regular basis. So for the first time, we have access to all of this really, really great data on attitudes and beliefs surrounding COVID and COVID vaccines that I have not seen in the past. So all of that needs to be taken into account, and it's inspiring me to think differently about how to refresh the approach or keep it nimble, and be able to refine it as needed over time.
Yeah, it's a fascinating time to be doing research and analytics, or actually just being in biopharma general, I should say. But yeah. Well, I think we're at time here, but Larissa and Mo, I really appreciate you both participating. And Larissa, thank you so much for your time and for your thoughtful answers to a lot of the research questions that we threw out at you. But yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I really enjoyed it. Happy to do it anytime, especially with you, Seth, and you, Maureen. Anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Seth, who ironically is outside and was having conversations while he was leading this panel. And thank you to Maureen and Larissa. And I know it's a little bit clunky, and so thank you for those of you here for watching something that's pre-recorded at a live event. But we really were excited to have that topic sort of, pushed in, and this is the only way we could make that work. The good news is we're going to continue with our live programming. And for anyone that was able to attend some of the health and medtech sessions yesterday, you get a sneak preview of our fireside chat guest, Dr. Charlotte Owens from Takeda, who Steve will introduce. But she's amazing. You've already seen Steve once today, Steve Madden, not the shoe mogul, but the GM of Haymarket Media and also the former editor-in-chief of MM&M. And they're going to talk a lot about exploring the intersection of science and access to equitable health. And without further ado, I'm going to bring them up on stage. When they're coming up, I'm going to do just a couple fast housekeeping. So Steve and Dr. Owens, you want to join us? And then just for those watching along, remember we're using the hashtag RealChem South by Southwest. I do apologize too, by the way, for those in the room. I know the food situation's been a little wonky. We're working on getting more food out, but we'll make sure you stay fed and with drink and coffee and all that good stuff. So Steve, Dr. Owens, thanks so much. I'll let you take it away.
Sharon. All right, back on the stage. So when we're here to talk about the intersection of science and equitable healthcare. And I want to start by saying that when you work in this space, you come across a lot of really impressive people. People who are very highly educated, but who also use their education to help other people and move things forward. And I can't think, I've been in this space for 3 years, not as long as everybody else has, but I can't think of very many people that I've come across with as impressive a background as you. And so I'm really looking forward to this. And I know you don't like to talk about yourself, so we're going to spend our time talking about the work that you're doing. But I do think it would be great if you could just share a little bit of your background, just to let people know where you're coming from.
Great, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to talk to everyone. I'm a person who I think grew up always wanting to be close to patients. My initial ambitions were to either be a lawyer, a doctor, or a pilot, because I just love travel and I...
Pilot, not pirate.
Pilot, yes,
Pilot.
not
Okay,
a
that's
pirate,
different.
not a pirate.
I wanted to be a pirate.
I like that. And one of the things that really helped me figure out which way I was going to go early on was understanding as a child, frankly, that when you were sick, that everyone did not have the same option for care, that some people couldn't even go to the hospital, that some people couldn't have the same treatment at the hospital, that some people weren't even spoken to the same way in different places. And then I really very early understood that even where you go looked different, and the tools that the doctors had were different. And that stuck with me. It stuck with me for a long time. And then later on, I decided to go to college, and I've always been very curious about why things work the way that they did. And so I didn't want to be a biology major. I didn't want to be a zoology major. I learned that I really love physiology. And in college, I recognized then that my access to care was different than it was when I was at home. It was actually improving because I had a different kind of insurance. And that stuck with me because I said, why is my care better because I'm now in school? And then when I went to medical school, I saw a totally different healthcare system, one unlike many places that I ever saw where I grew up. And I'm real proud to say that I went to the University of Michigan, go Blue.
Go Blue.
And one of the two impressive things about the University of Michigan was not only the academic center and the beautiful hospital and staff there, but the stadium, right?
The big house.
The big house. But in that facility, we had world-renowned doctors and patients could get so much. And I think even before the term that we're calling health inequities came to life, I realized then this was real different. The healthcare that people could get at the University of Michigan was very different than in my hometown.
What is your hometown?
I'm from Oakland.
Okay.
And it's not that Oakland doesn't have great hospital facilities, but in my part of town, it was just very different. And I said, this is something I can do something about. I can be the type of doctor to a little girl like me, and I can make sure that she gets the kind of care that I'm now able to offer and that her voice is heard. So this continued with me as I went through residency, went to residency in Detroit at Henry Ford Healthcare System. And again, I saw that care could be very different for people depending on their ability to pay, depending on their ability to access. But at Henry Ford, we really felt that it shouldn't be that way.
Right.
And so I started to really work with people who made sure that care was the same as much as possible within the walls of the healthcare system. And the importance of that became clear to me as I became a resident. And I had become so good at giving therapy to patients and making sure that they were better if they were diabetics. And one day, I gave the right prescription, I calculated the right insulin dose, and yet and still several patients that day had high blood sugars. And I said, why? One patient asked me, well, I'm following the diet to the best that I can. And she said, where is hummus on the food pyramid? And I said, I have no idea. Although I do love hummus, I have no idea. And I realized that because I couldn't help her eat right, that totally interfered with her ability to be a healthy gestational diabetic. Another patient asked me, where are grits? And I love grits too, with sugar. And I realized I couldn't help her because, again, the foods that were common to her were not on that beautiful American food pyramid. And yet and still she was here. And there was only one food pyramid that we had. So we embarked on an effort then to really make sure that we met patients where they were at, that we provided what they needed, that we spoke to them in the language that they understood. And that just really fueled me even more to do more personally and professionally for patients. And the reason why I tell this story is because it definitely allows me to tell you about my pharmaceutical work. I continue to still practice because I think it's important to stay close to patients.
And you're an OBGYN, right?
And I'm an OBGYN. And I have the privilege to be on faculty at Morehouse School of Medicine. And we are so driven to really meet patients where they are and provide the best care that we can. But I stay in the pharmaceutical industry because I recognized early on when I was doing trials as a resident and doing trials when I graduated, that innovation actually happens in pharma. The way that I can actually deliver care in the hospital is because someone in the pharmaceutical industry dreamt of it and made it come to life. So if I'm able to stay in both worlds, then I too can help take care of many more patients by doing what I do in the pharmaceutical industry than I could in the clinic. But I love seeing both because I think it really keeps me grounded.
So you've made a couple of stops along the way in pharma and life science industry. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So I've initially started off in clinical development when I first started in the pharmaceutical industry in the device sector. And it was really good to see how you could take an idea to the marketplace and have millions of people served by what you were able to do. Most recently, the last time I was in clinical development, I had the opportunity to work on a oral medicine that allows us to treat women with heavy menstrual bleeding associated with fibroids. And the fact that that was the first ever FDA-approved treatment option is shocking because fibroids are the most common benign condition in women in the uterus, but we were the first. But that tells you that the innovation, the ability to take care of patients is still very great in the pharmaceutical industry. And that's the role that I had just immediately prior to coming to Takeda. And the reason why the role I have at Takeda as the Vice President and head of the Center for Health Equity and Patient Affairs is so important is because our role is to make sure that we embed health equity throughout our organization with our internal partners and externally. We do this in a number of different ways. We involve patients throughout the product life cycle to make sure that we understand what they want, what they need, the people, places, and things that motivate them towards or away from care. We also do health capacity building in communities structurally and knowledge so that you can build sustainable infrastructure in places around the world. We also provide early access to medicines, working with our R&D partners to patients that are eligible to get these innovative treatment options before they are available on the market through our patient access programs. And then we also convene people. We convene partners around some of the problems that are too big for one person to solve in a mega community. And so it's really amazing to be able to wake up every day and still be able to help people and meet them where they're at and provide sustainable impact in the communities.
Can you talk a little bit about the idea of mega communities?
So the concept of mega community is that you're really trying to bring people together who have an overlapping interests, not in a contractual way, but just because it's the right thing to do. So you bring people together from the private sector, from the social sector, from the public sector, and you co-create. You learn, you listen, you understand, and you co-create solutions to really big problems. And in doing that, what you're able to do is to create a sustainable way to solve a problem. Not because you're there, but because you've worked with the communities to bring what the tools that they need that stay there long after you're gone. I think of it as planting a seed. You plant a seed, and if you water it and you fertilize it, then the community can continue to have that tree and all the fruits of the tree for years to come. And in fact, they will learn to do different things with the tree. They will learn to do more than just planting future seeds. They will grow and they will learn because you've provided knowledge and resources.
Why is it so important at this point in time to be working at this intersection?
Well, I think it's always been important. But societal events, I think, have really opened the aperture for many more people. And now that you have greater awareness, you're able to have more scalable opportunities to really impact change. And this is why I think now is the time that we talk about it more, that we inspire people, because it's not just what I do or what you do. We have to inspire everyone to do their part to address health inequities because they're so big, they're so vast, they're so global that there's no one solution and no one team that can handle it all. But if we all do our part, then we can start to solve some of these issues that are really impeding people from reaching their best health potential.
What effect is there, or should I ask, what is the specific effect that the pandemic had on bringing this to the fore?
Well, we were all inside, if you could be. And this is a really important point. Many of the frontline workers couldn't be inside. Some of them were healthcare providers, but many of them were the people that made sure we had food delivered, that made sure that the groceries were there, that were making sure that things were still transported. But yet and still, they were frequently the ones that were really the most fragile. They couldn't necessarily socially distance. They may or may not have had the funds to buy the personal protection equipment that was needed. And frankly, their jobs may have been the most vulnerable too. I think what this pandemic has done is it just shined a very big, bright light on the pre-existing health inequities, and we were at home to see it.
Right.
Whereas when you're working and you're going about your busy day, you weren't there. And then again, with the very public events that showed how we sometimes don't treat each other the same way, that really amplified the need to really start talking and having this discussion. But most importantly to me, it has to be more than a moment because it existed long before what we all saw during the pandemic and the way we all felt during the pandemic, and it will continue. So we can't lose the desire and the burn to really try to affect change. It's not a moment, it's reality and it's life for far too many people.
It seems as if, health equity has moved beyond sort of a talking point to becoming actual, a reality or an expectation for this industry, that you need to address it, that everybody needs to be addressing it, just needs to be part of the process. And you've got a good example to share in Springer Nature and Scientific American. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. One of the things that we recognized very early on is there's a need to understand several terms now: diversity, equity and inclusion, and health equity. What are the overlaps, but what are the things that are different? And we really recognized our commitment to not only doing our part, but helping to enlighten others about what health inequities are really and what do they look like around the world. So we started thinking to ourselves, what is a way that we could do that? Well, if you start talking to people in the classroom, we all get glazed over, we have short attention span, and it doesn't stick because it really doesn't have substrate. But if you tell a story, watch a movie, it really sticks with us in various different ways. So we found a partner in Springer Nature, one of the world's largest scientific publishers, including Scientific American and Nature Med. And what they do well is they tell stories.
Right.
So we decided if we partner with them to tell the story about what health inequities look like around the world, that's pretty powerful. So we've embarked on this journey to tell the story of what it looks like, to really bring people together, to educate and inform them, not about just the problem, but potential solutions worldwide. And then really try to figure out what else can we do as far as galvanizing the world and doing their part. Because we think when you enlighten people, everyone's going to come up with new ideas. Right. And that's the key to how we solve this. That's the key to how we address this. Partnerships, innovation, thinking out of the box, unusual partners. And that's part of the innovation, is not doing what you did in the past because the future mandates it. But then one other important point about telling the story. You leave things for the next generation. And so the information that we are doing will last in perpetuity on the web, so that it's not just there for us here in 2022, but it will be there for people to see in future generations.
So where do you see, I think it's safe to assume that one of your goals is to make sure that the center could ultimately go out of business. But that's gonna take a while. So where do you think, what's the 3 to 5 year timeline look like for the center?
Well, what we'd like to do is to really see that we have motivated people to do some amazing things and tell each other about it. Because when you have this camaraderie, when you have this collaboration, then you can do more. The sum is worth more than the individual parts kind of concept. We also hope that what we're able to do is to see our own geographical footprint, since we have a global remit, expand. So that we can see ourselves doing more things with more people and having more partnerships as a result of people becoming aware of this and really seeing how we can potentially partner together. But the most important thing, I believe, is to really be able to measure the impact, to hold ourselves accountable for making change that the community really believes was important and was valuable to them. So over the next 3 to 5 years, that's what we're doing. We're trying to align ourselves to empower people. We're trying to make sure that we can bring new partnerships into the different areas that will do our work. But we're going to measure our impact and see if we're doing what we set out to do.
Do you have any early results that you can share?
Not yet. I mean, I've been in my role for a little less than 10 months now, but in that time frame, we've done a lot. And I think we're really poised to do a lot more in the future, and that's what we're really going to go full steam ahead to do.
What have been some of the accomplishments of the first 10 months?
Well, exactly this. New partnerships with global impact. We've been able to really lean in and take the tenets of our own company. One of the things our corporate philosophy says is that we want to think about how can we do more for patients. That's one of the questions we always ask ourselves. And that's why we're a patient-focused, value-based, R&D-driven biopharmaceutical company that wants to create better health for a brighter future. So we didn't have to start from scratch because we've been around for 240 years and we put the patient first. Patient, trust, reputation, and business are the key things that must be met before we do anything. And so we just took our basic foundation and we're just trying to take it to the next level in the Center for Health Equity and Patient Affairs and throughout the people that we get to interact with.
Do you see a distinction between science and health, or science and medicine?
For me, what that means, if you're referring to the intersection between science versus medicine and what we're doing, sure. I think science is where it all starts. It's the concept. And so if we embed health equity at the very beginning,
interesting,
then it's there all the way through when you get that medicine to the bedside. If you start thinking about it at the time of launch, you're already too late because you may have missed the valuable input when you were thinking about it from the science perspective. So by embedding health equity from bench to bedside and beyond, it's infused in what you do. And the patient's voice and the community's voice and the community input is already there, allowing you to have greater impact in the community.
And has that approach affected the way, say, for example, you approach clinical trials?
We have a really great clinical team and they're already doing that. They're thinking about what's the epidemiology of the disease and how do we align what we do to that. We're already thinking about how can we have more innovative ways on doing our trials. And so there's a whole clin ops team that is doing that, and we're happy to partner with them to help do our part to expand on their vision.
I find it really interesting that you're in this what must be a giant role. It sounds like you also continue to practice. What lessons do you think are you able to take from one to the other, like going both ways to sort of affect your performance in both areas?
When I'm in the hospital, I remember the first time I remembered health inequities, and I just call them by that now. But I see them so often in my patients. And it's a constant reminder that no matter what you do, you can't stop, because you see it's so pervasive within the communities that we serve. So it gives me fuel to keep going. It gives me insight into what patients need. It gives me insight to what my fellow physicians need and what they face every day. And that can't help but follow me back into the office. And that's the way it should be, because what we do is a partnership with the community, is a partnership with the patients, is a partnership with the physicians, because ultimately that's what the practice of medicine is. We're all trying to help everyone reach their best potential. But now we understand that it goes beyond the pill. It goes beyond the treatment. You actually have to know about the people, places, and things in the environment that move people towards or away from help besides your therapy. Because what we know is that what makes us healthy is the biggest factor is beyond genes and beyond healthcare. It's really our environment.
You know, we at MMM, we've moderated several panels on this topic. Most of them have been webinars because of the pandemic. And one of the things that I always ask speakers is, this is such a big, huge, almost overwhelming issue, because it seems almost intractable. But you have to take a single step, right? You have to chip away. If there's one thing, like one piece of advice that you would give our audience here today, like one thing that they can do, one thing that they should remember, one thing they can take away from this. And don't limit yourself to one if you've got several. But if there's one thing that they could do, and their rules, because most people here work in this industry, what would that be?
Just get started. I think that we sometimes let perfection be the enemy of good enough. Open your eyes to see how inequities are all around you. And that really will help you figure out what you can do. And the reason why this is important is one of my favorite quotes, and you all know, those of you all who know me know what this is. Desmond Tutu once said, "We have to stop just pulling people out of the river. We must go upstream to find out why they're falling in." And if you remember that every day and everywhere around you, then you'll figure out what to do. It's really about just not stopping at the immediate thing you see, but figuring out how did we get there. And when you figure out how we get there and try to solve for that, then you won't have folks in the stream as much anymore, and hopefully eventually one day not at all.
That seems like a perfect place to end this discussion. I couldn't think of a better way to end it. So, Doctor, thank you so much. This has been a great conversation.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Owens and Steve. And what is better than great content than pizza and adult beverages, and the sun is back out on the patio, and we have a 30-minute break. So go out, and then we'll corral you back in, but enjoy yourself, enjoy a little sun and drinks. Yes.
And how are my It'll be interesting.
Hello, hello. Can we start to file into the main ballroom? We're closing in on the end here, folks. Good and the bad of having breaks, as no one wants to ever come back from the break. All right, let's get the rest of our... All right, now that the other Jewel is here, then we can officially get started. Jewel squared, yeah. I don't want to say Jewel 1 or 2 because that means that there's a pecking order, right? The other. That's right. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for sticking with us. I know it's a lot, and I know it's beautiful out, and I know we're all craving that vitamin, yeah, and that alcohol. So a few quick housekeeping notes, and then we're going to kick off our next panel. We're getting close. We have 2 after this and a little palate cleanser that I think you're really going to like. So the first thing I just want to remind everyone, especially those who have been kind enough to stick with us online, that we are recording these. This is on YouTube. You can make comments in the chat if you want to. The sessions are, although I'm lying because one of them is 15 minutes, but most of the remaining sessions are 30 minutes. So we are trying to sort of just focus on the actual content versus taking Q&A. We welcome you to join the conversation on your favorite social channel using the RealChem South by Southwest hashtag. And with that, I do want to introduce my colleague, Jason C. And by the way, Jason, it's funny because I know I tell people like, oh, you have to talk to Jason C. And they look you up and they're like, I don't find any Jason C. I'm like, oh, TSE, not the letter C. So sorry, making a little joke, trying to keep it light here, folks, you know, but I'm bummed. Thank you, Shonda. The name of this session is, he's the head of value and access for Real Chemistry. I neglected that in my humor. He's going to be talking about evolving the oncology landscape and the impact of real-world data and innovation on value and access. And one other first, I know we said it was a little hard to watch the pre-recorded in a live setting, but we brought you 2 people live and we have 1 other person who's joining us virtually. So bear with us. Hopefully this works. We've got him on Zoom and we're going to cut him over. And without further ado, I'll let you gents take over.
Oh, look, he's there.
It's like magic.
Thank you, Aaron. Oh. My wife always tells me at home that I yell into the speakerphone. Thank you. So I'm Jason C. I head the value and access function here at Real Chemistry. And alongside me is Sam Stolpe, who heads up healthcare quality strategy at Johnson & Johnson. And also with us online, we have Dr. Joseph Alvernas, who is Vice President of Government Affairs at City of Hope. but also Chief Clinical Advisor at Access Hope. So welcome, everybody. So I thought we'd kick off just orienting a little bit about the conversation. You know, I think we could argue that over the last few years or so, we've seen and witnessed a tremendous amount of progress, both in terms of healthcare delivery and cancer care, but also from a therapeutic standpoint. We've seen a lot of really strong developments. We've pushed the edge of durability. I mean, we're still trying to figure out what that durability looks like. There are still patients out there that are still alive today, and will be for many, many years. So as we think about it, the next 5 years, you could argue, will be incredibly important in terms of how we define value and access, how we measure it, and also, you know, how do we integrate and collaborate with the various stakeholders. So I guess the first question, and Joe, maybe we'll start with you, is really, as you think about City of Hope, as you think about cancer care, and I know you've talked a lot about democratizing cancer care as well, how do you think about value and access, both in terms of how it's been defined in the past, but also where you think it's going to move going forward, especially over the next few years? Sorry, Joe, you're muted at the moment.
Apparently that still works even in person.
Not muted on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fabulous. So thanks for the opportunity to be here. I assure you that I am live, but it's far away. So, you know, you ask a great question. So let's begin with what's the primary thing that we're trying to achieve. We're trying to help people navigate what can be an innavigable journey. You begin with a conversation that starts, you have cancer. And everything that that person and that family knew in that moment before those words were uttered are in many ways irrevocably changed. And to me, value is how well our systems align, our resources align, and the capacities of knowledge, talent, and humanity can circle themselves around that person and family so that they can see a path forward from what is arguably the darkest, most impenetrable moment of their lives. And just to give you a sense that there's a reality to this, in the time between when I began my residency program and last year, cancer survival rates have improved by 31%. So there's an extraordinary path forward. And if we can get this right, and I think this answers kind of the crux of what you're beginning with, if we can make sure that patients are empowered to get the right care at the right place at the right time, that our systems are aligned to bring new innovations to speed, and that doctors and patients can enjoy a relationship that carries them from diagnosis to restoration to wholeness, then that to me is a value-centric model for care.
Thank you. And Sam?
Yeah, well, Joe, actually what you said resonates really deeply with me. I really like how you describe this in terms of the patient's journey. Both inside of cancer care and everywhere in healthcare, our goal should be to make every patient's journey through healthcare effortless. And especially in something as like that elicits such a visceral, dark response for any patient who gets a cancer diagnosis. Now, I mean, you can reduce this idea of value and access to, you know, strict definitions. Value is simply cost per unit of quality, and access is simply the ability to obtain healthcare services, everything from prevention to diagnosis, treatment, maintenance of therapy, etc. But this conceptualization, I think, as you put it, Joe, around the journey through healthcare and being part of it makes it much less, you know, transactional in nature, more about transformational, which is really the direction that we're headed inside of cancer care, especially with the advancements in therapy that we've been able to achieve, and, you know, the changes in the ways that we've talked about our aspirations in healthcare. So we started with this triple aim, right? When we first started thinking about what value is, and the way that we said it is, well, we want to lower costs, we want to improve healthcare outcomes, and we want to better the patient's experience of care. But we've learned a lot since then, that we need to explicitly, as a goal, call out health equity and closing health equity gaps. And I love the conversations we've been having today around that. And then we've seen a mass exodus by healthcare professionals from the profession, just by virtue of fatigue, when these individuals are deeply intrinsically motivated to provide care. That's an absolute crisis. So I think now what's being called the quintuple aim really speaks to our priority should be inside of value and access.
And I think I think you guys both mentioned it is a very strong and visceral reaction when you learn of a cancer diagnosis. I think the other interesting thing, and Sam, we've talked about this in the past, with these new novel therapies, many of whom are allowing and enabling people to live very normal lives with that diagnosis and into much longer periods of time as well. So when you think about what we've done in the past in terms of measuring outcomes, we've oftentimes looked at progression-free survival, overall survival. There are many quality measures that provider systems are also looking at. When you think about a longer-term period where maybe PFS or progression-free survival becomes more normal and becomes a multi-year thing, and it becomes, in some ways, kind of an accepted and normalized thing, how do you then measure success? How do you then measure value and the contribution of therapies and also the way that care is delivered? How do you start to understand what is the metric for success there? Maybe Sam, you could comment on that a little bit, and then Joe as well after.
Oh, there's so much to unpack here.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I'll surprise anyone in the room or Joe by suggesting that our healthcare system as it currently stands is woefully ill-prepared to be able to deliver on what we've set our aspirations around, especially around cancer care. The way that we've been measuring value, it's just such weak outcome measures in oncology now that are being used for accountability purposes. So let's just take the simple case of the oncology care model, the CMMI's flagship program. The way that they define high quality care in that is with 6 quality measures. And those measures are basically, did we keep you out of the hospital and the ER? Not a bad thing. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be measuring that. We should. Did we screen you for depression? Did we screen you for pain? Did we appropriately transition you to hospice care at the right time? And were you satisfied with your care? Those are the 6 measures. But I would suggest that CMMI has no idea whether that program was successful or not. Because inside of this 6-month episodic total cost of care model, they're looking at what happens at 6 months, and they consistently conflate value and cost. And the way that we're measuring cancer, there's nothing in there where we're saying, what you talked about. Did we actually improve progression-free survival? Did patients live longer? No one's asking these patients what their goals are, or at least not measuring it and holding providers accountable for it, which is where we should be going. And it shouldn't just be questions around health and safety. It's what kind of life do you want to live? And that should be baked into the care plan. I'm not saying that providers don't do that, but surprise, surprise, when you incentivize providers to do things, they tend to do them. So we need to make sure that we're getting the right metrics in place and that we have the right infrastructure to support those metrics, which today we don't.
Thanks. Joe?
So much of what he said really resonates. I've had the blessing of working in a place for the last 25 years where I'm surrounded by a team, and what we do at that first visit is sit down and what are your goals? What's important to you in life? What helps you feel human? What do you value most? And then, we work in partnership, surrounded by a community of all kinds of professionals and family members and others to go along that arc. And there are things that you say that resonate really deeply, which is, I don't think you can technologize your way to wellness. I also think that you can measure a lot of process measures that don't matter and be satisfied that you measured something, but it won't help at all. Ultimately, we have to think, to my mindset, especially in the domain of cancer care, that cancer care is in fact very, very different. When I started out, getting out of my fellowship program, patients with multiple myeloma lived a median average value of 18 months, and people with non-small cell lung cancer that was metastatic lived less than a year. Based upon profound advances in healthcare technology, but more importantly, the ability of patients and families to access these technologies in a timely, efficient, navigable way, the patients who can get access to the right care in myeloma have median survivals of 10 years or more. In the domain of metastatic non-small cell lung cancer, are living longer and longer, higher and better quality lives, where I think the focus and what we should measure is quality of life, the degree to which that patient has been restored to functionality and wholeness, the degree to which they've been able to resume their normal lives. And this requires a mastery over data that goes far beyond the narrowness of E&M coded encounters. Because, if we're using the Medicare model where everything's got to be billed and coded data, you will know nothing about the humanity of what you've achieved. And in fact, you'll undermine the ability of people to get really high quality care by measuring what's exactly wrong. And I think that's one of the key challenges that we're facing is we measure the wrong things, we derive the wrong lessons, and when we try to achieve efficiency, it's usually through the efficiency through strangulation model. We do the wrong things, incentivize the wrong things, and patients and families are left bereft of what they really need to return to a high quality of life.
Can I
Yeah,
jump
of
in
course.
with that? So just to continue some of the thought that you're expressing, Joe, I really like this idea around thinking about how we pay for things. Now, I've studied value-based care models. I get really excited about them, and I find them tremendously interesting. One of the things that I get concerned about, though, is when we look at value-based care and paying for value, it's certainly true that the central thesis around value-based care is that we want to avoid overutilization, right? That's the problem. And if we transition to a value-based model where we're paying for you to do the right thing by creating measures, then one, we need to measure the right thing, and two, we need to be concerned about the opposite of overutilization, which would be care stinting. So inside of, again, let's revisit this total cost of care model, the oncology care model, because this is kind of an interesting, I think, model that CMMI has introduced. It's sunsetting in June, and we have yet to determine what's going to be next. But whatever it is, we have to avoid the downward pressure around access that is occurring based on this model. So they set a benchmark, and your goal is to come in underneath that benchmark for total cost of care in 6 months. What we've discovered is that the total cost of care inside of oncology, just from the drugs alone, is around 65%. And for some diseases like multiple myeloma, it could be as high as 80%. I would suggest that overutilization is not the problem there. It's not that docs are just want to throw more drugs at the patient, and that's our problem in cancer care. It's not. So if there's only this fraction of care that is modifiable by the clinician, to provide additional services, that's what we should be measuring and incentivizing. But what's happening inside of OCM is that downward pressure can actually lead for clinicians not to provide care. I've spoken with CEOs around this that are inside of the model. Well, they'll refer out multiple myeloma patients because they could potentially lose their shirt. I think that's just perverse. And we need to figure out a way to not get patients diverted from healthcare, but to keep them inside of healthcare and engaged. So it's exactly the opposite of what we intended from that. And these are some real risks that are kind of latent inside of total cost of care right now.
And I'd love to hear, Joe, your thoughts on that as well, especially, when you think about City of Hope and you guys are kind of planning for the next stage and the next few years of innovation and the types of policies that you might adopt on behalf of the provider systems. What are your thoughts around, kind of what Sam just alluded to?
So much of what Sam spoke to resonates deeply because we do see physicians throughout communities facing undue pressures to undertreat patients, to not fully leverage the innovations that could in fact really make a huge difference. And in many ways, we try to turn physicians into insurance companies and gatekeepers and things that misalign them from what they're trying to achieve in that exam room with that patient and their family. I think fundamentally what our system lacks are three things. One is scalability. Patients need to get the right care at the right place. And if that means it's a phase 1 early clinical trial, or a CAR T cell, or it's a brand new targeted therapeutic that changes the nature of that prognosis, then our system has to accommodate that. What it should cost includes that therapy. The second thought is that the onus can't be on patients and families to burn down the system every time it serves its needs poorly, which is why, we went through this California state legislature with the Cancer Patient Bill of Rights. This is meant to provide policymakers with core principles that protect those rights to speedy access, to recognizing the differentiated nature of cancer. And the third thing is that the focus on cost can't be a blind focus. It has to be contextualized to what we're trying to achieve. So earlier Sam talked about, this definition of value. And I think the definition of value, when we're talking about outcome, it needs to talk about not just survival, but progression-free survival, quality of life. And it needs to enter a domain in which we recognize that what we're trying to do is serve human beings. We're not trying to build new parts for a Buick. I think it's a really different mindset, and I have yet to see Medicare take that big leap that embraces the differentiation in cancer. And clinicians are caught in the midst when we have, these macro policymakers blind to the importance of innovation and unwilling to embrace the full complexity of what we have to navigate to get this right. It's a perfect storm of indecision, which is why at City of Hope we are not only moving forward with the Cancer Patient Bill of Rights, but also looking at legislation to protect patients' ability to access care and to retake agency over their lives so they don't get lost waiting and waiting and waiting for decisions that don't come.
Yeah, and I think, both Joe and Sam kind of alluded to, there's a ton of different stakeholders that impact quality of care, that impact care delivery. There's a whole team of not just providers and HCPs, but frankly of manufacturers and payers that are all kind of trying to align on this mission. And while we wait for some of these policies to get rolled out or even be defined, I think that what I'm hearing is that there's an opportunity for manufacturers, for provider systems in some ways to take initiative and help drive some of that progress. And so we oftentimes hear of things like, services beyond the pill, other types of things that we can do beyond the actual treatment that we can help patients along their journey. Maybe Sam, you could comment a little bit on that. With your role and you being part of Johnson & Johnson, what are some of the initiatives that you're trying to undertake now to drive better value and ultimately better care for patients? And instead of waiting for like the regulatory piece and the policy piece to come through, there might be things that we can do today.
Yeah, I love that. That's a really good question. Thank you. So as we're thinking about this connection between those four entities that you listed, so payers, providers, pharma, patients. I mean, obviously there's much more to our healthcare system than those four entities. But just between those four alone, and I would extend this to pretty much everywhere else, the way that we can get things to align is through just cascades of quality. Like what I mean by that is setting up quality measures that align across those entities, and then accountability applications that that thread right through. Now, let me just give you a quick example of how this can work in practice, and I'll draw from an example outside of cancer to do this. Target Pharmacy, it doesn't exist anymore. It's actually CVS is inside of Target's. They did this really clever thing. So Medicare Advantage plans are held accountable for a variety of measures, 45 or so measures inside of the CMS star rating system for Part C and D. And there's tremendous incentives for health plans to achieve a 4-star rating or higher. So it's rebates that can be in the billions of dollars. It's about approximately between 3 and 4 stars, $45 per patient per month. That's a lot. And then the bonus payments associated with achieving a 4-star rating are tremendous as well. Well, though you can cascade that, and they've used direct and indirect remuneration fees on pharmacies to claw back money associated with poor achievement on star rating measures such as medication adherence. All right, well, given that's true, Target figured this out, and they're like, well, how do I get my pharmacist to focus on it? How do I get my pharmacist to try to help me get a preferred position inside of a pharmacy network for these health plans? And the simple way, and to save money on the DIR fees. And what they did is they just simply started paying their pharmacists to achieve the measures. How crazy is that? It goes directly into their bonuses. So it's not just satisfaction surveys on the part of that are determining the bonus for the healthcare provider. It's a direct payment for aligning with the measures that matter to the entity that they're connected to. So these sorts of ideas need to be threaded throughout our system. Currently, a lot of physicians are ducking for cover because so many of them are employees now. They don't own their own practices. And with this integration inside of the vertically integrated PBMs, where they're also buying provider networks, or with the expansion of IDNs, where to be able to take on risk, they're purchasing provider groups and pulling them in-house. we need to think about that more. They're not as incentivized to achieve quality measures like they would be inside of the merit-based incentive payment system, where they get a direct bonus or potentially a penalty for not achieving measures. So getting that common thread is really where I think we have to get just a move away from, and I don't think you can take the transactional nature out of those relationships, but you can change how you incentivize them.
Joe, do you have comments on that as well?
Sure, I do agree that the incentives are really key. And I also like this idea of stakeholders working together in synergistic ways, that they are able to navigate the complexities of systems, of the systems in a way that allows a broader alignment. And this includes having access to not only patients, providers, and families and communities around them.
Sorry, Joe, I don't know if anybody heard what you said because your daughter is adorable.
My apologies.
Those are called happy accidents.
It is happy accidents via Zoom. So, I think that by doing what we do, we can be more than the sum of our parts, and we can also be able to align incentives to what we think ideal and perfect care looks like, rather than just align around process measures that historically have not worked very well.
Yeah, that's really, I think that's, one of the interesting things I think that I also want to touch base on, and I know we only have a few more minutes here, but when you think about the types of measures, and you also think about the type of data, you could argue real-world data, whether it's electronic health record data, or claims data, or frankly, patient-reported outcome data, or clinical outcomes assessment data. There's a lot of different types of data that we can use going forward. What are some of those, if you think about measurable outcomes? And one thing that comes to mind for me is when I interviewed payers in 2016 when we were studying innovative contracting in the US, we actually asked payers, would you ever anchor a reimbursement or an innovative contract where you're taking some risk? Would you ever anchor that on what the patients are saying, whether it's through patient-reported outcomes or something else? And every payer, literally every national and regional payer said, we would not do that. Wow. And that was back in 2016. So when you think about the next 5 years, when you think about this hyper growth of innovation, novel therapies coming to market, people not just surviving but thriving with a cancer diagnosis, what's the next generation or next echelon of outcomes that we should be thinking about, even beyond quality measures? So Sam, maybe you want to take that first.
Yeah, great. So, I think we should define the problem a little bit more before I answer the question. But so I think for us to get to outcomes, we need some adjustments in our taxonomy. Like the pedals to the floor inside of oncology, nobody's satisfied. Patients are dying, and providers are watching them die. And there's this IOM data point where they said it takes 17 years to adopt a clinically meaningful adjustment. Is simply not true in oncology. There's a real thing called the ASCO effect, where as soon as ASCO meets and all this new knowledge comes out, there's a transformation in the way practice is delivered, because nobody's satisfied. Everyone wants to see this change. So what we need to be able to do, though, is get to where we're talking about cancer in a different way. If we want to pay for precision medicine, we need precision payment. And right now, we don't even have a meaningful way to capture disease acuity inside of cancer. So for example, when you diagnose someone, you're supposed to stage them, and when do you restage them? How do you talk about disease acuity inside of oncology? It's the line of therapy that you're on. But you could be third line, fourth line, and be in complete remission and doing great and have a high quality of life, or you could be third line, fourth line with metastases everywhere, and you're going to die in 2 weeks. But is that the same patient? Of course not. But inside of other areas, like end-stage renal disease, we have ways of describing acuity very well. So until we can get a meaningful taxonomy around talking about the severity of disease, we're going to have a really heck of a hard time trying to measure anything. You can't even talk about it meaningfully. But I do see us going in that direction, where we'll need to go that direction if cancer is indeed going to evolve into more of a chronic disease. We'll need to be able to talk about outcomes and to do risk assessments on patients based on disease acuity, which I don't see us doing meaningfully now. More and more, we're going to have to measure on those 5 drivers of value that we talked about. So it's cost per unit of quality, as we said, patient experience, provider experience, paying for health equity, actually explicitly paying for it, and then the overall value of care. So I think that's the direction that it will, but where we have to go. It's just an imperative for us inside of oncology.
Yeah, and Joe, I think from a provider system perspective, right, we're all, whether you're the provider system, whether you're the manufacturer, whether you're the payer, whether you're the patient, or whether you're an individual HCP, I think we're all trying to align on what kind of value justification do we need. And so, Joe, as you think about your role at City of Hope, what do you think about that? What are the types of things that you're actively kind of trying to initiate and think through from a measurement standpoint?
So I like this approach because I think when that conversation was had about measuring outcomes and aligning performance around patients' perceptions, we missed an opportunity by not embracing that. So we track measures that include patient survival. We follow progression-free survival. Now, one of the things that Sam mentioned is that we within our system are able to look at things like staging and alignment of care to patient goals of care. But when we look at the measures that we think matter, start with the process. Have we identified the patient's goals of care? Have we identified what they see as the utmost values that we're seeking to preserve? And does the care journey evolve in that direction? And as you add on layers of survival, progression-free survival, time off therapy, and patient perception of how well they feel, how functional they are, how well they've integrated back into the community, that's what we would view as a holistic measure of whether or not we're getting this right. And more importantly, where are the opportunities to grow outreach, trust building in communities, and to better engage those patients whose disparities center upon not getting that kind of care.
I love that, and I know we're coming up on time, but I feel like we need to turn this into like a 3 or 4 part series now, because there's many more questions that I have that I think we would love to address. But in the meantime, I'd love to thank Joe and Sam for participating on this panel, and I hope everybody found it insightful. Also, there's a rock concert happening behind us, so I couldn't quite. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So thank you, Jason. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Joe's daughter, for giving us a little laugh. I know we saw a lot of that in the early days of the pandemic where someone's child wanted. Jim, I think you were on a panel, weren't you, with a gentleman whose daughter or son insisted on coming into the picture right as he was talking. So it was a little nerve-wracking. Anyway, so our next session that we have, as I mentioned, it's a palate cleanser, and I mean that in the best way possible, because sometimes when you get all these like great but meaty sessions, it's nice to have something that's quick and enlightening and shows you a different view on things. It's really focusing on sustainability and PPE, and we have two people. They are co-CEOs and founders of a company called Canopy. It's Joe and Kim Rosenberg, so total coincidence, they have the same last name. I mean, who knew? Oh, actually, no, they're a married couple. But they're gonna talk a little bit about this product they've developed, what the process was. So a little bit of a living case study. They're gonna do it quick, 15 minutes. And with that, Joe and Kim, I'm gonna bring you up on stage. Talking dead. Oh. David, we have a video we're bringing up. It'll be up in just a sec. Let's see. Bear with us.
The nerve-wracking part where we wait for the video to play.
A At least you have great music in the background, right?
We do.
Canopy is a reusable elastomeric respirator that is designed specifically for use in a healthcare setting. When we interviewed dozens of clinicians and administrators, they were looking for something that was extremely comfortable, that gave them a secure seal, something that was extremely breathable, easy to clean, that was durable, and something that was, if possible, transparent so that their colleagues and, of course, patients could see their faces and read their lips.
I think COVID has really changed the game. Essentially, moving forward, we're going to be living in a society, especially within healthcare, where we are required to always mask and protect ourselves from airborne diseases. So in the ER, a lot of times we need to respond to patients quickly. So it's helpful if I have a mask that I can easily put on and take off without having to touch my face or expose myself, and I do that multiple times a day. So it feels good that I'm not throwing away a mask every time I come out of a patient room, and that I just have to wipe down my canopy, and it continues to make me safe, but also make the world more sustainable.
Hi everyone, I'm Kim Rosenberg. This is my husband and co-founder, Joe Rosenberg. I just want to say a quick thank you to Jim and Aaron and the team to tell our story today. So how did we get here? Why am I sitting on top of a big bucket of grapes, and how did that lead us to PPE? When Joe and I got married about 5 years ago, we both really had an entrepreneurial bug. We were both in the corporate world, wanted to get out there and solve really complex problems, building on our corporate experience, running businesses, working to drive really major institutional change in our respective areas. Joe in tech, with respect to working with large retailers and helping them compete with Amazon from a digital perspective, and me in financial services, working with the largest companies in the world to help them determine how they secure the retirements of their workers. And so our first endeavor in 2017 was to work with a winemaker who wanted to launch his own wine brand that was focused on natural wine and was doing, a lot in working with organic and biodynamically farmed grapes, doing things in a very natural way, moving away from the things that were harming the environment and ourselves with conventional winemaking. And so we got that off the ground. We exited in early 2020, and we're looking for our next venture. And we found ourselves at home in Westchester County in March 2020, smack in the middle of the epicenter of the pandemic. We were outside in late March handing over a box of old N95s to an emergency room physician that's a very good friend of ours. It was like we were giving her a box of gold coins, how grateful she was. And we got to talking about, how valuable they were and how they were just absolutely impossible to come by. Even Joe's first cousin here, Dr. Aaron Alpert, works one of the largest hospital systems in Manhattan, begging through a GoFundMe campaign to try and find proper respiratory protection. And we were just astounded that this was the case. So coming out of that conversation, our doctor friends were sort of saying like, hey, can you guys do something? Like, we know you're ready to really get into it. And we
Not
thought
only
about
is there a shortage, but the product is not very good.
Right.
It's uncomfortable, it's costly, it's wasteful. Look at our faces, everyone's seen these pictures in the news.
Yeah. And so we looked into it, and there really wasn't a reusable solution. We were so surprised to find that the reusable options were really designed for industry and dust. And not only that, but the disposables, the waste is just staggering. This is 6 months of use in the pandemic, football fields worth of waste.
Just for healthcare workers, just in the United States.
So disposables are not the answer. They're difficult to breathe through, they're painful, their waste, the waste is staggering. And reusables aren't necessarily the answer either. When we ask, well, why isn't there a reusable option? It's because they look like this. They're frightening, they're difficult to clean, they need charging, some of them. And we were just continued to be dumbfounded that there just wasn't this in-between solution built just for healthcare. And we decided to go out and build it. We were surprised there wasn't anything else out there. We expected there to be lots of big companies coming to market with something, and there wasn't. And we decided to go for it. We decided that we were going to get out there and do what we do best, which is work with our end users. And get down and talk to as many physicians and hospital administrators as we possibly could to understand, why this solution didn't exist and how we could create one for them.
And at the time, we had been looking into sort of our next impact-oriented business where we were looking into some challenges related to mercury pollution associated with gold mining. And we're about to launch a business there, and then of course the pandemic hit us. But because of that, we had some relationships with some jewelry factories in New York, and we were all listening to Governor Cuomo beg everybody every day to retool their factories and so forth. So we started talking with these jewelry factories and said, hey, can you guys make something for us? This was around when we were learning that copper was a very hostile surface to the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So we started putting these together, and doctors and nurses and hospital administrators and med supply distributors, everyone was saying, okay, yeah, you guys are kind of onto something here. And so that's when we knew it was time to really actually staff up a team in earnest and fund the project. And we had some capital, not a lot of it, but enough to seed this because we weren't proceeding with the metals business. And so we heard earlier today, how do you include providers in your process? We basically let the providers tell us exactly what to build. So we went on this very, very rapid design sprint, at the beginning of the first wave of the pandemic, and talked to any healthcare worker, any hospital administrator that could spare us 20 to 30 minutes, for a user interview. And fortunately, we were able to wrap that up really quickly because everyone said the exact same things. They wanted something that was comfortable, that had a secure seal around their face, breathable, easy to clean, something that could be disinfected in 60 seconds, and then if possible, it was transparent. And so we got to this point, Kim and I come from the business world, but what we knew how to do was build the right team to actually staff up this project to bring it to life and bring it to market. And what we found, not surprisingly, was it was a concept that really resonated with so many people. And so I started calling friends and colleagues to say, hey, who do you know that would be a good fit for this? And before you know it, within a matter of a week or two, we had this great lead engineer from Hopkins. We had material scientists, head of R&D for Paul Corporation was on board, operations leaders from DaVita. We got the world's largest filter manufacturer signed up, and everyone was really poised to take this through development. And I think what was so interesting about this was we were doing it all over Google Meet, Slack, all of these digital platforms that made it so easy to do, and we had a global team, so we truly were working around the clock. We would work in the States during the day, building out the features and concepts. Overnight, our team in Singapore would actually turn these into CAD drawings, and we were able to do this really, really quickly. This is just an example of one of the 45 user needs was accommodating a wide range of face shapes and sizes. And this was my daughter's sippy cup, and we started thinking, okay, that works for a lot of sizes.
Yeah.
So
all solutions were on the table initially.
And so it took us just only 90 days to get to our design freeze, and we ended up with this product that met most of the user needs. It was transparent, which was a huge bonus, easy to clean, simple to use, and then we started looking, how do we actually build this supply chain and get the partners on board to bring this to life, again, in the midst of the global pandemic. And some of our colleagues we hadn't even met for the first entire year of doing business, but after the first 6 months or so, we actually had our first units off the production line, made almost entirely in the United States. Of our 30 parts in our bill of materials, 27 of them are domestic, which we're really proud of, and moving the whole supply chain towards the United States. And now we're working on taking this out to the market. We've got our first hospital customers. We're working on our first GPO deal right now, and we're really heartened to see that an idea that seemed a little bit out there at the beginning, we're now finding is really resonating with the leading thinkers in this area as we work from crisis management to emergency planning and preparedness.
That's right. And so where do we go from here? So we have the product, but what we really wanted to leave you with today is, let's not forget sort of the crisis that we went through, and that our belief, as well as leading experts in public health and infectious disease, have been calling for this for almost a decade. This is not a new issue. Proper respiratory protection that's durable for healthcare workers has been a need for a very long time. And so what we kind of call on you all as leaders in healthcare, we're so new to the industry and sort of surrounding ourselves, this weekend and hearing so much about health equity and innovation. This is really, where we would say, let's get behind this. Let's not leave healthcare workers without proper respiratory protection. This is an entirely solvable issue. And we talk about workforce retention. Workers need to feel safe to come back. There are so many things that we can and should be doing. We really are looking to get behind legislation and budget allocations that everybody should have one of these who's in healthcare, and that should then extend to all frontline workers, those who stood up for us and who we counted on. We have the solution here to sort of not encounter this problem again.
Yeah, so for those of you who are familiar with the COVID roadmap that came out last week, lengthy report from the leading thinkers in the space, many of whom have advised the Biden administration, led by Dr. Emanuel. They're really saying this needs to be a requirement in healthcare, and this is something we've been saying since the beginning of this endeavor. And when we talk about inclusion, the product being transparent and health equity, deaf and hard of hearing is one of the top 5 most common disabilities in the United States, and globally there's 500 million people that suffer from that, and we've had friends and family that have been diagnosed and hospitalized for weeks during this pandemic and have gone without seeing smiles from their providers, or they're afraid. At the time their families were not with them. So this is something that can help solve that. And just to give a sense of the order of magnitude, the pandemic has cost the United States taxpayers like $4.6 trillion. For just a couple $100 million, like a fraction of 1% of that, you can give one of these to every single healthcare worker in the United States. And the budget discussions are actively ongoing right now. How do we replenish the national stockpile? So, when you're hearing about this topic, we would encourage you to really advocate for durable solutions. You'd be hard pressed to find anyone that disagrees with this as the way forward. And we're really honored to be part of the solution. Thank you guys very much.
Brett, would you mind popping a chair up on the table? Go ahead and pop it up, yeah. All right. We are closing in on the finish line. It's my favorite word. This is our penultimate session, meaning the second to last, at least to most people. And thank you, Joe and Kim, for a great little, thank you for saving lives, right? And for helping us to cut costs and doing the right thing. So speaking of doing the right thing, this next session is called Purpose Centricity as a Business Imperative. And it's led by my esteemed colleague, Jewel Jones. Like if there was ever a movie star name, it's Jewel Jones. And she is the practice lead for our health equity practice. And Jewel, if you want to come up on stage with your amazing guests, then we will make it happen. Sorry, there's a little log jam here, so. And don't mind the rock music behind you.
Come on, John Glenn High School. That's great.
Give me my stupid bag. So thank you all so much for joining us. The topic of our conversation today is Purpose Centricity as a Business Imperative. And I'm so pleased to be joined by Andy Kachari, who is the Chief Development Officer for the March of Dimes, Wendy Lunn, Chief Communications Officer for Organon, and Ryan Flynn, the Head of Communications for Resilience. And this is a really important conversation, as we know, because purpose centricity is kind of a buzzword, right? But to get it right, there's a lot that goes into it, and you all are great examples of how organizations are centering this as a business imperative. There was a recent Deloitte report that mentioned, and they said so clearly, clear purpose is an organization's soul and identity, providing a platform to build upon and a mirror to reflect its existence in the world. And Organon, Resilience, and March of Dimes are 3 really strong examples of orgs that have purpose as a part of its DNA. So I'd love to hear from each of you. What does purpose mean to you, and how does it drive innovation? I'm going to start with you.
So Resilience is a technology-focused biomanufacturing company with the goal of revolutionizing how medicines are made to democratize access to medicines. And those are a lot of buzzwords. But essentially, what we're getting at is that there's three ways to get medicines to patients. One is discovery, so being able to identify problems that affect certain populations or people. Then participation in clinical trials and in the healthcare system. The third way is the process. And it's a very process that it's expensive, it's time-consuming, and there's a lot of failure. So unless we improve all aspects of that, including the process, which we're working on, we're not going to be able to get more medicines to patients. So for purpose, to me, that means working with this organization to create new pathways to developing medicines.
Wendy?
So I'm really lucky because Organon was born with a purpose. And we did launch during COVID, June 3rd, 2021. And just for those of you who don't know, Organon is the only women's health company of its kind. It's a pharmaceutical company, and I think it's the only one really of its size in the industry. So when we first went to launch, we took a step back and said, let's figure out what's going on out there. So we did a lot of research about a year ago, and one of the things we heard was that women were just completely and utterly exhausted. COVID, huge part of it. Life, huge part of it. And so what we realized— Just being a woman, right? Just being a woman is exhausting.
That too.
And one of the things that we realized was that women were doing a lot of talking, but no one was really doing any listening. So we said, you know what? Let's take a step back. Let's not act like most pharmaceuticals do. Let's really listen to what her needs are. When we launched, we opened up the airwaves. We said, come tell us, what are those unmet needs that are happening? And we were so flooded with thousands of women who came to us and basically listed out all these unmet needs that were going on for years and years and years. And it was just amazing. And I think one of the culminations of this in terms of our purpose and our employees and how everyone has rallied together, 9,500 people, 85% of them have come over from Merck, is that IWD, International Women's Day was a few days ago, as I'm sure many of you know, and our CEO penned a letter in the Wall Street Journal which drew tremendous outpouring from all different aspects and facets of the industry. And one of the things that was just so incredible to us, besides our staff and media, and this, especially in this backdrop we're living in, was that on the day of March 7th, we went to the New York Stock Exchange on March 7th and rang the bell. They invited us back. They saw our thing in the Wall Street Journal. We had 1,200 people come to our careers page.
That's great.
Of those, 700 applied for jobs in one day. So it really shows that with this great resignation, everything going on, that people really do want to work for companies with a purpose. And so I feel very blessed that I get to work for one every day and share everything about what we do. So clearly business imperatives and purpose going hand in hand is a huge advantage for us.
It's a great point, and I think just to build on that, March of Dimes is one of the oldest philanthropic organizations in the United States. We started with polio, but we've really dedicated ourselves to maternal and infant health in the last 10 years. We've always been for it, but we've really had to double down because there is, as we know from everything that's going on at this conference, there's a maternal health crisis in the United States. And what we do is, what we're trying to capitalize on is this convergence that you talked about, Jewel, where corporations, awareness, consumers are all coming together to try to solve certain things. And when we see an opportunity to step in as a subject matter expert or a convener or someone who actually delivers direct care, we do it. Because this area of maternal health has so many arms and legs that can't be solved, and it has to be solved by a coalition and a lot more people than just the March of Dimes. But when you said kind of in the midst of, well, Einstein said, in the midst of adversity lies opportunity. I think we really feel like this is our time as an organization to really drive the awareness and drive results in the marketplace to help people, and particularly mom and women of color. And that's how we are doing it. And when you say innovation, it comes to mind is really, maternal health has not had a lot of innovation. Maternal health has not had a lot of investment until lately. Obviously, high transactions, Medicare, a lot of people who are uninsured, and just access to care is an issue. So I think a lot of the technology companies that I've met today, a lot of the things I've heard today, really are going to step it up and help those areas. So I think innovation is done by everybody, but hopefully at the March of Dimes we can capitalize on it. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I lead the health equity and justice practice at Real Chemistry, and one thing that we talk about all the time is that health equity is not just about doing well by doing good. There are functional, practical, and emotional benefits to centering equity as a business imperative.
That's right.
And the same can be said for purpose centricity. That same Deloitte report, found that purpose-driven companies, and Wendy, to your point, witness higher market share gains and grow three times faster than their competitors, all while achieving high employee and customer satisfaction. To those who are earlier in their stages of maturity when it comes to centering purpose, what's one or two things that you would advise or that you would recommend they do to really make the business case and to get buy-in?
I think it's just shocking to me they have to say, show people numbers, but having a diverse executive suite or diverse board leads to better profits. So it's financially it's going to help you out anyway. But I also think that you look at who's in the room already, and it directs your attention to things that you already know about, right? So I think about sickle cell disease, for instance, affects mostly African Americans. For 100 years, there was no real focus on treatment.
Right.
And the past 10 years or so, there's a couple of companies working on gene therapies. Ted Love's a great executive, African American CEO, really drove focus on that, and now it's a multi-billion-dollar market. But those are types of things where unless if everyone looks alike in the room, you're only going to see the things you all see, not things that other people are affected by. So to me, it's just a pure business case. You're ignoring a large market for patients and for opportunity.
Can I put it more bluntly?
Sure.
You're leaving money on the
Exactly.
table. Absolutely.
That's right.
Wendy or Andy?
Go ahead, Wendy, please.
I think for us, it's been a lot around really thinking about what unmet need is and how we can really support those needs. So, like I said, when we sort of got out there and we started to really showcase ourselves, it really wasn't about patting ourselves on the back, but really sharing the voice of the woman. And that just inextricably linked to our staff who were so energized and so passionate. Most of our products really were Merck products that were sort of in the closet, right? And we brought them over to Organon, and now they're like the center of our universe. We're excited about the different things that we have and that we're selling and that we're sharing. And it's really been around a sea change of how we take 85% of people at another company and bring them over. I was one of the few 15%. So, and also bringing in people who were super energized, really motivated, and just really excited to be there to share this sort of passion throughout the entire company.
I think this idea of centricity and really driving, impact is the evolution of these, corporate social responsibility of the 90s and the early 2000s. I think that there was a lot of initiatives that were used in corporations that didn't really focus on driving impact. And I think and you can credit the millennials if you want, but the millennials in the workforce really want to see results. And I think that this has forced corporations to really take a look at it and say, hey, we can't just give this lip service or just donate a check. Remember the big check? And that was on the front page of the annual report. Now it's like, how many lives are we impacting? And I think when you talk about what some of the great work that my colleagues here are doing, they're trying to drive impact in the marketplace, and that's having an effect on everybody's everyday life. So as corporations start to think about that, if you're an assistant brand manager at Kellogg's or some company, and you want to think about how you can link your cereal brand to an initiative, you have to take it back to what you're actually going to do, right? And who you're going to actually impact, because those are the people that are eating your product, right? So I think it's a great evolution, and we've all capitalized on it. And I think from the March of Dimes perspective, we're just trying to do as much to facilitate it, just like you're doing, Joel, because it's positive for everybody involved.
So, Wendy, a question for you. We know that when we talk about purpose, authenticity and transparency are key. And healthcare is, there's amazing transformation that's happening right now across healthcare. And a lot of this change is happening out loud. Can you talk a little bit about what Organon is doing to change out loud and to really center that authenticity and transparency in their work?
So, I could talk about this for the rest of the day, so I'm going to try not to.
We have 18 minutes.
18 minutes. I'm going to do it for 20 seconds. So, for us, it's been all around authentic leadership, right? And really having much more of a service mentality. So it's not like global to local, it's like local to global. And what we did with our leadership is said, let's talk about our stories. Let's talk about the things we're scared of. Let's talk about the things we're excited about. Let's talk about our health journeys. And then our goal to unleash our staff. So we told every single one of our 9,500 staff, and in the pharmaceutical industry, this is not easy to do. Go online, tell your story. Just don't do two things. Don't mention products, don't mention politics, please. And they have, and it's been incredible. And so for all of us as leaders, we've been telling our health stories. So for me, I focused on having endometriosis, being a single mom, going through menopause, and how frustrating that was to have no information. And the beauty is now I have people at all levels of the organization coming and telling their story. And I'll just give one small example, although I see it as a big example, which is a couple weeks ago, I had a single mom who came to me. She had worked at multiple pharmaceutical companies. She's the head of our access programs, and said she's a single mom, and for years and years, she hid in the shadows of being a single mother and never wanting to be found out. And I remember that very clearly, being a single mother myself and having gone through a very tough divorce. And she said now she feels she can talk to everyone about her divorce, being a single mom, how challenged she is to get through the day in
The sense of
COVID every
belonging,
day.
right?
Belonging, that's one of our big, that's actually, we have a DEI and B approach, because belonging and inclusivity is the number one thing that we're thinking about, of course, besides diversity and equity. So these are just small examples of the fact that she can live her life at Organon and be so happy to be there and know that she can be her true self. And what does that mean? That means she works really hard every day and she's completely passionate and driven by the work she does, but knows that she has a career ahead of her, whether she's a single mom or not. And we have so many stories like this that I could go on and on about, but I'm not, because I'm going to talk.
That's okay. We're good. We're good. And Andy, what about you? I mean, March of Dimes has been around for quite some time, and the transformation that you all have seen and you've guided, industry through has been significant. So can you talk a little bit about how you all are changing out loud?
Yeah, I think under the leadership of Stacey Stewart, she's really cast a very big tent for us. And she really is open to how we want to run the company. And I think when we talk about a nonprofit, many of us are very passionate and mission driven. So that's really, like Wendy was saying, that's kind of the source of our energy. So I think that every time we add someone to our leadership team, and someone has a different background or a different set of experiences, and we really hire for heavy diversity, it's totally enlightening for us. And I think that as a nonprofit, that's how nonprofits kind of have to be successful. So it's kind of stating the obvious, but I do feel like that's our power, because the idea of you can't boil the ocean, you can't do everything. You have to focus and simplify these problems so you can get them fixed. And making decisions and making strategic choices is really hard. So I think when you have a very good backing of committed individuals and oriented individuals, it really lends itself to success.
Yeah. Ryan, anything? I know Brazilians was born during the pandemic, so changing out loud has literally been.
It's doing it in real time. It's been really fascinating. So I joined in February 2021. A few months after they started, and we went from 100 people to 1,600 people last year. One site to 10 sites. And so everything that you guys are talking about, we were doing in real time. And as the head of communications, I'm trying to build these structures. So, I mean, recently, one of the things, we acquired a site from Bluebird in North Carolina, and we were going through the process of finding out what was important to the staff that we were acquiring. What do you want to keep, and what can we bring to the table? And one thing was they really love feeling connected to working for patients. And a lot of times in the corporate world, you have, again, phrases or buzzwords or ways you describe your company, and it can feel remote from the actual help you're doing. So we are working on, first of all, letting people tell their stories, giving them a forum, even on Slack, for instance. I shared we do cell therapy as one of our modalities, and I got a cell therapy for lower back pain a couple years ago. So just sharing that experience on Slack, and other people shared their stories as well.
Yeah.
But also working with companies outside to bring in more innovation. So this always obsessed me that the chief medical officer of the company I used to work at had a daughter with a rare genetic disease that would lead to blindness. And he was a doctor, so knowledgeable, had the resources. First of all, just identifying the gene itself was difficult. But then he also organized a group of other parents around the world that could put money towards resources so they founded a potential drug candidate. And that cost a lot of money. And then they had to develop it. And so they hired another firm, or a biotech firm acquired this asset. And they were all hoping that it'll be developed, but they sat on it. They're still sitting on it 8 years later. And every year his daughter would lose more and more eyesight, And so the issue is it's so expensive to make these medicines that unless we can make it cheaper and faster, organizations like that will not be able to achieve what they're trying to do. So we will, like Resilience works with nonprofits. We do risk sharing, we share the cost because we want to help groups bring these innovations to the market, to the patients.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit. We know that there's been a lot of conversation, especially over the last almost 2 years, about commitment. Commitment to purpose, commitment to a number of things. And the pressure has continued to rise around the action behind the commitment. And so, Andy, I have a question specifically for you. What would you like to see companies do to drive action versus giving the lip service related to being purpose-driven?
Thank you so much for that. That's a great way to tee up the person who's trying to be neutral. I'll tell you, the thing, if you ask me, I think the number is $49 billion have been dedicated in the pandemic towards health and racial equity. I want people to spend the money. I mean, people have announced all these funds that they've sequestered, and, I've gotten a lot of Heisman Trophy from a lot of people at the foundations of these companies, and my message to them is put the money to work. Not to be really serious there, but it's a little bit ridiculous. I mean, there's a tracker out there, I think 2 or 3 billion have been committed of the 49 billion. And I mean, that's just 24 months later, let's get going.
Well, short and sweet. I think you summed it up pretty well. We know that South by Southwest is all about innovation and kind of what's next. So I'll kind of set a scene. We're here again, 10 years. It's 10 years from now. The four of us are still sitting here. We're talking about the last decade and the decade ahead of us. What change do you want to see and emerging trends do you want to see right now that focus on purpose centricity that we want to see be best practices in 10 years? Start with Ryan.
Oh, of course. I hope that we can find a way to make it easier to take ideas from people's heads and make a reality or medicine out of it, because so many people don't have access to medicines they need. They're ignored, they're not seen. So again, if we could lower the cost and make it faster, I'd love to come back and say, it's like making an app on the App Store. You don't need to be a coder to do it. There's certain templates you can plug in. What if we do the same thing with medicine? Allow people with great ideas to actually put it to good use and help more people that way.
Yeah. Wendy?
So kind of take a step back here and look at women's health. So 50% of the population, right? But yet there's been so little innovation over the past umpteenth years. When I first got over, I worked in women's health most of my career and started to make a list of all the outrageous facts that and I have a lot of them, and I have a piece of paper if you guys want me to read off of it, and I can tell you like 25 outrageous facts. None of them have changed over the past 15 years. And when you think about 15 years, that may not seem like a lot, but think about cancer, right? Just had the session on cancer. Think about how far we've come. Think about smartphones. Yep. 15 years ago, we didn't have smartphones. We didn't have that computer in our pocket. So there are so many different things I could talk about for 2032, but I'll mention one, which is one of the most outrageous facts is that in this country, the unintended, unplanned pregnancy rate is still 45%. That means 1 in 2 children, 1 in 2 women who get pregnant, it was unintended. And I look at it kind of like going back to FDR. No, I wasn't alive back then, but he was all about like a chicken in every pot. Yeah. And I look at a birth control method should be in every woman's hands. And that's gonna have to work through a lot of education, a lot of access. 2032, we have to see a dent in that number because this is just unbelievable. Yeah. So, the UN SDGs, Family Planning 2030, so hopefully we'll make a huge worldwide dent as well because the unintended pregnancy rate worldwide is 41%, so it's very, very high. So my hope is to come back in 10 years and we have really made a dent in that number because this is a really important.
Final thought from Andy.
I think that we talked about and this whole conference has a lot of topics around maternal health, access to care. One of the things that Ryan said is about cheaper drugs, closer to the doctor, quicker turnover. I would just like to see every woman in the United States have access to proper care.
Can we clap for that?
Thank you.
That's one of my outrageous facts.
I mean, we're talking, I think, last night about preeclampsia and how the #1 cause of maternal death is women bleeding to death.
Yes. Yep.
You know, and there's a simple shot that can stop it, but you know, if you're in a country that's resource poor, you don't have refrigeration, you know, and so a simple thing is turning that into a nasal spray, right?
Yep.
But again, like there are solutions, but they're not being made or they haven't been created yet, and it just again, it's sad, the loss of life and the other impacts that you know, the lack of innovation has.
You know, on that point, when we first launched, we were really lucky. Merck bought us a company, Alydia Health, and I don't know if I said this, but we spun off from Merck. We brought over these amazing people from Merck, and we bought this company, Alydia Health. And what happened was, going back to your thought about transparency, we had women come forward and tell their stories about postpartum hemorrhage, and they just blew our company away. Just the incredible impact, not just on the woman, but on the family, right?
Absolutely.
What this actually means. And so there's just so much work to be done.
Misdiagnosis, lack of care, lack of access to care. And then when we talk about preeclampsia or the post-pregnancy, it's massive. It's more than 32%. It's probably 44% of access to care.
And not even just lack of care, but lack of being heard. You
Totally.
know? I mean,
100%.
Being told like something's wrong.
A topic we can talk about.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, one of our, and I'll stop after this, but one of the women who came forward told us the story about how her mother, who was a nurse, and she worked in Africa and had seen this many, many times before. They were in, I don't remember what state, in the West Coast, and she said, my daughter's about to start bleeding out. She started to see the signs, and everyone in the suite, in the birthing suite, was like, no, she's fine, just give it a minute. 10 minutes later, she was bleeding out on the table. Wow. Thankfully, she lived. But I mean, these are things that don't need to happen.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I think on that note, we can wrap. This is such an amazing conversation. Thank you all so much for this amazing discussion, and I will hand it back over to Erin.
Great job as always, my friend. Great job. You gotta get some tough competition there, yes. Great job. You're the star. Andy did pretty well too. Thank you. Sounds good. All right. So great job by Jewel, Ryan, Wendy, and Andy. I felt like that brought a little feel good to the table. Nice way to round into our final session, so thank you for doing that. Just a quick reminder before I bring up the final panel that we are recording all of these sessions and they will be available sometime later next week for everyone that's registered. If you want to use the hashtag, you're about to hear some more awesome from our next panel, Real Chem South by Southwest. And then we're going to do very brief remarks after this, so stick around if anyone wants to get a little champagne and toast with us after this panel. Don't go all at once because we want to keep people in the room. But this last panel is being led by a good friend of mine, someone who's been on my podcast, our podcast, someone that I've known for, probably 8 or 10 years, Jory Desjardins. She doesn't say this about herself, but she is the co-founder of this thing called Blog Her, which is kind of a big deal. And every time I tell someone that, they're kind of blown away by that. She is like a moderator extraordinaire, and sorry, I've gone too far on my paper. I'm too eager to get to the finish line here because I want to make sure I get the title right of the session. And she's the Chief Marketing Officer of Equitable. They're going to talk about big tech and how it's changing the face of healthcare. Not a shocker there, but I think you're going to get some interesting sort of perspectives from a couple of amazing veterans of the industry. And I don't mean veteran by anything other than they just have seen a lot that's gone on. So with that, Jory, you want to come up and join us?
All right. I'm on.
You're on.
Thank you, Aaron. I am excited about this panel for many reasons. I've gotten to know my co-panelists, but because I've been in tech for so long, my feeling is big tech gets everywhere. And it has taken on a lot of different things. I come from the community world, and we've seen what communities have done and tech has done to our data and how we aggregate and how we need to adjust and fix a lot of the wrongs and things that have happened because of tech, but I've also learned how it has affected the medical world as well. So I would like my co-panelists to introduce themselves and share a little bit about how you are engaged with both big tech and in the medical world. We'll start with Robin.
Ladies first. Okay, so let me just start by saying I'm so happy nobody's going to tell me to turn on my mute button. I have turned off my mute button. I am really happy to be here in person. Robin Raskin, many careers, but probably most notably the editor-in-chief of PC Magazine when it was a magazine you got in your mailbox. So I watched the Internet 1.0 come to life. Then I got into the events business where I ran the Digital Health Summit for the Consumer Electronics Show. I was lucky enough to sell them that business with a bunch of other properties right before the pandemic, and now run something called the Virtual Events Group, which is about how to make better meetings wherever they happen. Metaverse, Marriott, or Mars is what I like to say. But I still run their digital health conferences for them and still write a lot as a journalist about the big trends for tech and medical.
Hi, my name is Han Pak. I'm a dermatologist by training. I'm a veteran also. I was in the military for about 26 years. Oh, it's not
Yeah, I don't know if it.
All right. I would say I had 3 parts to my journey in my career. First journey was about access to care. So I was part of the early telehealth kind of movement, doing the studies, going out there. And then I learned that value-based care was coming, and cost of care was a very significant factor to providing obviously good quality care. And so I moved to 3M and really tried to work towards helping measure and creating tools by which healthcare organizations can move into a value-based arrangement. Then in my career at Samsung, it's really about the patient. Because as a physician, it's really humbling when you sit there and I can be 100% right both in my diagnosis and treatment, and patient, if they don't trust me, it goes to 0, right? No good medicine matters. And so I think my part of my journey now is really about that last mile of healthcare and really trying to engage that patient in such a way that it would make the hard things, the right things, easy to do.
And just a word about Countable, my new company. So BlogHer was, I would call it Community 2.0, and Countable is Community 3.0, and trust is the intersection there. So what does community look like when we have our data privacy? It's a community engagement platform for different stakeholders. They could be patients, doctor communities. It's a safe environment, and we help to power actions across those. So they could be powered by a shared purpose. They could be powered by a shared passion. In the case of patients, by a shared condition, by caregivers, doctors. So we're looking at how community can be dimensionalized in a way that is safe, effective, and actually does reach the needs and helps to inspire action through community. So with that said, let's go back a few years. Now, Robin has seen a lot in this space, especially in health tech. Could you just set the table by helping us to understand what are you seeing and what are the trends that have evolved in health tech over the last
I think
10 or so years?
I think the biggest trend is it's now a partnership. You know, like everything else, take fintech. When the fintech companies first started, they thought they were going to take over banking. They were just going to take over the banks. There would be no banks. They learned how to cooperate and work together. And what tech did was make it more accessible. They found a wider audience. They found better tools. I think health is the same. I can name a few big tech companies that really thought they were going to own health. They were going to own the entirety, from pharmaceuticals to probably hospitals, and that they now know it's partnering with traditional health companies, providers, doctors, hospitals, and giving them the tools they need and facilitating it. And I think in the pandemic you saw this. We had a worker shortage like we've never had before, and it was tech that really stepped up their game, from voice assistants to robotics to continuous monitoring and sensors of one sort or another that we literally could not have existed if tech had not been ready to jump in and take care of the shortage. And then I made this list, and as a journalist, some I grade them. Some things we've done well, some things we haven't. Personalization, it's getting pretty good that you can get a drug regimen or a diagnosis that is based on your biomarkers or your personal constitution, the other drugs that you take. So good grades there. What I'm excited about, not that I don't love my doctor, but I love that medical care has left going to the doctor's office and is more in your community. And I give big thumbs up to CVS and Walmart and the urgent cares and people who have given people more access to go in your community and not have to travel hundreds of miles away. Do-it-yourself health, good and bad. It's really great that we know everything about ourselves. It's really bad that sometimes we self-medicate, that there are online services that are questionable in their metrics and results. Telemedicine, this was so great, especially during the pandemic, but at the end of the day right now, I give it a rating as it is nothing more than a HIPAA-compliant phone call. And until we have the hardware to measure, stick in your ears, stick in your heart, get some diagnostics, it's very hard for any doctor to make a diagnosis over a phone, and it's leading into some issues. I'm going to let Han talk more about precision biometrics, but at CES this year we saw strips that you could pee on, and you could get your markers for a whole bunch of different biocriteria. Smart toilet bowls that you could go to the bathroom and have them analyze your poop. And so I think, and
is there a demo? I'm just curious.
And probably the most, this is, but to go back to your last panel, this is all stuff you can do now. We just need the appetite and the market. But I think the most fascinating thing that we should talk about is the idea of a digital twin. If you walk around South by, everybody's talking about the metaverse and being there, but very few people are talking about what it means to health. What does it mean to have a digital representation of your personal body that can be what-ifed and simulated and experimented without touching you at all first, and based on the most personal information. And I think that's, there's lots of ethics involved that we'll talk about later, but that sort of sums up this year's 2022's Digital Health Summit at CES. And I know you were just at a different health summit where some other issues cropped up.
I did. I think that was a great summary of the major trends. The one additional thing I would add that came out of VIVE, which is the first Health Plus Chime conference, was around digital health equity.
Yep.
So Office of the National Coordinator made an announcement on their focus on this. AMA came out with a focus on health equity along with Chime. And I think this is really as a result of many different findings that really leads to a mindset in healthcare that tools are, or thinking that tools are neutral, meaning that it doesn't have a bad intent or a good intent. It's a tool, but what we're seeing is unintended consequences where the AI is potentially using data from a demographic that is more about the Caucasian and different demographics, which then when applied to other or broader demographic, then the findings actually create bias. Or there are clinical trials that you've heard of, what happens there. And so in these, and then also, developing digital solutions, thinking it does amazing things, and then finding that it's only going to the people that have internet, and not thinking through the entirety of the solution. So I think that we have a social and an ethical responsibility to think broader about how we think about digital health or technologies, and how do we do that. So I'll give you an example. We have a remote cardiac rehab program with Kaiser Permanente, and we've about 15,000 patients that we've served. And the traditional way in which cardiac rehab is done, patient has a heart attack, has surgery or managed, and then has to do this exercise program that lasts 8 to 12 weeks, requires you to come into the hospital. Only about 25% do it. But if you do it, the mortality rate and the complication is like significant. We're not talking about subtle 10%, like significant quality of life and outcome differences. So then we did this remote thing for 15,000 patients, and then we started comparing the demographics. So the outcome went from 25% to 75% completion, which is huge. So that means thousands of patients' lives were saved within that group. But what was more important is that demographics shifted, because the technology had LTE in the watch, and it was a wearable-based program. And what was interesting is because we provided the whole package and made it easy to onboard and didn't have to rely on their internet maturity or access, the demographic shifted like 10 times of what was in traditional. And so that, again, do we think about all that in the design? No, but I think what we're beginning to realize is that we really have to have a mindset, and it has to be front and center in the way we think about it.
So I just sat in on the Tristan Harris keynote, and he talked about how part of the problem of big tech is that people who are building it have a certain mindset that they can't get out of. And what occurs to me is that this very same mindset of growth at all costs, do it because you can, it does have the potential to permeate into health tech, particularly around data. And then, of course, I'm thinking about Theranos, right? The goal there was about growth at all costs, but now we're talking about people's lives, not just an inconvenience with health. How do you think you will tech, but also every day, Samsung will have to start thinking about growth in the tech framework? And has Samsung really started to dig into that?
Yeah, I think we haven't fully yet, but I think you and I had this conversation briefly, but I think what I've come to realize as we approach the home, because that's the next battlefront for healthcare, right? We've moved from hospitals, ambulatory care, and now to the home. And so now we're thinking, all right, we have presence of devices, whether it's TV, a refrigerator, we have the smart things which act as a hub, we have all these things. So then how do we make sure that we're not using these things inappropriately or someone else using the data inappropriately? So I've been thinking a lot, and the Social Dilemma movie really kind of, it spoke to my heart in that I think it made me question, what would it look like if it was flipped on its head? Meaning, what if humanity was part of the design of technology going to the future, particularly as it comes to home and particularly in relationships? So what do I mean by that? We all have biases, right? We all don't like to admit it, but we all of us have some bias. And what healthcare is doing inadvertently right now is around getting behavior change or addiction to get you to do X, Y, Z, play more games. Or in order to have you exercise more, we want to take certain behavioral science and then try to get you to do those right things. But what we're not doing is to say, we all have gaps, we have imperfections, and instead of allowing those biases to be exploded, which is what is happening with AI now, what if we actually accounted for that and try to help support that gap so that we become better humans? And I think this is a conversation that really requires multiple stakeholders, because I think we have to, we think about safety in terms of software development, right? And we think about other design principles, and I think in this case, healthcare is very relational. It's about people. And so I think it's so important that we start having this conversation, but I think we're early in the time.
Yeah, and I would add, I think the first step, it's always what you see in public, and the more data you get, the less bias you will have. But so you see the CVSs and the Walmart getting involved. You can get your glucose levels, and there's a lot of things. When that moves into the home, it gets really interesting. And I shared this with you on the phone. I actually put in a bunch of sensors for my mother. And I said, Ma, you just stick the sensors up, and I'll run the software from my end. And there was one on the bedroom, one on the coffee pot, one on the bathroom. Well, she messed it up. And I called her the next day. I said, Ma, are you like going to the bathroom a lot? I keep making bathroom jokes. But I said, are you going to? And she goes, no, and you have to get this thing out of my house because I don't want you to know. So it turned out she had flipped the sensors and put the wrong one in the wrong place, but we all knew too much about where she was going. Your car is has information about your health now. It could be a lifesaver.
Well, and in this, it correlates for me as a marketer to advertising technology, where it was so good it could follow you anywhere, and sometimes it could give you an ad that actually was relevant, but you want to make sure that this data truly is additive and not creepy home, as we were kind of joking earlier, right?
But you will, this trade-off has existed forever between privacy and benefit. And it's going to keep existing, even more so as technologies like CRISPR and genetic things, come to the fore. And you are, in general, in this country at the moment anyhow, I think, the benefits of letting Alexa, sorry, is she here? Knowing where I am is pretty good. I think there's things actually inside of her that can make me healthier, but I can never find them when I need them. So discoverability, I'm wearing a Samsung watch now, and I probably know about 25% of what it can do for me because I just haven't had time to figure out the other. So I think those are the places that technology, and I'm sure you're seeing it at Samsung. I'm seeing more mixed teams of storytellers, graphic designers, philosophers, linguists, really get together. And I think it's that cross-pollination of academics that are really going to help us create a new generation of products.
Han, can you tell us a bit more about what Samsung is focused on in the healthcare area?
So, broadly speaking, I don't know if you know, but Samsung does everything from biologic development or manufacturing to radiologic equipment, to called Neurologica, to Samsung Medical Center in Korea, to most of you know about consumer electronics, which is the device, and then we have a semiconductor division. Within the healthcare specifically, I would say probably 3 or 4 areas that is worth noting on the wearables. The wearables are really moving and maturing, not only ours, but other competitors, from a fitness device into now a device that is kind of smelling and looking like a medical device, a true medical device. And then over time, I think it's going to surpass some of the medical devices that's typically inside the walls of the hospitals. What do I mean by that? So what typical hardware medical device can't do is do continuous measurement on a body. And think about blood pressure as an example. Right now, as a doctor, as a dermatologist, I don't do this, but as a typical doctor, we do blood pressures when you come into the clinic in the hospital, and then we use that to extrapolate and say, we think your range of blood pressure seems to be this. I'm going to give you a medication because we think you need to be lowered or whatever, or make some adjustment. Well, it turns out when you actually do continuous monitoring of your blood pressure, there is actually a fluctuation within a given day. And there's something called a nocturnal dip that's supposed to happen, and if it doesn't happen, you're at risk. There's all kinds of variations, and imagine if you actually were collecting that. That's fundamentally changing blood pressure management or hypertension management into hemoglobin A1C equivalent is what will happen. So I think the wearables maturing into digital biomarkers in various different phases is going to be fairly significant. In 5 years, we're going to look back and say, well, what happened there, right? And so that's one. The other is really around all these devices that, appliances, TVs, tablets, mobiles, and really being a multi-device engagement tool that really access smart IoT and to bring about ecosystem by which you can then provide insights, not the bathroom thing, but essentially, making us better, going back to that, being able to detect your emotions and mood changes in your parents and giving them a little encouragement, right? Or letting us know, because we're so busy in our daily lives that we forget to look left and right to our families, and maybe those nudges or understanding of context is what's going to help us be better people. And so I think in the home, connecting these devices that we have, I think is another thing in healthcare. And then we're doing lots of other things in terms of, things in the hospital, really using patients, like what we call interactive patient care at the bedside. The tablet is not just a healthcare device, it's actually you order food, you watch entertainment, and in the same way, I think that kind of capability is going to come to the home, and it's going to be a health hub by which it's a remote control. It's also your ability to order food, right? It's all things around wellness, deliver content around healthcare. So I think those are some of the areas that we're excited about.
Yeah, and I think what Samsung has done, and Valencell just did a cuffless blood monitoring. There's continuous monitoring for diabetes and when to administer glucose now. That's just a little Band-Aid kind of thing on your skin. But what you've done, and I think what others are doing, is tying together the wearable data with the first step of prescriptive health. So your blood pressure's high. It's not going to work in extreme cases. You're going to have to see it. But meditating, being reminded to go out and take a walk, get away from your desk. Those are the first steps towards this do-it-yourself care, but this self-care that is, and wellness, which is now meeting health. And the results, wherever you look in the studies, are fantastic in what a little jog in the right direction, whether it's a food label that you can do with your QR code when you're supposed to stay away from fats. So I think the ecosystem is kind of getting rounded out because the applications are being developed for the hardware.
And the ecosystem, I would add, is allowing companies like VizIQ to take our data, develop their own algorithms, and start doing predictive. So, for example, long COVID. So they were able to look at various different physiologic parameters and say, this patient is now at risk for long COVID. And so you can imagine stroke. You can imagine Parkinson's disease. You can imagine all these things. Instead of waiting until the event happens, you begin to predict at certain risk, and that's when it becomes very exciting, right? And I think we are in that early part of that journey.
So you've said numerous times data. And when I think about big tech and some of the criticisms of big tech, it's usually around data and treatment of data. How can the healthcare life sciences industry learn from big tech? What are some of the lessons that you think they can take away before it gets dangerous?
I think all of us are trying to figure it out, to be honest, right? But I think each company, depending on their business model and their core, have different views on data. So let's not assume big tech all has a unified view of what data means and how to protect it. Because Google, by inherent design, is a data company, right? And they are going to monetize the data through ads and others. That's just their model. And so they're pushing, as Facebook, to use that data because that equals growth. Samsung's a little different in that we're a device company first. Our data rights and policy is on-device, patient-owned, patient-controlled. And patient has to opt in for some of the applications in order for us to store it, not an opt-out. And so very different, and it all depends. And I would love to say, yeah, that's great, but it also has disadvantages in that I would love to use the data for certain purposes, personalization and otherwise, but I'm limited just because of the way Samsung has approached data. I think the truth is that these two worlds are the truth is going to be somewhere in the middle, right? Because at the end of the day, big techs, once you lose trust of us, it's done, right? You're not going to be able to get that, except you would have to take a long time to rebuild that trust. So for me, I think that there isn't one lesson other than trust, and that's hard earned.
So the layer one, I think, is kind of easy. It's anonymizing the data. So how did Kinza thermometers be able to pinpoint where COVID was going to happen next? Through aggregate data that was anonymized. So that kind of, I think there's not going to be a lot of pushback on, you don't know who I am, but you can have my heartbeat, go for it. But then the next level, and I don't know the answer, but I'm going to ask you, what the blockchain. So if I can have various blockchains and say, okay, motor vehicles department, you can know who I am. You can know that I'm 21. The bar can use it when they need me to get in. My doctor can have access to certain things. My insurance company cannot. And do you think we're going to get there at some point where we can start to have our own personal ID that gives out those permissions across a spectrum? Or am I just daydreaming?
No, I think all the pieces are there. The technology is there, actually. It's a policy really that's prohibiting, and then a business model, right? So I'm part of the U.S., or I'm leading the U.S. U.S. Digital Life team, in which digital wallet is part of my portfolio. And so in there, we're thinking about, the typical things like credit card and so forth, but really where it gets interesting is the convergence of pay, health, blockchain, ID, and all of a sudden you start doing things like HSA, FSA, and all the friction around high deductible payment, and being able to really help consumers to be able to manage their healthcare cost. And so I believe that the pieces are there, and it's our intent to do that through the wallet as a beginning piece. But once you say ID in the United States, I mean, that brings up all kinds of conversations that I don't want to get started. It's way too close to happy hour, so.
Yeah, that's right. But we'll be checking your ID before a drink.
Right. But blockchain is interesting, and there is healthcare in the blockchain, and it's an emerging area that's growing, and it's all around identity and having data sovereignty to pick and choose who gets access to your data. So this was a question that I asked Han when I met him. What does a CMO do, a chief medical officer do in a tech company?
So I'm trying to figure it out. So that's the short and the right answer. And what I mean by that is, I think if you go to any tech company and you lined us up, right, and ask the questions, you're going to get 10 different answers from 10 different people. And it's all because it depends on what the core of that technology company is, its culture, and what it's trying to do. So I think the best that I would say when you try to then lift it up, so what are we doing? Well, it's really strategy, a contribution to strategy from a healthcare perspective, number one, and influence, kind of the go-to-market strategies and knowing the complexity and all that, because typically big techs don't understand the payer, the pharma, the PBMs, and then you can see the executives just like rolling their eyes, or they're like, all they see is risk, right?
Yeah.
And so part of it is just thought leadership, right? Just providing where things are going in healthcare, regulatory events and policies that are changing. And then it's really about looking inward and saying, how do you create a culture around digital health equity, or aligning all the health assets in a coherent way to be able to tell a story and prioritize what things we should go after. So I think most people do that to some degree in some various proportion.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because they were saying CMO. They got rid of all the initials you could use, so they had to call you guys CMOs. But you're right. I was just talking to the CMO of Withings. It's a very different story. It was a scale that gave you some your body fat things, but now the new version of it has a pull-up thing and actually puts current through your body and can tell you which muscles you're using, which muscles you aren't, where your fat is stored. Just had to stay within their product focus of what they can develop that is a medically valid device that they can bring to an audience. And so I think a good CMO really understands their company's product line and knows how to expand on it, explain it, and carry the flag for it.
So
I think she's more qualified than I am.
The CMO. We have reached the time, I believe. So Han, Robin, thank you.
Thank you. I guess it is happy hour.
Thank you all for an awesome closing panel. Much appreciated. You are amazing, and thank you for bringing great energy at the end.
Oh my God, you are the rock star. This is fine.
Easiest moderation job ever, right? You had a co-moderator with you. All right, so we have hit the end. We're going to keep you just a few more minutes, and we promise we won't make it tedious and boring. I have a couple of closing things, and I want to ask Jim and Anita to join me up on stage, so I'm not the only one droning on here. First of all, I do want to thank Jory, Han, and Robin for a great closing panel. I said that to them, but want to make sure we say yay, yay. And thanks to all of you for sticking with us. We had a lot of speakers. We had a lot of people that sort of helped plug away here. It was quite amazing. We did some cool stats. This is thanks to Maya and Sydney. We had 200 plus viewers online, so I wasn't lying when I told you that we did have people watching as well as outside, and then a lot of people will watch us after the fact.
On a Saturday, yeah.
On a Saturday. Well, and this is a real win for...
We were golfing, they had
A real win for us is the word that was most associated with our hashtag today was patient. And that's a good thing, right? Because guess what? Yes. Patient should be at the middle, and we proved that patient got to be at the middle today. And one little fun fact along these lines is the fact that we had people coming from all over the world, India, and then places like California, Oregon, Utah, Illinois, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, New Jersey, New York, Delaware, and Massachusetts. So we had lots of people coming from all over the place. We had over 1 million plus impressions associated with the hashtag. So that's the big piece. I am told I need to plug the QR code, which I think is going to be up on one of the monitors. Just it's a link to a survey. If you don't take it, then we will send you emails after and ask you, because we want to always be the best. I have some quick thank yous.
QR codes are still a thing?
QR codes apparently are cool again, yes. Yeah, a little sidebar. I wrote an article called Death of the QR Code about 12 years ago.
And like the things Wendy said have not changed in 15 years,
Yeah.
we still have QR.
Yes. I'll say, ask me over drinks what I mean by that, and I'll give you the backstory. I do want to give some thank yous, and then I'm going to let Jim and Anita give some final thoughts on the day. So starting with Stephanie Agresta, who's been my partner in crime. I will say I've known Stephanie for like 13 years, and she is, if I'm the South by Southwest homecoming king, she's the homecoming queen, and she's amazing. Stephanie, thank you. Lisa Prywis, who is really the day-to-day lead. Madison, who did an amazing job at helping us organize the Healthcare Media Lounge, among other things. Kayla Schwartz, Gabby Galvin, Hannah Fogus, Jonathan Denise, who came in from New York to IT us and kept all things going. Brett Kleinberg and Carly, who are part of our, Carly Warden, sorry, I don't want to shortchange her, who are part of our Syracuse alumni, or ambassador group. Thank you. Sorry, it's been a long day. UPG Freeman for keeping us all technology. I think we had a great day from a technology perspective, right?
Excellent.
When you don't notice it, you know you did a good job. Maya, Ollie, and Sydney Shaman for rocking the social. Wendy Carhart, who's also my partner in crime and my, I guess you could say my work wife, because she and I do a lot of shit together. She's our head of comms.
Yeah, is that allowed anymore?
Is that allowed, Wendy? Can I say that or no? Okay.
Work partner?
Sorry. My work partner. She's a great partner, let's put it that way. Joe Hathaway and Brittany Bella, who are not here, but helped us with all the setup, and same Mallory McClenathan, Angela Wolf, and Adam McGillen, who helped keep all of the email on track and all the invites. And then lastly, just Shankar Narayanan, who some of you saw, he had to fly out yesterday. It's our new CEO. Jen Gottlieb, who some of you will see tonight and I think tomorrow. And then, of course, Jim Weiss and Anita, who helped make all of this possible. So thank you all. And again, thanks to all our speakers and all of the attendees. So we can cheers first, yes, because I just said a lot. Cheers, cheers, yeah, cheers. Clink.
That's really what
Clink.
we need to go do now, but
Yeah.
I'll send us.
Yeah, I haven't had nearly enough to drink yet, so. Jim? Sorry.
I was just going to say that, oh, thank you. I'm usually very loud. I was just going to say that what I loved, obviously we've all been saying this, after 2 years of being, stuck in our homes, to actually be together in person and have all those softer side of things, all the relationship pieces, the cross collaboration, the spark that comes from just having coffee with someone that you haven't seen in a long time. I thought that was fantastic. And what I always love about the Real Chemistry sessions are that we bring people from disparate parts of the industry together, and that cross-pollination that happens is really the magic, right? And that, to me, was the best part of the whole week.
It is, and it is why we do it. People ask me, what's it like in this new role, and I had said there's 3 things I'm focused on. It's community, curiosity, and ultimately growth, but growth together. We've been growing this community. We had a 2-year hiatus, so I would say people really came to play. Every single session and every single speaker rocked, I thought. I mean, and some of you have been drinking with me for 2 days, so I give you like a lot of credit for getting up here and being, coherent after all that. To a person, every panelist really committed and kicked ass. We learned, we shared, we enlightened, and after 2 long years out in this COVID cold, we've restarted our little community to partner for lasting impact, to make the world a healthier place for all. That is our purpose. Now it's time to party and celebrate together a little bit. So cheers to you, and thanks for participating.
Thanks so much.
Boom.
And with that, that concludes our session, and we look forward to seeing you more over the next day or two informally, and we look forward to seeing all of you back here in 2023. So, let's cheers to that.